Several decades ago, an extra-dimensional storm broke out on Earth. After this, many mythical creatures from other dimensions were discovered. These were gods, ghosts, werewolves, angels, demons, elves. All these creatures are divided into 4 classes: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythical. Their abilities and destructive power far exceed even the wildest expectations. People belong to the lower class, mortals, but by strengthening the body and spirit you can increase your class. In addition to improving spiritual power, there is another way to significantly speed up evolution. You need to hunt creatures from other dimensions and take their crystals. However, the places where they live are very dangerous. Going there is a mortal risk. The action takes place in a math lesson and the teacher calls Chuck to the blackboard. The whole class looked at Chuck, but he did not respond. But he didn't respond because he was sleeping, covering himself with a math textbook. The math teacher said that the previous principal thought very highly of him. The director said that there are supposedly 2 types of geniuses. The first type is Chuck, the second is everyone else. Suddenly Chuck woke up with a start and stood up from his chair. He shouted that he was getting out of class, and the teacher, whose name was Alex, said that it seemed the director was mistaken about him. The main character's life changed completely when a mysterious phone fell into his hands. The guy completely gave up on studying and improving, and all this because of playing on the phone. To start playing it, you first need to turn it on with a drop of blood. After this drop has hit it, you should click on the application icon. Using one more drop of blood, you can create your own character. By increasing the character's skills, Chuck improves himself in reality. It's safe, fast, and convenient. In this game, you are allowed to kill mortal creatures, such as the mighty ant. There are many geniuses in the community who have developed spiritual powers by the age of 16. But it seems that Chuck is the only one who was able to improve his spirit through meditation and asceticism without any outside help. At first, all the teachers and students of the hero's school believed that he would certainly achieve success in the future. With a strength like his, it wouldn't be difficult for him to take first place in the upcoming battle skill test. However, a month ago the unexpected happened. In the school gym there were battles between the strongest who tried to show what they were capable of. Chuck was the most outstanding of all, when suddenly a girl challenged him. The guy thought they had seen each other before, but the girl told him to just attack her. The main character was not going to stand on ceremony with her and launched the attack first. However, this heroine was not the timid one. She hit him in the stomach, and he flew several meters away. She looked at him with a devastated look and remained silent. The people did not expect this from her, since she knocked him out in just a second. This girl was definitely strong, and her name was Ariana. After Ariana defeated Chuck with one blow, he completely gave up and now only sleeps and plays all day long. It seems to Alex that if he continues to play games like this, it will not lead to good things. At this time, Chuck was sitting calmly on the playground and playing on the phone. He killed monsters and collected crystals from them. Crystals from defeated enemies, absorbed by the player, affect him and improve his skills. And in the game, the user can see various characteristics, which is impossible in real life. If a guy were to improve through meditation through suffering, he would hardly be able to advance even in a few years. Unfortunately, the crystals that fall out in the game cannot be transferred to the real world. So Chuck could live happily ever after simply selling unnecessary low-level crystals. Suddenly Chuck was sitting and playing calmly, but he was attacked by a powerful red mutant. His speed and strength are obviously much higher than those of ordinary ants. The main character could defeat him if he had more time. However, there are more and more monsters. Suddenly a young girl comes to the badminton court. This girl had a very beautiful name. Her name was Jessica. Chuck hoped that she wasn't going to him, because she couldn't let her find out the secret of his phone. Otherwise, the guy would be in big trouble. Alas, Chuck was out of luck, because she had been looking for him for half a day and wanted to offer him something interesting. Since the final exam to test combat skills was coming soon, Jessica really hoped that the hero would agree to join her team. The main character looked at her with a confused look and was surprised that she wanted to invite him. Next, he began to ask Jessica why she wanted to unite. Jessica replied that she was trying her best to get a high rating, so she needed a strong team, and he was just the right one for her. But Chuck is completely despairing of that loss and believes that he cannot become the same as before. Jessica began to support him because she considers him the only one from the school who is a worthy opponent. Afterwards, the guy wondered how Ariana was doing, but as it turned out, she had already transferred to another school. Also, she is already above the mortal class, and she disappeared as suddenly as she appeared. The girl seemed to have come only to fight Chuck. Jessica thought that Chuck and Ariana had known each other for a long time, so she wanted to settle scores with him. But the hero replied that it was impossible because he had never met her before. Perhaps Jessica simply thought too much and returned to the question of the team. Chuck wasn't at all opposed to clinging to them if she agreed. They agreed on this. In addition, Jessica found 2 more team members. Now the four of them will train every day during practical exercises, so that during the test they act harmoniously and understand each other. At this time, Chuck was playing on the phone and fighting monsters, but unfortunately he lost. However, the hero was not upset, and decided to check the characteristics of the house. Suddenly, Chuck took the crystal, and it was not the same as before. This one was somehow violent. This crystal contained the legendary skill of spiritual power. Chuck was wondering what skill he could get from an ant, and as it turned out, he got the fist of a level 7 titan. So, the next day, Jessica's team gathered in the city center. The rest of the team, when they found out that Chuck would be with them, they didn't believe it at first. However, the guys know that the hero is strong, but he has not trained for a month, and it will be very difficult for him to return to his previous level. One of the team members said that their goal is to take first place during the combat skills test, and he is afraid that Chuck is not the best choice, so he suggests inviting his old friend Trevor. This test greatly influences your future life. It has a direct bearing on admission to a prestigious school and employment. In addition, your safety depends on the strength of your partners, so there is nothing to blame them for. Jessica agreed that Trevor is indeed an outstanding fighter, but she still thinks Chuck is the better option. After her words, Cedric suggested conducting a small test, the result of which would determine whether Chuck was right for them or not. Everything was very simple, as Cedric said. Since he is the weakest of them, the hero will have to fight him, and if he manages to win, Chuck will join the team. The young guy was not against this fight, but he believed that it would be bad if someone got hurt in this fight. The kids at school have measuring powers, but dry numbers are boring, so they will fight. The one who retreats loses. Cedric uses the thunderclap cultivation method. He specializes in bursts of power, and the thunder fist skill is a good addition. Yes, Chuck practiced meditation through suffering, but he never bought vitality crystals to speed up his cultivation. The hero suggested that his opponent better use the school strength meter, to which Cedric said that he was supposedly afraid. Chuck felt awkward and laughed, saying that he was really afraid, although in reality, he was just afraid of killing him with one blow. Cedric had to agree with him, and they went to the school's strength meter. Cedric asked him who would strike first, but the hero didn't care about that. Then Cedric decided to strike first and grinned before the blow. He hit the force meter with a fairly strong blow, and the score showed a force of 7 points. There is a slight difference between this meter and the stat in the game, but Chuck didn't think the differences would be too significant when he found this mysterious phone. It had a power of 7. Cedric was pleased with his results and invited the guy to the next blow. At this time, Alex was walking around the school. He became interested in who was using the room outside of school hours and decided to look in there. Alex decided not to rush in yet and look at the guys, and then he saw Chuck make his shot. When he hit the meter, the display showed 10 units. The team did not expect such strength from him and simply looked at him in surprise. Alex did not believe that he was able to knock out 10 units and did not understand how this could be. So Alex began to believe that he was constantly sleeping in class because he was training so hard. Chuck hit the meter with an inch punch, a punch that lands 3 or 4 centimeters away and leaves the fist still in place. Cedric was very angry that he lost to the guy. He also told him that he had been accepted into the team. Cedric pushed Chuck away so he could hit him again. He used his spiritual power skill, Thunder Fist. This time his hit was significantly greater than the last. 11 units fell on the scoreboard. Chuck told him sarcastically that the hit wasn't bad. After that, Cedric told him that if he couldn't do it anymore, then let him say that there was nothing shameful in this. To which Chuck wondered if the school would make him pay for it if the strength meter suddenly broke. And Cedric added that if he really broke it, he would pay for it himself. Now the main character was completely calm and decided to hit him with all his might. Cedric thinks that Chuck is pretending to be something, since this item is designed to measure strength, even though it is a rather old model with a limit of only 20 units. But there are only a few high school students who can hit the maximum, and even fewer who can break it. Chuck begins to use his spiritual power skill. To his surprise, Chuck actually broke this strength meter. For everyone present, it was truly extraordinary. The limit of this meter is 20 units. However, this does not mean that it can only withstand this value. It will require a spiritual power skill of at least 8 or 9 levels to break the device. It was at this moment that the teacher remembered the director's words that there are 2 types of geniuses. Cedric admired the hero's blow. Now he is obliged to pay for it. And also, now they are on the same team, and Chuck can rely on him. Jessica found this guy even more interesting than she thought. It's already evening and Chuck is returning home. As he walked, he realized that Jessica had reminded him that usually people who have received the legendary class consider it beneath their dignity to even stand next to mortals. Ariana, on her own initiative, challenged Chuck, a mortal student. The main character thought about the fact that he had never traveled outside the guide district. Therefore, how could he annoy her? Suddenly, the phone rang from the guy's pocket. It was the hero's father, and he wanted to invite his son to his wedding. Chuck became curious about who he would marry, and his father told him to wait to send a photo of the girl. The father sent the guy a photo of his wife. Her name was Anfisa. The ceremony will be held in Loyang in about a week. But Chuck has a skills test in just a week, so he still couldn't go even if he wanted to. The hero also remembered about the metal box for cookies in their dressing room, but the father did not understand which box he was talking about. It was a square iron box, each side about 30 centimeters, and also had a cartoon bear drawn on it. My father remembered it and said that this was a box of cookies that he often ate as a child. But cookies of this brand had long been unavailable for purchase, so most likely that box had been lying around for a very long time. Chuck found a phone in this box and wondered where it came from. White body, black screen, no buttons, approximately 17-20 centimeters. It was my grandfather's phone. The hero's grandfather was a carpenter. During the restoration of the old city of Guide, he had to repair many ancient wooden buildings, so he worked there for more than a year. One day, a dry well was dug up at a construction site. It was deep at night. Only a few people were left working overtime. A faint light was coming from the well. The workers thought they had found some kind of treasure, but it turned out to be an old wooden box. There were many cracks on the lid. Light was shining through them. There was a phone inside the box. Initially it was turned on, but it immediately turned off, and the workers did not find the charging connector. The workers were very disappointed and thought that someone just wanted to play a joke by planting a broken phone. Everyone quickly lost interest, and the grandfather threw it into his tool bag. My father wanted to exchange it for a couple of packs of cigarettes at the workshop, but they said that it was worth nothing at all, so he threw the phone in a box. It's good that my father couldn't exchange it for cigarettes then, otherwise they would be biting their elbows now. The hero's dad had a lot to do. He also reminded about the wedding and hung up. The combat skills test will take place there, so Chuck wants to try to look for this well if possible. Unfortunately, the hero forgot to ask his father if he could have offended anyone in the past. For several days, the guy has been doing the same things. Also, ordinary days passed at school. The children went about their business. Suddenly, an unknown person walked by with a business-like gait and pushed the student. He immediately seemed like an unkind character. This strange guy calmly apologized and started one rumor. After this rumor, Cedric approached Chuck and apologized to him, saying that he was invited by a friend to join his team, and he would not be able to team up with him. The hero hopes that Jessica has a backup plan, because at such a time it will be difficult to find a new team member. Chuck found the second team member. His name, by the way, was Leon. And he, unfortunately, also could not take part in the test with him, since he had reasons for this. Chuck has already found Jessica. She started to apologize to him, but he told her that he knew everything, and she didn't have to worry. He also added that he should apologize because someone wants to deal with him, but they also got involved. The hero advised Jessica to find someone else before it was too late. The girl didn't know who he crossed the road with, but this man has enormous influence, so she told him to be careful. This test is very important for Chuck, and he does not understand where he can find a companion he can trust. When suddenly Teacher Alex calls him to his office. There he told him that the commander occupied a very high position. His real name was Isaac, and Chuck didn't even know about him. It was all very strange if he didn't even know him, because when he arrived to conduct an inspection in Guide County, he criticized the hero, a simple high school student. The guy at that time did not even realize who this Isaac was. The Commonwealth of the Earth is divided into North, South, West, and East. Although Isaac is still very young, he comes from a noble family. In his 20s, he already holds a high position, and is an important military official in the Eastern Zone. The teacher is not sure that Isaac is against the hero, but one phrase about how bad he is, and those who want to curry favor with him are ready to do anything. Chuck asked Alex if he had any connection with Ariana. This is quite possible, but this can be dealt with later. Now the hero needs to find a team and register for verification. The deadline for submitting applications ends the day after tomorrow, so he can't put it off for a second. Otherwise, Chuck will definitely not make it in time. Alex recommended a student named Larry to him, but in return, Chuck must help him get the highest score using all his strength, and he must be the best on their team. Even if Chuck can't take first place on his team, it's still better than not being able to participate in the test at all. The main character does not know how to contact Larry, and asks the teacher to help him with this. After leaving school, he called his father and asked if he knew anything about Isaac. Isaac is Anfisa's son, and if his father marries her, he will become the main character's older half-brother. The father also remembered that he would also have a younger half-sister, Ariana. For Chuck, it was a complete shock. Surprisingly, Anfisa's father and children have a good relationship. They respect him very much. But perhaps deep down they are against their father's marriage to Anfisa, which is why Isaac and Ariana treat him so poorly. Ariana can easily defeat Chuck, and because of one phrase from Isaac, he almost lost the opportunity to take the entrance exam. In the last few days, all he had done was destroy the mighty mutant ants. But apart from the crystal with the spiritual power skill that fell from the first ant, the guy received nothing else, although he had already killed more than 10, and there were no more of them left. After some time, he finally got something, and Chuck got an egg with a pet. Mortals rarely have a pet companion. Mostly those who have already reached the legendary class have one. It was time to open the egg, when suddenly something flew out of it and moved into the main character. Literally just the same thing moved into you. Dear YouTube viewer, it controls you and forces you to subscribe, leave a comment and like, this is important to me. Oh, I mean for this thing. Thank you for watching, have a nice day. The voices of the oath of service until death sounded in the guy's head and he didn't feel very good about it. When he woke up, he had a severe headache, and on his hand he noticed a certain imprint of an ant. The companion pet successfully hatched, and the hero decided to call him to look at him. But he had problems because he didn't know how to summon it. Chuck decided to think about the skills of the summoner and the mutant ant, and something like a glove began to appear on his hand. It looks like this glove is the pet's form. They say it improves the characteristics of the user himself. The mutant ant most likely increases strength. Chuck's house is not suitable for testing his strength, so he just thought to take a good look at it. It looked much scarier than in the game. When Chuck saw it, he immediately knew this was his chance to ride it. The next day, Chuck and teacher Alex went to Larry's. Alex said that Larry likes to show off everything, but still he is not a bad person. They entered the building and the young concierge showed them to Larry. Entering his room, he was sitting on the sofa with two pretty girls. Larry, seeing the teacher, immediately offered them a glass of sparkling wine, but Alex refused since he still had classes that day. Alex introduced Chuck to him and said about him that he was very capable, so he would be very useful in the exam. Larry will allow the hero to join his team because he trusts the teacher. The teacher also advised him to discuss with Chuck all issues related to testing combat skills. Alex will help them with registration, and Chuck should stay with Larry for now in order to get to know him well over the past few days. This will allow them to better understand each other during the test. As soon as the teacher left, Larry told him that he was the #1 of Guidey School, to which Chuck said that these were rumors and should not be believed. Larry responded to this by saying that in such a small town of Guide, there really is no place for a genius to come from. And if he were a genius, Ariana would not have won with one blow. In addition, Larry said that there was no need for any coordination training. He just had to listen and not interfere when the time came, and everything would be fine. Larry offered Chuck a drink, and if he could drink the whole bottle, he could choose any girl from those present. However, Chuck refused because he doesn't drink. At this time, the guy thought that for the sake of such a worthless person, the teacher had to humiliate himself and beg. It was definitely not worth it. Suddenly, Larry and his girlfriend were up to something. He told her to start flirting with Chuck. His girlfriend kept calling him to do more pleasant things, but the guy had no time for that, because the ant with silver wings in the game was very fast, and it was very difficult to defeat him. The girlfriend was infuriated that Chuck was not paying any attention to her and was grabbing his head. Still, the hero kept looking at the phone screen, as he was on the verge of death. Chuck also didn't like the fact that Larry's girlfriend was hitting on him and he just pushed her aside. Larry, seeing such a picture, even threw the champagne out of his mouth. Then he and his second girlfriend started laughing about it. Unfortunately, the guy still lost to the ant with silver wings. Perhaps, if he had not been distracted, he would have won. This incident impressed Larry and Chuck seemed funny to him. Night fell and everyone had long since gone to bed. But something disturbed Larry that night and he woke up. And Chuck played all night and achieved nothing. Although flying ants are very strong, they have not yet reached the legendary class, so it is quite possible to kill them. But first, the hero must at least get the opportunity to strike. The rank 9 Titan's fist can deal a lot of damage to the Silver Wings flying ant, but it takes too long. Since the game character is Chuck, upgrading his crushing fist with an inch punch in reality, the game character will also be able to synchronize with this improvement. But this is only in the guy's theory. Here the hero trains his shadow boxing strike throughout the night. At this time, Larry was spying on him and saw how he was training, and he also noticed that his applied force and amplitude were too large. It seemed to Larry that the guy was hiding some kind of talent, but he simply ignored it and went on to sleep. The day of the exam came and the boys went to school. It was clear from Chuck how he diligently solved the exam tasks. But Larry, without thinking about the question, chose a random answer. The next day, Chuck went to the old town of Guide. After the extra-dimensional storm that broke out years ago, a rift appeared here and everything around turned into an interdimensional zone. Due to the influence of other dimensions, local animals and plants also underwent various changes. The next stage of the entrance exams, testing combat skills, is about to begin. Larry and the others hadn't arrived yet, so Chuck decided to wait for them and look around. Suddenly someone started calling the guy, and at first he thought it was his father. However, the call came from a mysterious phone that controls the Bloodman. It does not have a ringer function and has never vibrated before. And suddenly Chuck saw a camera app on his phone. Initially, the shutter on the camera would not press, and it seemed like the camera function on this phone was not working. But as soon as the hero pointed his mobile phone at the old wall, on which someone's palm was sealed, he immediately began to squeak. Now Chuck's phone contained not only the ant cave, but also the ancient city of Gaidi. Since the hero has nothing to do anyway, he decided to try to play there. By dropping a drop of blood on the phone screen, the guy really got into this game. Having walked some distance in the inner part of the ancient city, some creature was coming to meet him. It was a creature from another dimension, a skeletal soldier. Unfortunately, this soldier was not a friend to the guy and attacked him. Although Chuck is new to this dimension, the speed and strength of the skeleton are not very great. Having killed the skeleton, a crystal immediately fell out of it, which was surprising for the guy. Activating the crystal, there was no such terrible pain as the time he received a crushing fist. From this crystal he gained a skill called Skeletal Touch. This is basically a low-level skill, but however, very little energy is consumed. To test its strength, you need to go deeper. To do this, Chuck summoned his powerful mutant ant. With the help of his pet, the hero destroyed dozens of skeletons. Chuck has already gone through so much, but he couldn't find exactly anything except that crystal. Suddenly, in the distance, the guy noticed a horde of skeletons. Among this crowd, one skeleton stood out as he was sitting astride a horse. Not even a second had passed before this skeleton approached the hero. As soon as he approached Chuck, he immediately hit him with his spear and pierced the guy's pet, also injuring the owner himself. The main character was killed, and he did not expect such speed from such a skeleton. Most likely it was their boss. This opponent was strong for Chuck, and he realized that this time he needed to avoid facing Ariana in the exam. But as soon as the guy remembered her and turned back, a girl appeared there. It was Ariana, and her gaze was not the best. She approached him and handed him the flash drive, saying that it was from Uncle Frank, that is, Chuck's father. When leaving, the girl warned the guy not to tell anyone that he was related to Anfisa's family. She told him this because in their family there is no place for mediocrity and weaklings like Chuck. Chuck thinks Ariana is too quick to jump to conclusions, since he hasn't even become part of their family yet. Ariana left and finally Larry's team arrived. Larry told Chuck that since old Alex himself stood up for him, he didn't have to worry about anything. He can also simply follow him, and leave the receipt of points to other team members, which the guy was happy about, because he will be able to save his strength. One of the group members told Larry that he need not worry, since in such a remote place as Guide there is no one outstanding, and he can take first place alone. Larry looked at them with a stern look and remained silent, and the guys promised him to do their best. However, Chuck noticed at this time that Larry was not going to introduce them, because they really were tools for him. Suddenly, one of the guards began to say that the exam would begin soon, and they asked everyone to approach the inspector-examiner of their group. The meeting with Jessica was completely unexpected for Chuck. He looked at her with a smile and gestured to wish her luck. The girl noticed the hero and reciprocated his feelings. From minute to minute, a bright blue light began to emerge from the wall. A portal appeared there, from which the examiner came out. He said that the essence of the exam was to collect crystals from killed skeleton soldiers. The final grade would be determined by their number. Finally, he wished everyone success, and the students went into the portal. Once in another dimension, a battle against the skeletons immediately began. Other teams did well against the skeleton soldiers, killing some of them in one hit. Therefore, Chuck had no reason to worry, and he decided at this time to test his guess. Larry wanted to look at the hero and saw him playing on the phone again. After that, he began to doubt that there was anything special about him. Having entered the game, the main character saw that not only the city gates, but also the location of all the buildings coincided exactly with the dungeon from the phone. All this can only mean is that all dungeons have a real prototype. Then the skeleton rider should also be present there. However, judging by the area already explored, they are still far from it. If the team stayed within the exam area, they probably wouldn't run into this thing. But Ricky suggested moving deeper, and Chuck began to panic. He proposed this idea because there were almost no skeletons left in this area, and the rate of their appearance had also decreased. So he said that if they wanted to get a perfect score, they had to move on. But Chuck interrupted Ricky, saying that it was very risky to go outside the territory, because it could be dangerous there. Ricky stood his ground, adding to his words that they have a complete plan of the territory, and the map is also divided into sections. Still, Larry listened to Ricky, because even if something happens to them, the guys will deal with it. Now Chuck is even more worried. He can't say outright that there is a monster waiting ahead of them, ready to kill them. Until they reach the rider, the hero once again tried to defeat him using the phone, but he didn't really believe in it. At worst, the guy was ready to just grab Larry and run. The guys again came across the skeleton soldiers and began to fight with them, while Chuck tried to defeat the horseman. Unfortunately, the guy can't defeat him. When he dodges or jumps, the rider still kills him. He is stronger than even the flying ant with silver wings. However, it is quite obvious that the skeleton rider does not maintain high agility all the time. He only increases his speed for a moment when he pierces. Most likely this is his spiritual power skill. Unexpectedly, while Chuck was playing with the phone, Ricky killed the soldier from whom the crystal fell. Ricky immediately called Larry and handed it to him. The main character considered this a convenient moment. Since they had scored enough points, he invited him to return. Ricky again began to dissuade Larry, as if it was too early, and the guy didn't need to do anything at all. Larry looked at his phone, and it showed that no dimensional creatures of legendary level or higher were registered nearby, so he decided to go even further. Suddenly, Chuck grabbed his hand and started talking about his sixth sense. Since childhood, he always had an unpleasant feeling if he was in danger, and it had never failed. And it was at that moment that this feeling became very strong. Ricky flared up and started yelling at the guy, saying that Brother Larry took him with him to help improve his reputation. The main character answered him, supposedly the guidey area is very small, so it is not unusual that few students will venture beyond the boundaries. In addition, they scored a lot of points. Therefore, they can easily maintain an advantage by simply killing within the area designated for the exam. Larry thought about the hero's words and realized that his words also made sense. Suddenly, an unexpected incident happened. A rat appeared behind Larry's back and he was stabbed with a dagger. This rat turned out to be the quietest of the guys. His name was Chappie. Ricky wanted to stand up for his brother, but Chappie dealt a crushing blow to him too. He threw it aside, warning him not to interfere. Larry stood there with a bloody body, but to him it was just nothing. As it turned out, his spiritual power skill turned out to be natural invulnerability, with the help of which he is able to heal. Unlike the vitality skills and spatial crystals obtained from spatial beings, the cultivation method is the basic principles of cultivation developed by the people themselves. This is why different cultivation methods determine different cultivation limits. And natural vulnerability is one of the rare techniques that allows you to immediately reach the epic class, skipping mortal and legendary. However, there are rumors that only virgins can follow this path. If you lose your virginity, all efforts will go to waste. No matter how you look at it, Larry doesn't seem like the type of person who would put a lot of effort into perfecting such a skill. Ricky called Chappie a traitor, and he also cannot believe that he is helping Murphy get rid of Brother Larry. Larry had no desire to fight for power with his second brother, but he just can't calm down. Chappie told him that he himself was to blame for what happened, but now it's too late, and he begins to strike. But he didn't appreciate Larry enough and missed. For this strike, Chappie summoned his legendary level pet, Explosive Snake. Ricky did not expect this from him, because it is impossible to get a legendary level pet as a mortal. At this time, Larry was absolutely calm. Now the battle begins, and Chappie strikes him with his dagger, but Larry grabbed him with one hand and did not even receive damage. After that, only fear and confusion could be seen in Chappie's eyes. He threw it back several meters. Opening his eyes, Chappie saw that Larry also had a pet companion of the legendary level, and said that the respected young master Larry also had dirty secrets. However, Larry is not at all like Chappie. He would never use such a terrible method. Chappie was in a hopeless situation, and all he could think of was to run away and hide. But Brother Larry did not want to let him go and ran after him. Chuck tried to stop him, but Larry did not listen to him and continued to run further. Ricky called the main character a pathetic coward because he didn't run after him. He also added that there was no benefit from him, and it was in vain that Brother Larry took care of him. Chuck actually understood that he couldn't help in battle. Larry and Chappie have legendary level companions unlike Chuck, so the likelihood that they will die when meeting that monster is very high. The hero did not understand what to do, help his brother or escape and stay alive. The guy can only defeat the skeleton general if he finds a way to defeat him. Chuck entered the game on his phone and immediately began a battle with the horseman. There was no point in running away from him, because as soon as he starts to strike, the game ends with the death of the hero. However, Chuck began to dodge the general's blows, and he finally lived longer than usual. While he was playing, they had already collided and he had no choice but to act. Looking at the general's battle, he saw his strength. But next to his horse there is a blind spot where he can strike. Therefore, perhaps the hero will have a chance to win if he takes advantage of this opportunity. Signs of struggle began to appear around the guy, which meant that he was already close. Upon reaching them, it was clear that things were bad. And unfortunately, there was a real skeleton general. He was too different from the image in the game. But Chappie could stand next to him. It seemed strange to Chuck. It seems that he does not touch it because of the properties of the armor. And it turns out that this is another legendary level companion. It's good to be a rich man after all. Looks like Larry's brother really wants him to die in this exam. As soon as the writer saw the intruders, he immediately began to attack them. However, Larry managed to protect his guys by using a shield. It was such a strong blow that even Ricky was thrown aside, and Chuck could barely stay on his feet. Ricky told Chuck to help Larry and not to worry about him. He was supposedly fine. Chappie also began to act, as he was eager to see how long Larry could last alone against two. If this continues, Larry will definitely die. Therefore, the main character decided to help him by detaining the monster. But he warned him that he would not be able to resist him for a very long time. Larry answered without hesitation that he would need 2 minutes. The guy did not expect this. Chappie thought that the mortal wanted to measure his strength with the skeleton general, which meant that he himself had sentenced himself to death. Chuck gathered his strength and was ready to fight the general to give Larry time to deal with Chappie. The hero began to dodge the rider just like in the game, and he did it well. He had already dodged dozens of blows and relaxed in the moment. Because of this, he almost lost his groin. In the game, his attacks are formulaic and predictable, but a real general is more dexterous. Chuck came closer to him and decided to strike at his most visible place, but the rider still stood the same and there was not a scratch on him. Ricky was watching the main character at this time, and noticed that he was able to detain the general even without a pet companion. Chappie also noticed this, distracted from the battle with Larry. Because of this mistake, he missed the most severe blow from his brother Larry. After the blow, Chappie began to provoke his brother. However, Larry did not fall for his provocations, since he understood that he could not be allowed to fight against two people at the same time again. Therefore, the only solution to this problem was to destroy Chappie's strange armor. He tried to break through it, but it didn't work, and Chappie summoned his scaly snake. It seemed to him that she would help gain time and also finish off the main character. Chuck was not a simple man and managed to dodge his blow. When the guy dodged, he saw the enemy's weak point and hit him with all his might. Fortunately, Chuck had a pet companion, with which he broke through the armor. After the armor shattered into pieces, a small lizard emerged from it. Larry finished her off by crushing her with his foot. He also told the dead Chappie that it was all his fault. As soon as the skeleton general saw this, he became truly furious. The rider became so fast that Chuck simply did not have time to dodge his blow. But Larry managed to take this blow upon himself, saving the main character. Because of this blow, the black-armored knight had almost reached his limit. And so Larry decided to distract the skeleton, while Chuck had to find a way to deliver the fatal blow. The knight's costume was already on the verge and Larry asked the guy to speed up. Alas, Chuck did not find a weak point and decided to begin to strike. This blow was very powerful, after which they hoped that the rider was finished. However, the skeleton emerged from the dusty fog without a single scratch. After this, the general again began to fight the fighters. They attacked it dozens of times, but there was still not a crack on it. And at that moment, Chuck realized that most likely his weak point was the crack. Since they had no choice, Larry suggested that he take the risk. They were waiting for the right moment, and suddenly it came. Larry threw the hero, and he hit the skeleton general with all his strength on his crack, as a result of which he broke through his skull. They managed to kill the rider, and after that something fell from him. It was an egg with a pet companion. Larry looked at him and just walked away, telling the guy to keep it. If it weren't for him, Larry and Ricky would already be dead, so he told him to take it as thanks for the fact that everything was resolved successfully. The main character happily accepted it from his brother. Unfortunately, Chuck is now immortal, so he won't be able to carry a legendary level egg, and he shouldn't treat it irresponsibly. Larry also wondered how he got his companion, since thanks to his natural invulnerability, he is somehow able to control the knight in black armor. Chuck responded to this by saying that this companion is of the mortal class. Typically, legendary level creatures are stronger than mortal creatures, but the weaker the creature, the more difficult it is for it to form an egg. This means that eggs with mortal level companions are much less common than legendary ones. After that, my brother became jealous that Chuck was so lucky. But now the guy began to worry about what they would do with Chappie's death. Larry told him to just forget about it, because he asked for it himself, since his brother would sort everything out. He also promised him that when they get out, Chuck can safely apply to any university and brother will take care of it. The guys returned through the portal along with the wounded Ricky. Larry stepped aside with the examiner and told him what had happened. It was already evening, and it was time for the team to say goodbye. The main character did not have a car, and the only option to return home was by bus. However, while the guy was on the bus, he felt cold. Most likely he developed anemia due to heavy blood loss. To solve this problem, he thought about whether goji berries or brown sugar would help him, because these foods contain iron, which can help with blood loss. Suddenly a man falls in front of him. He examined it and began to scream loudly, so it seemed to him that it was a corpse. But fortunately, this man stood up. This man turned out to be a middle-aged man. He said that everything was fine with him. It was just that an old illness reminded him of itself. After that, Chuck was happy and was about to leave. However, the man stopped him, saying that their meeting was the will of fate, so he wanted to talk to him a little. The main character was not very good at conversations, and the man decided to ask him just a few questions. Chuck was already becoming more interested, and he stayed to listen to him. The man asked him what kind of girls he liked, with large or small breasts. Because of this question, the guy clearly felt awkward. This was an unexpected question for Chuck, but he confidently answered that he prefers women with small breasts. The old man laughed at his answer, because he also likes such girls. He also added that girls with small breasts are the best and only immature youths like women who look like milk cows. At the time of this conversation, Chuck was thinking about something else. If the chest is too large, maintaining balance during a fight is much more difficult. After that, the man asked him another question. Is the girl tender and affectionate or impudent and sarcastic? What normal person would refuse a cutie and choose a vixen? However, if he continues to say what he wants to hear, this chatter will never end. Chuck was already tired of this man, because he wanted to quickly return home, wash, change clothes, eat, and play. In order for the old man to leave him behind as quickly as possible, the hero decided to choose a daring and sarcastic girl. But suddenly the man's eyes simply lit up with happiness, since it is precisely such women that interest and fascinate him. For the main character, it was a complete failure, because who would even choose one? And Chuck now has a little sister who immediately beat him up. Chuck didn't know how to get rid of him faster, and decided to ask him where he lived, and whether he needed help getting home. However, the old man did not listen to the boy at all, and he said that the body is the main thing for conquering a girl. And he has so little ki and vitality that even his good taste will not help. He sensed the hero's anger at him, and decided to help him improve his method of cultivating spiritual power. Chuck was surprised by the old man's proposal. You just need to figure it out, and then with his help, the guy will be able to make any problematic woman absolutely submissive. The method of cultivating spiritual power is the conquest of women. Chuck thanked the man for such a valuable gift, but he was forced to refuse, since he was already using a different method. And suddenly the old man said that meditation through suffering is nothing. The Heavenly Demon Treatise may not be a top-notch technique, but it is far superior to meditation through suffering. Now the guy felt creepy because he didn't tell the man that he was improving himself using this method. He said that the hero looks as if he has very little vitality, but his body is strong and healthy, and this is achieved only through meditation through suffering. It's good that the guy has just started. If you don't stop doing this nonsense, it will destroy him. Therefore, he told him to take the method of cultivating women, since this method was 100 times better. Then he said that it was not 100, but 1,000, and began to laugh. In general, a strange guy. However, Chuck was worried that they just met by chance, and he could not accept such a valuable gift. Moreover, the guy had never heard of the Heavenly Demon Treatise. If this is a lie, then the old man is just a fraud. But if it is true, then he is going to give such a valuable thing to a person he just met. Then it is hard to say what is really on his mind. After that, the main character said goodbye to the man and went home. But that was not the case. The old man told the hero to stop, and to his surprise, Chuck could not move, which caused him anxiety. The man said that none of those who refused Drax had ever survived. As soon as the main character heard this name from the old man, it seemed familiar to him. Only after a couple of seconds did he realize that this name was written down in the history books. During the greatest chaos due to the interdimensional storm, the most cold-blooded and bloodthirsty man in history was born. This is a demon that bathes the Commonwealth in blood. He killed 27 heroes who had reached the epic class, one after another. Now Drax asked him again if he wanted to accept this gift. Chuck had no choice, and he reluctantly agreed to his proposal. Although the guy agreed, the old man felt his heart screaming that he would not learn this demon's skill. If Chuck masters this skill, the Commonwealth will be forced to arrest him for his relationship with Drax, the king of demons. But suddenly the man said that even if he gave it to him, he would not be able to train. Therefore, he has another method, very interesting. And again I asked him if he wanted to study. Drax looked at him with the eyes of the devil, and told him not to reject the old man's kindness again. The main character had no choice, and he took this method, and the old man, having given it to him, simply left as if nothing had happened. Chuck was in no hurry to leave and waited until the demon was out of sight, hoping that he would not watch him from afar. While the guy was standing on the street, he managed to freeze, and it was because of this that he gave up on the old man and ran home. Along the way, the hero noticed a crowd of people in suits who, it seemed to him, were looking for someone. These were people from the Commonwealth. Most likely they were looking for Drax. But since Chuck was cold, this did not concern him, and he continued to run home. Finally, the main character returned home, and the first thing he did was go to the shower. This day was truly not the best for Chuck. since first there was an attempt on Larry's life, and then this meeting with the legendary villain. But the guy just wanted to play games in peace. He also did not understand what kind of method this was, a blessing or a curse, and then he simply went to bed. After some time, as he fell asleep, something terrible began to happen to him, as if he was falling from the sky to thousands of reaching out hands. At first he didn't realize he was falling. However, when those hands started to grab Chuck, he felt it and woke up very sweaty. He began to feel dizzy and his heart was beating fast. At that moment, the box that Drax gave him began to glow, and it was written on it that this was the Lost Sutra of Immortality. In the morning, Chuck examined the box. It turned out there was nothing unusual in it. Because of this, he began to suspect that it was all due to anemia. Next, the main character washed his face, after which his clarity of consciousness returned, and the discomfort almost disappeared. Since the guy woke up, he decided that he could go play on the phone. When he entered the game, he saw that the skeleton general was still there. Perhaps the monsters are from the game, and in reality they do not affect each other in any way. So Chuck can try to defeat him again. But unfortunately, the guy was unlucky and lost to him again. The main character no longer understood what to do to defeat the writer. This boss is much weaker than the real one, but without the ability of the technical system to maintain its functionality after the failure of one or more of its component parts, the knight in black armor will not be able to defeat him. Although, if you just calculate every move of the general, then maybe there is still a chance. But in any case, there are still a few days before the results are announced, and the main character decides to use this time to try to kill the general. But this requires a lot of blood, and the easiest way to accumulate it is to drink water with brown sugar. Therefore, he should not have died in the game very often, but before playing, he needed to shop. When the guy came to the store, he bought everything that was there. After shopping, the main character came home and immediately sat down to play. Chuck practiced on the rider a couple of times, eating all the food beforehand. Now he had already gained experience and decided to deliver the same blow as in reality to the skull. He destroyed the general and a spatial crystal for level 13 speed fell from him. He finally succeeded, and the guy decided to use it to improve his speed to level 13, but it only reached level 9. It seems that 9 is the limit for a mortal who uses meditation through suffering. Everything is as Drax said. Meditation through suffering cannot be compared with natural invulnerability. Then it became unclear to Chuck where he could get a higher class method. He couldn't study the one the demon gave him. Suddenly, the main character remembered something from his father. He asked Ariana to give the guy a flash drive, from which Chuck expected something amazing. However, he remembered that his father was unlikely to be able to give him anything worthwhile. But this time, Frank really surprised his son, because on the flash drive there was a bow called shooting at the sun. Sun shooting, like natural invulnerability, is a cultivation method with which you can reach the epic class and even higher. Her main specialization is attack, and the requirements are not as stringent as for natural invulnerability. This was clearly a family legacy from someone powerful in the Commonwealth. Chuck wondered how his father got his hands on it. The idea came to him that this was connected with the help of Anfisa's family connections, and he even thought that his father had killed someone. But this is unlikely, because he is not that kind of person at all, and Chuck decided to ask him personally. The father took the phone from his son, and the guy immediately asked him if all his limbs were intact. The father got angry and started making fun of his son, after which Chuck realized from his mood that everything was fine with him. Now the jokes were over, and the hero told his father that he had a serious conversation. Chuck asked him how he got the sun shot, but his father didn't understand since he didn't have it to begin with. And in general, Frank is absolutely uninterested in cultivation, and where would he get such a thing? It turned out that the father did not even think about the main character. Now everything seemed confusing to Chuck since Ariana had originally told him it was a gift from her father. The father thought that she simply decided to give him a gift. After that, the main character hung up without saying goodbye, which made Frank feel unpleasant. But he was not offended by him, and decided to help him by finding out something useful. Dad has a good opinion of Anfisa's family, but first Ariana provoked Chuck at school, and then he almost failed the exam because of Commander Isaac. And only then, she decides to give the guy such a rare technique. It would be foolish to cultivate using this method until everything is resolved. Chuck started to fall asleep when suddenly his heart started beating faster than usual. This time it was definitely not anemia. The main character is sure that that demon Drax is to blame for everything. This couldn't go on any longer, and Chuck tried to come up with something. The guy remembered the box that Drax gave him. Perhaps his health problems could be solved with its help. He opened it, and inside it was a book, and he naturally began to read it. After reading it, he learned what the connection is between Qi energy and the magnetic field of the human body. It really was like an introduction to the cultivation method. While reading the book, the hero did not notice that he had been reading it throughout the day, so he decided to go out to eat. Chuck had already eaten and decided to go continue reading the book. But as soon as he remembered it, he realized that he had forgotten where he had stopped reading. The guy didn't dwell on it for a long time, but simply resigned himself and chose to read it again. However, when he started reading it, he had the feeling that he was reading this book for the first time. Yes, even if he has a bad memory, he could not immediately forget everything. Something is wrong here. Chuck started reading again, but suddenly he forgot whether he turned off the light in the kitchen. When he returned to read, he again forgot absolutely everything he had just read. The guy didn't give up and started reading the book again. He concentrated as hard as he could, but somehow managed to get distracted again. Even stranger is that everything he read flies out of the main character's head if he is distracted for even a second. Chuck didn't give up and tried to rewrite the book. As soon as he picks up the pen, he immediately forgets everything. But he didn't stop here either and tried to take a photo of the book, but the camera did not recognize the text. The Lost Sutra of Immortality turned out to be very strange indeed. Suddenly, the guy got the idea to leave the book somewhere far, far away. Maybe after that he could get rid of the nightmares of sleep paralysis. Suddenly, an unknown number called on Chuck's phone. It was Larry, and he called to find out if the guy had chosen a university to enroll in. But Chuck completely forgot that the results were being announced very soon, and he answered that he was stuck in the game all the time and didn't have time to choose anything. Since the main character did not have time to choose him, Larry suggested that they enter the same university, and Larry decided to enroll at Sion University. It is rumored that Sion recently discovered the interdimensional region and interesting creatures, so this is a really good choice. Unfortunately, if Chuck remembered correctly, Sion is in Luoyang, and as far as he knows, Luoyang is the sphere of influence of Anfisa's family. The next day, Chuck spent most of the day playing on his phone. In the game, he trained by fighting a flying ant. He should have made significant progress by now, but for some reason he still has problems with flying ants with silver wings. This is all due to the fact that they have enormous speed and can also fly. Suddenly, someone started knocking on the protagonist's door. This unexpected guest turned out to be Larry. Larry just walked in unannounced, as if he were walking into his own home. And at that time Chuck didn't understand why he came, because the guy told him that he would need time to think. However, Larry came to visit for a reason. He gave him Sion's secret data, and told him to read it carefully. We were talking about spatial beings in the form of internal organs. Similar creatures appeared in the newly opened interdimensional region of Sion, but Chuck had a hard time understanding why he needed this information. It was a shock for Larry to see that the guy didn't understand what he was talking about. He told him that this is a very unique pet. For example, take a heart. If it is destroyed, this creature can immediately become its replacement. This is tantamount to a second life. Chuck, of course, understood everything. He simply did not have the strength to be surprised. This area is under the administration of Siang, so it is obvious that only students from this university will be able to enter there. If this information is officially released, the best students from all over the world will rush there. But enrollment is limited. Chuck stood and thought about his brother's proposal. As a result, he agreed to enter Sion. He just had to avoid Ariana. Immediately, Larry also remembered Anfisa's family, and it seemed to him that the guy was scared. The main character told his brother that he had nothing to fear, and, in order not to wait, he immediately wrote an application to the university. Then Larry told him to quickly pack his things and immediately go with him in his luxury car. At this time, the Commonwealth was looking for Drax on CCTV cameras. They started watching all the camera footage, and came to the one where Chuck crossed paths with the community. The girl from the Commonwealth immediately realized that the hero had definitely been in contact with Drax, so she gave the order to find him. Larry and Chuck head to Luoyang. The road there takes twice as long due to the fact that you need to go around these interdimensional zones. Also, right now Chuck can't make any progress in the game, so every attempt is a waste of blood. Now the guy started having some problems. He didn't know what to do on the road. If the hero experiences sleep paralysis while sleeping in the car, he will have problems. For some unknown reason, Chuck suddenly felt ill and initially thought he had a fever. And then he remembered Drax's words. Supposedly the body is the main thing needed to conquer a girl, and he has very little ki and blood. Based on this, he specifically needs to monitor his health, so he decides to try to play games more moderately. Chuck was very, very angry at Drax, and because of this, he wants to definitely beat him up when he gets stronger. Suddenly the guy felt something that he had felt before. This was the Lost Sutra of Immortality. The driver must watch the road, and the brother is meditating, so they are unlikely to pay attention to him as he uses the Sutra of Immortality. He thought there was nothing wrong with this, and besides, he had absolutely nothing to do. The main character is simply passing the time on the road. While reading this book, Chuck got into it. Suddenly, the Lost Immortality Sutra disappeared, but the guy finally read it to the end. The main character checked his panel, and it miraculously changed. but now he can no longer use meditation through suffering. Most of all, Chuck wanted to know what kind of technique this was. The Lost Sutra of Immortality. Surprisingly, the hero was even able to overcome the 9-point limit set for the mortal class in general. Now she has become stronger. While Larry sorted everything out, he offered to stay in the same building until classes started. The brother really was a real rich man, since he was able to move them into a huge house. Larry lives alone, and Chuck noticed that there is not a single maid in his house. It was difficult for him to realize that spoiled Larry was cleaning such a huge house himself. Suddenly, they called my brother's phone and said that a new hotel had opened, and he asked that all the best be prepared for him. Larry begins to leave, and before leaving, he tells Chuck that he is supposedly tired, so it will be better for him if he rests. However, the main character chose training instead of rest. His Titan fist has a very large range of motion, making it difficult to apply as much force as an inch punch. The guy tried to use it on flying ants with silver wings, but they easily dodged. And it turns out that he needs to use other techniques to win. At that moment, he remembered the skeleton's palm. But this technique is of a very low rank, and it is unknown whether it will be useful at all. Chuck decided to try this technique. Delivering this strike showed that it took very little time. Unexpectedly, the skeleton palm goes very well with the inch punch. Although this technique is of the first level, it takes up too much spiritual strength. Now the guy wanted to use the same thing in the game. He entered the game, but his spiritual strength was almost zero due to training. Surprisingly, a little was restored, since the Lost Sutra of Immortality actually speeds up the restoration of vitality. Chuck again struck with an inch, only this time at the ant. After that, he switched from a first-level skill to a 10th-level skill. The energy consumption of this skill is also 5, and in strength it can be quite comparable to a Titan's fist. The ant had too little health, and so Chuck went to the skeleton general. But he forgot that the game starts again only if the killed boss is reborn. Gradually, Chuck was able to get used to how the general attacked, and thanks to this he was again able to defeat him with the help of a new skill. The next day, some girl came into the main character's room and managed to wake him up. She asked him why he was the only one in the house, and where Larry was. The girl also added that he is probably playing the fool somewhere again, and also always hides when she comes to him on business. The guy just woke up and didn't even understand who this girl was. She took his hand and led him along, in case she needed help. Chuck told her to let him go because he doesn't even know her. She came closer to him and said that she was his older sister. Larry helped the hero so much, it probably won't hurt him to somehow repay his brother. He also began to mumble, complaining that he was not allowed to just play in peace. Larry's sister heard him and didn't like it very much. But first, before leaving, Chuck needs to clean himself up a little. The sister and the main character arrived at Siang University to the companion pet arena. By the way, Larry's sister's name was Wanda, and she had a very cool motorcycle. Wanda told the guy not to worry, and that he didn't have to do anything other than just stand back. Chuck listened to her and started playing on the phone. Suddenly, some guy with dreadlocks came with a girl and said that his brother didn't come because he was chickening out. Wanda and this dude started a quarrel because he wants to take the egg of the mutant horse they killed for himself. He responded to her by saying that it was he who dealt the fatal blow, so he was obliged to take the egg for himself. There was no point in these conversations, so they wanted to solve everything quickly through a fight in which the winner takes the egg. Since Wanda is in her 2nd year and Glent is in her 4th, the victory will not be fair. Therefore, he invited her to fight with a classmate. It was Diablo, whose face was covered only with scars. Chuck at this time noticed that something was wrong with Diablo, because he had a very angry expression on his face. They stood in the ring and Diablo told Wanda to attack first. Wanda began to prepare for battle using her abilities. The girl's friend asked her not to fight with him, as this egg was not worth it. Chuck wondered who this Diablo was. A girl standing next to him told him that at the university they called him a demon. There are rumors that Diablo allegedly beat up a 4th-year student on his first day who wanted to mock him. Chuck couldn't believe that this big guy was really so strong. Because of this, the guy began to doubt Wanda's victory. Wanda launched the attack first, attempting to kick her opponent. However, Diablo had a powerful defense, with which he repelled the girl's blow. After the unsuccessful blow, Wanda decided to use her super acceleration ability. But for Diablo it was nothing, and he was absolutely calm. Suddenly he grabbed Wanda's leg, and then he began to twist it and threw it into the ground. Diablo began to approach her and told her that she was not his opponent. Wanda's friends started screaming at her to stop because they didn't want the egg. But the girl didn't stop and said that she would continue. As soon as she said this, Diablo immediately punched her in the face. He finished her off, and she could no longer get up. However, Wanda gathered all her strength and knelt down. Diablo saw this, got angry and began to swing at the already beaten girl. Chuck, as soon as he saw the swing, immediately came to the defense of his brother's sister. Diablo did not foresee this and asked him who he was. The main character told him what his name was. and that starting this year he was starting his studies at Sion University. Others simply stood aside and wished the hero well with ridicule. When Wanda noticed her protector, she told him to leave immediately, as it was dangerous there. Chuck didn't want blood among people and forcefully carried the girl away. Wanda's friends took her to a safe place and asked about the victim's condition. But at this time, the fight was not over, and Chuck told Diablo that there was no need for them to fight at full strength, since no one was able to take responsibility for what might happen. He was interested in this idea and wanted to listen to his conditions for continuing the battle. Diablo was supposed to let the guy throw one punch, and if he took less than 3 steps back, Chuck would admit defeat. He agreed to this proposal and was immediately ready to take the blow. Before the blow, Chuck warned him that the blow could be quite strong. For Diablo's friends it seemed strange, since he easily agreed to the guy's proposal. Glent reassured his friend as he obtained his spiritual power skill from the spine porcupine crystal. In addition to having a body stronger than steel, it also has the terrifying ability to deflect attacks on opponents. Also, this skill has already been pumped up to level 9. The last one to challenge Diablo in the same way lost his arm. Chuck didn't wait and hit him in a way that Diablo definitely didn't expect. As a result, he flew away from the blow several times more than 3 steps. When Wanda saw this, she was even speechless and simply froze. It was hard for Diablo to admit it, but he still admitted defeat. If you lose, then you have to pay. So Glent said that he would get it at the expense of being delivered. However, Glent's girlfriend did not agree with his actions, since the consent of all participants was needed, but she did not give it. Therefore, the contract is invalid. After her words, he simply slapped her with a disdainful face. A loss is a loss, and Glent always keeps his word. Glent asked Chuck's name and then said that he remembered it. As soon as he left, his girlfriends began to admire how strong he was and wanted to know about the move he had just used. At this time, Wanda noticed blood coming from the guy's hand, so she said he needed to go to the infirmary as soon as possible. Chuck made Larry's sister believe that he had good friends too. The main character did not expect that it would take so long, and when he returned home, he finally started playing on the phone. The phone had not yet warmed up when Brother Larry entered the house. He grabbed the guy by the shoulder and invited him to go with him to the interdimensional zone in which creatures in the form of internal organs were discovered. However, they cannot enter this area until training begins. But Chuck was lucky to have someone like Larry with him, who could easily take him there. Unfortunately, the hero was just playing on the phone and did not react in any way. This really infuriated his brother, after which Chuck praised him, saying that he was great. Larry just didn't feel sincerity from the guy. The guys started to leave, and Larry added that they needed to go to bed earlier, since they had to get up early tomorrow. At this point, Chuck asked his brother what it takes to get a pet from a legendary level egg. He advised the hero to think carefully before doing this. Firstly, the main character must have more than 10 points of spiritual power. If spiritual strength is not enough, blood and body will replace it. This often results in serious injury and even disability. But there are exceptions. Larry is one of these exceptions, because his natural invulnerability and high regeneration allow him to quickly restore vitality, so he can take out several legendary level creatures without consequences. After listening to him, Chuck decided to leave this idea. But after thinking a little, the guy realized that since this phone uses real objects to create dungeons, he could try pointing the phone's camera at the egg. He pointed the phone at the egg, and it slowly began to disappear. The game immediately identified all the qualities and some kind of merge board appeared. Most likely, the hero's spiritual powers are not enough to breed a general, but he still decided to see what would happen to this ant when merging with a legendary level egg. He succeeded, but he remained mortal, even after merging with the legendary egg, although the values of strength and physical data rose to 10, and a new skill appeared. Chuck decided to try his hand, and this time he was confident of defeating the winged ant. He caught this ant by surprise, and then ordered the bone ant to delay him. But the ant was stronger than last time and freed himself. The main character fought with the ant for a long time, and finally he found the moment to finish with it. Unfortunately, the winged ant killed him, which Chuck never expected. The guy was completely shocked as the monster was using a spiritual power skill based on flight. The next day, the guys were getting ready to go on the road, but Chuck didn't want to ride on a huge beast. It was the legendary white tiger with jade eyes. Larry sweated to take it out. The tiger will definitely attract a lot of attention, and the main character asked his brother if he would still act out plays in front of his older brother. Larry answered him that he was not one of those who would silently endure being beaten. He will never give what he truly deserves. After that, they headed off to meet the adventures on the white tiger. What worried Chuck all this time was that they rode a tiger when they could have comfortably traveled by car. Some time has already passed, and Larry and Chuck arrived in the interdimensional zone. At the entrance to the building, they were met by security and their cards were checked. The capital, Luoyang, which united 13 ancient cities, fell under the influence of a spatial storm. This entire area has strongly settled and turned out to be connected with an unknown underground world, which is why this place is also called the underground city of Buddha. The gate opened in front of the guys, and they saw people. Some of them were exchanging crystals, and some were selling maps of the underground city of Buddha. Here the students traded as best they could. Most of all, this place looked like some kind of market. The military had already cleared the perimeter, so it was quite safe near the exit. But if we talk about things, they didn't sell anything good there. Luckily, Larry had a map that the military uses. They followed the map exactly and seemed to have reached the place they needed. Most likely it was the same underground pond where the Buddha's heart lotus grows. However, Chuck noticed something under his feet. It was again one of the mysterious symbols that Chuck's phone scans. The game has a dungeon that duplicates this place, the underground city of Buddha. Larry noticed how the main character was filming something and shouted to him to quickly catch up with him. The guys approached the place where there was a Buddha's heart lotus. The form of this creature is a heart. But it seems that they are not so easy to get, since you can't just swim across the river. Chuck didn't understand why he couldn't just swim across it. In fact, this water dissolves flesh, so any creature that falls into it turns into a skeleton. Then Chuck begins to think about how they can get to the other side. And suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange guy with wings appears and says that the best option would be to fly to him. He takes out his sword and uses the Shattered Moon skill. Landon's sword was fast, and this is not surprising, since his family is famous for the art of swordsmanship. Therefore, Larry believes that there is supposedly nothing outstanding about this Landon. However, this thing looked very impressive, and Chuck would definitely have tried to get a flying pet companion if he had known about them earlier. Since they missed this lotus, Larry suggested they go look for them in another place. There must be other spatial beings there. But this area is especially anomalous. The military classifies it as an unknown danger zone. Chuck didn't understand what anomalous meant, and he felt creepy from this word. Larry showed the hero a map, which showed that many soldiers had died during the exploration of this zone. They were not attacked, they simply died while they were walking due to organ failure. For the sake of their own safety, children should not rush or act rashly. Larry and Chuck walked calmly, and there were no signs of trouble. But unexpectedly for them, some kind of monster came out of the water. Landon asked his companion to hold out a little longer. Unfortunately, the monster dealt a fatal blow to his pet, whom he called Brock. As soon as Brock died, Landon began to fall into the water. The guys shouted at him to hold on, because as soon as he fell, it would be the end for him. Landon was very lucky and landed on a plant petal. His spiritual power skill allows him to move more easily, but he is still too far from the shore. Suddenly at that moment, Chuck thought of something. He stuck the glove into the pond water, and it failed to harm her, probably only affecting the flesh. Based on this, the main character decided to save Landon with the help of his pet. Landon was moving along the leaves at this time, and at one point they ran out, after which he began to fall. Also, at that moment, the monster began to deliver the same attack as the last time against Landon. However, Chuck managed to save him and repel the attack of the evil monster. Landon was literally born a second time thanks to the main character. Chuck saw that the monster was really strong, so he commanded the bone ant to go back. Landon got off the ant and started running to the guy. He wanted to find out the name of his savior. He thanked him for such a heroic act, but the hero told him that he allegedly did nothing of the kind. Landon also told the savior that one day he would definitely repay his kindness. At this time, Larry was in shock. He didn't know that his friend had a pet called a bone ant and called it cool. The water from this pond does not corrode Chuck's companion, since he is already a skeleton. Bloody water and seed attacks do not cause any damage to the ant. It was because of this that Larry suggested that the guy try to kill the flower with his help. He had a feeling that there was a real treasure inside him. Chuck believed that it was not like an ordinary mutated Buddha's heart lotus. Perhaps it contained a legendary level being. However, this is not a game. If the bone ant dies now, the main character will lose it. So the guy decided to bring his pet companion back. And because of this, Larry did not understand what Chuck was afraid of, since it was just a companion, and if they managed to kill this monster, they would get much more. In response to this, the main character said that he is not a gambler. After this situation, Chuck began to seem less cold-blooded than he seemed. A couple of hours passed and the guys returned home. Larry told Chuck that the 2 passes were wasted, and word of the giant lotus was about to spread, so he wouldn't be surprised if someone beat them. But Chuck still had a plan, so he decided to head into the room and asked his brother for a copy of the Buddha City map. After giving the card to the main character, Larry began to think that this guy was in a good mood. Chuck thought about entering this city through the phone and looking around there for their safety. Entering the dungeon, the guy noticed that there were many more flowers there, since they were even near the shore. But the hero didn't see the giant lotus anywhere. Apparently, he disappeared. But Chuck was not upset, so he moved on in a good mood and with his bone ant. At this time, other people came into the dungeon. One of these people was very cautious, so he immediately summoned his strongest legend-level pet, the golden-eyed eagle. This guy looked at the flower and said only that he would destroy it. Well, Chuck didn't sit idle all this time and tried to destroy the flower in the game. After a few hours, he finally managed to destroy it and finally get something. This crystal had a skill, but Larry didn't say anything about what kind of spiritual power skill the Buddha Lotus dropped. Judging by the way the flower attacks, the main character assumed that it had some kind of hidden weapon. Chuck sat down on the ground and used the skill from this crystal. This skill made the guy feel warm, and it was not at all like the pain from a titan's fist. The main character received the 7th level skill, which was called Calming the Heart. It is used as a spiritual power booster skill, so Chuck decided to look at how it works. However, other than feeling warm, he did nothing, so it is not surprising that Brother Larry forgot to even mention this skill. While the boy was learning a new skill, suddenly an attack began on his pet. Chuck did not expect this attack and was even a little scared. And the boss, a Buddha heart lotus with a bloody pattern, began to attack. Previously, the main character guessed that there was also this monster in the game, and as soon as he saw it, a certain joy could be seen in his eyes. This time he was not afraid of him and sent his bone ant at him because in the game the pet will not die. The monster began to attack the main character and his pet again. However, his attacks did not cause much harm to his pet companion. Therefore, the boss began to lose sight of him as he dived into the water. Chuck longed for the death of the monster, and for this he gave the order to the bone ant to destroy it. But only when the ant began to follow the monster, the lotus opened its mouth. The monster's mouth had many teeth, and it was thanks to them that he was able to eat the ant. As it turned out, the monster was not stupid. He simply made the boy look like a fool. Since now the main character is not with the bone ant, he will not be able to enter the pond. Since Chuck will reappear anyway, he thought of going to the forbidden area that Larry told him about. The guy liked this idea and immediately ran there. Chuck had almost reached this area, and along the way he saw many different types of Buddhist paintings. This place was very strange, and he did not encounter a single monster on his way to this area. The hero raised his head and realized that the restricted area was right in front of him. This forbidden area was called the Small Buddha Temple. As soon as Chuck saw the inscription of the small temple, he ran there, but at that moment the game ended. The main character was completely bewildered, as he simply ran to the temple and died. But he didn't give up so easily and decided to go there again. While the guy was running to the small temple, the character's well-being in the game was getting worse each time. And in that moment he died again. When the character died, his insides twisted a little, and Chuck felt it in the real world. Everything is exactly as Brother Larry said. There is no external damage, but the internal organs are failing. The anomalous zone is to blame for this, so it is not surprising that even the military turned out to be absolutely helpless. Chuck considered it all not so important, after which he put down the phone and went to bed. Dawn was already coming and the sun was not as usual. Larry said that, as expected, the news of the Buddha's heart lotus made a lot of noise. Chuck didn't understand what his friend was talking about and asked what happened. The brother said that last night a senior student tried to kill the flower with an aerial attack from his golden-eyed eagle. As a result, all his feathers burned out, after which the brother almost died laughing. If the hero had listened to him, then today they would laugh at them. Larry looked at the news again, and he concluded that among all of them, it was this one that simply blew up the university. It will soon become even more fun, because many will want to try. Although the flower is quite strong, both among the military and among the students, there will be those who can destroy it. However, since the military has not yet intervened, this will probably continue to be the case. The Commonwealth has long had clear rules for such situations. In order for the military to act, the creature must pose a certain level of danger. A different algorithm is provided only in special circumstances. For the guys, this is an opportunity to get resources. While they were talking, someone started knocking on their door. Larry shouted for the unexpected guest to come in, and at that moment, Chuck's phone began to ring. The guy saw that his father was calling him and picked up the phone. The father asked his son if he was in Luoyang now. Chuck was really there, and he wondered why his dad called him. The reason for this call was that the hero's new mother wants to meet him and have lunch together. The hero told Frank that everything is fine with him now, and he doesn't want his father to ruin everything. At this time, Larry called Chuck, as an unexpected guest was calling him. In general, the guy was happy for his father, but he asked not to disturb him, but Ariana had already volunteered to bring him. As soon as the hero heard this name, he felt uneasy. Frank didn't even have time to find out where his son was, and she left in the morning, after which Chuck had a bad feeling. When Larry saw Ariana, she told him that the man Anfisa was marrying was Chuck's father, which left his brother in complete shock. The brother should have guessed earlier, since they have the same last name, which means he is also connected with Anfisa's family. But Chuck told Brother Larry that this concerns only his father. He has nothing to do with this family. After the hero's words, Ariana got angry and said that the car was outside the gate and they needed to go. Arriving in Luoyang, the guy was going to avoid Anfisa's family with all his might, but who would have thought that they would show up without an invitation? Chuck warned Larry that he needed to leave for a while. His brother understood the boy and simply let him go without asking any questions. As the guys walked to the car, Ariana asked him if he had practiced shooting at the sun. The main character answered her by saying that his father did not send him anything like that. It seemed to Ariana that Chuck considered this skill to be fake and became even more angry with him. In response to this, she said that everything was just great, because the hero did not train, since she wanted to harm him. Whether this method is real or not no longer matters. Since Chuck is using the Lost Sutra of Immortality, other methods of cultivating spiritual power are no longer available to him. Chuck and Ariana are already in the car, but a certain person was watching them and photographing them. It was a Commonwealth, and the captain was informed that they had finally received the data. They learned his name, and that he was a brilliant student who came in second place during the guide school's combat skills test. He is now in Luoyang, so it is not surprising that the Commonwealth could not find him in guide. Based on this, the community believed that he was in no way connected with Drax, but only they found other information about Chuck. They learned that his father, Frank, had recently married the widow Anfisa. This was unexpected for the captain, because it was unclear how such a man could attract Anfisa. Therefore, the captain thought that he had become confused with the group that was operating from abroad. The assistant checked Frank's database. It was written there that he supposedly reached the legendary level several years ago. But because of his age, everyone in this group would make fun of him. So the assistant assumed that Anfisa just really liked him because of his pretty face. The captain told the assistant that this could not happen, because Anfisa was not like that. When the head of Anfisa's family died, big changes began. Many wanted to grab a piece of influence for themselves while they had the opportunity. But Isaac, who was only 13 years old at the time, was able to retain power. Therefore, the captain concluded that such an incredible woman would never marry a loser. After all this, he ordered his assistant to find an opportunity to bring Chuck to him. He also said that Anfisa's family should not suspect anything. At this time, Chuck and Ariana had already arrived at their family's house. The house was very huge, as expected from Anfisa's family. The hero's father and new mother met the children at the gate of the house. Anfisa finally met Chuck. She really wanted to see him. The family table was filled with rich food, and Anfisa told the boy to try everything, since she cooked it all. The shrimp were very fresh. They were airlifted that morning. Little Ariana's favorite. Because of his mother's words, Chuck saw Ariana smile for the first time. However, the mother said that Chuck was their guest, so it was for him. The hero felt uneasy from what he heard. It was only after this that Ariana literally got angry with the boy and was ready to kill him because of her aggression. Anfisa whispered to Chuck not to pay attention to her, since the mother wanted to punish her daughter a little for offending him earlier. As soon as he tried the shrimp, he realized that he had never eaten anything like this before. But it seemed strange to him whether Anfisa really was Ariana's mother. Evening had already come, and the new mother invited the main character to stay with them. Chuck said that it's not worth it. When school starts, it will be more convenient to live closer to the university, and he and his friend have very good housing. In fact, the guy was afraid to stay, because Ariana would definitely finish him off. But Anfisa did not let him go empty-handed and gave him the card. At first, Chuck didn't understand what it was, since he had never seen anything like it before. This is a pass card to his personal room in the Sion dorm. Frank once said that the main character loves to live alone, so the stepmother decided to prepare such a gift for the guy. This was a really useful gift for Chuck. If he lived alone, no one would bother him to play games. But it became unclear to the hero how his father knew what he needed. Chuck accepted the gift and thanked her, calling her Auntie. Anfisa didn't like the fact that the guy called her Auntie, so she asked to call her just Mistress. The main character felt embarrassed by this. Women are really very worried about their age. Chuck returned home, but it looks like Larry has gone somewhere again. For the hero, this day seems to have been the best, since he ate deliciously, is full of energy, and can now play as much as he wants. In the game, he again went underground to the ant cave, in which he killed an ant, after which he again got an egg. But the last time the boy used the egg, the characteristics were much better. Suddenly Chuck was attacked by an ant with wings. Because of this, the hero yelled at him, saying that it was ugly to attack like a rat. Now the guy needs to patiently dodge, otherwise he will be killed immediately. As soon as the ant got close, Chuck had a chance to strike it. However, the ant was faster, so he dodged his blow and hit back. Chuck got punched in the face and realized he had to find a way to kill him with one blow. At one point, the ant simply disappeared into thin air. This isn't the first time an ant has hidden, so Chuck was prepared by using armor. Also, now the hero could only predict where he would end up. Fortunately, the boy predicted the moment of the attack and aimed his blow at the monster. Chuck hit it with a strong blow, but the ant was still able to move. The main character got tired of this, and he decided to deliver the final finishing blow. This time he succeeded and was finally able to exhale. Chuck got the egg from this monster the first time. The guy was happy, but he was faced with a choice: either breed the pet or use the egg to merge with the bone ant. But the compatibility of the fusion with the bone ant was 20%. Chuck found this strange because they were both ants, and their compatibility was lower than with the skeleton general. Since the compatibility was too low, the hero decided to try to breed a legendary level pet from him. Even if nothing worked, it should not affect reality. Chuck was faced with a difficult choice, and it even made him start to sweat. Still, he gathered his thoughts and was ready to take the risk. Suddenly, the spiritual strength of the protagonist began to be sucked out. Due to severe pain, the guy began to scream loudly, because it was as if his back was being torn apart by sharp fangs. From what was happening, Chuck began to cough along with blood. He saw that he had lost a lot of blood, and his eyes began to darken. Nevertheless, this process influenced reality, and the main character lost consciousness, falling on the floor, on which there was a pool of blood. A couple of minutes later, the guy woke up. Chuck was lucky that this happened in the game. If he had done this in real life, he would already be dead. The hero became interested in what happens if the hatching is unsuccessful. It seemed to him that in the worst case, the egg simply disappears, and decided to check it in the game. But in an unexpected turn of events, someone hatched from the egg. It was wonderful. Thanks to the ant with silver wings, the guy would finally be able to fly, so he would definitely deal with the lotus. He began to summon his pet, and a small ball appeared in front of him. And from this ball, a small ant with silver wings appeared. After this, Chuck was speechless and in complete shock. He started screaming loudly throughout the house because he didn't understand what the hell this was. The boy calmed down a little and began to look at the characteristics of the pet, which was in the initial stage. The hero felt that he was too weak for a creature of the legendary level, although he was quite good when he tried to kill it. Chuck decided to take a closer look at it, and the ant suddenly became cute for him. Suddenly a sign appeared near the ant, in which it was written to feed it quickly, since it was very hungry. The guy started to feel a little anxious because he didn't know what to feed him. However, a board appeared in front of him, on which he could choose what to feed the ant. He could eat a bone ant, or a powerful mutant ant. This is the reason Chuck got angry at the pet, because normal pets can eat monsters. But as soon as the hero looked at his companion, he could not help but feed him. Therefore, the guy still chose to feed him an egg, which he really did not want. As it turned out, this only solves the problem of hunger. Growing it is not so easy. The pet can't fully fight yet, so Chuck will have to see what he can do in the form of wings. When he saw these tiny wings, he almost fainted. Since the ant cave is spacious, the main character decided to try out the wings there. Having started the flight, the guy immediately began to fly at great speed. Chuck didn't expect such speed, but it definitely made him happy. The ant's wings also had good maneuverability, meaning the wings weren't that bad. But unfortunately, the hero was unable to fly higher. This means that the agility of the king of shaving flight manifests itself only at low altitude. Since Chuck can now fly, there is no longer any point in killing ants on the ground. Therefore, our character decided to continue exploring the cave. While the guy was flying, he began to notice that the cave was slowly narrowing. Chuck also began to notice something strange and decided to stop. He looked at the ground and saw how the number of ants increased significantly. But the hero did not despair, because now he can fly. Although there are many ants, they will not catch him. However, the ants were up to something and began to gather in a huge heap. The ants managed to surround Chuck and trap him. Only our hero did not give up and used his ashen palm. After this blow, the boy and the ants flew to various distances from each other. When the ants flew away, Chuck noticed an anthill, because of which there were more ants near him than usual. Ants with wings began to fly out from this anthill, and then they began to attack the main character in a crowd. The guy was unable to deal with such a huge horde and realized that he could not do anything. So he went to certain death. After visiting this cave, Chuck realized that there was actually a lot more interesting in it, but the boy's abilities do not yet allow him to get close to the anthill. While Chuck was playing, he managed to get hungry. Therefore, the hero decided to look into the refrigerator, which of course contained nothing except champagne. After that, Chuck realized that he would have to take a walk. Despite his laziness, the guy decided to go alone down the street to the store. However, at this time, people from the Commonwealth were watching him. Since there were a lot of people on the street, the captain's assistant decided to take on all the work herself. The captain gave the command not to hide their identities, so the assistant stuck to her image. She looked amazing, so she believed that this boy would not be able to resist her. The assistant had already heard the hero's steps and was preparing to act. She fell in front of Chuck, shedding a fake tear and screaming how much she was hurt. The girl looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked for his help. But Chuck didn't even look at her and moved on, because he was very hungry. Because of this, the girl became angry with him, since he dared to ignore her charm. The assistant did not stop there and decided to use her trump card. Chuck was walking at that moment and thinking about something else, that now he could fly, and could also get to the lotus pond much easier. A girl from the community grabbed the hero's hand and called him a cute boy. She asked him where he was going so quickly, but the guy didn't understand what was happening and asked her who she was. The assistant told him that she was allegedly lost, and had only recently fallen, after which she asked him for help. Chuck didn't react to this, and said he would just call the police for her. The girl turned off the hero's phone because she wanted him to walk her home. The main character responded to her by saying that he needed to have dinner, which made the assistant completely shocked. She was disappointed that food was more attractive to him than a girl. She also added that if Chuck doesn't want it in a good way, then it will be in a bad way. Therefore, the girl planned to beat the hero until he lost consciousness, and forcefully take him to the base. But unfortunately for the captain's assistant, Chuck dodged her blow. At first, the guy didn't notice this girl's face. When he looked at her face, he immediately remembered her when she and the community were looking for Drax. It was in vain that the girl underestimated Chuck. Because of this, she decided to get down to business seriously. However, the main character did something that no one would expect. He simply called the police, saying that he was attacked. If this continues, the assistant will definitely be discovered, and a lot of problems will arise if Anfisa's family suspects something. It was for this reason that the girl let go of Chuck and left. The main character looked at her leaving and didn't understand why she just left. At first, it seemed strange to him that the Commonwealth appeared, because he didn't even do anything. But then it dawned on him. Suddenly, they mistook him for Drax's ally. Immediately after the incident, Chuck called brother Larry. Larry was glad that his friend called because he had never called him before. The main character told his brother to find a quiet place because he needed to tell him something important. Larry found a quiet place, and the boy told him about the meeting with Drax. From what he heard, the brother began to envy his friend, because he also wants to meet such a legendary character. It's good that he didn't tell him about the part of the Immortality Sutra that interested this demon most. Otherwise, Larry would have gone crazy with delight. From Chuck's story, his brother guessed that these were hyenas. This is a special organization created to solve problems that the Commonwealth cannot deal with through legal means. They act with particular harshness, without thinking about methods and consequences. They have a bad reputation, which is why they are called hyenas. Just by their name, it is clear that they will bring a lot of problems. Chuck also asked his brother if he knew any way to get the guy into the university as quickly as possible. Although the special inspection has almost complete freedom of action, they cannot work too openly or ignore Xiang University. Since Luoyang is the sphere of influence of Anfisa's family, Larry suggested that he just stay close to them. Then the hyenas would not dare to do anything to him. But still, his brother can help him with quick enrollment since he is also applying for early enrollment. He will also try to talk to his old man. Maybe there is another way to deal with the main character's problem. Chuck hung up and didn't understand why something was constantly happening to him. If only he were stronger. At this time, the girl from the Commonwealth, whose name is Megan, returned to the Commonwealth Special Inspection Department. The captain was very angry at her actions, as he warned her to do everything secretly and unnoticed. And just recently his boss called him, and he didn't know how to explain this to them. Megan told him it was the subordinates' fault for misjudging the preferences and strength of their target. The girl asked the captain for another chance, and she was sure to cope. He thought about it, and told her that now Chuck would be even harder to get to. So he gave her a folder to look through. The captain asked his mentor to find secret information about Anfisa and her family. All of this was in a folder that he gave to Megan. The girl carefully read this folder. There she saw that the place was originally intended for Ariana, but the family allowed an outsider, Chuck, to take it over. The captain agreed with Megan that it was inexplicable, but there was no mistake. The family exercised their right to make changes once and gave the spot to Chuck. It seemed strange to the man that both Drax and Anfisa's family all converged on him. Chuck was really interesting to the community. At this time, the main character sneezed, thinking that someone was remembering him. Chuck also finally made it to Xi'an University. After university, our character headed to the house in which there was a room. This is the same gift from Mrs. Anfisa. Entering it, the guy saw how spacious it was. Anfisa had arranged everything in an unusual way. Chuck's new life is slowly making itself known. However, the boy was in such a hurry to come to this house that he took too few things, so he had the task of buying something. There must definitely be a store on campus. To find it, you need a navigator. While Chuck was glued to his phone, a certain girl came down the stairs. This girl turned out to be Ariana. She also lives in this house, but one floor higher. She did not expect to see him and walked on with puffy cheeks. Chuck again didn't understand why she was starting to get so angry. Then the boy sighed and resigned himself, pretending that nothing had happened. The main character was looking for a store, and judging by the map, it should be somewhere nearby. But something went wrong, and it seems Chuck went in the wrong direction. It was empty all around, so it wouldn't be possible to even ask anyone where he ended up. Suddenly, the guy heard a cat start meowing from somewhere. Luckily, there was someone else with the cat. The voice coming from the other side seemed very familiar to Chuck. He came around the corner and asked to show him the way. And there sat Diablo and lisped with the cat. Chuck didn't expect to see such an evil guy playing with a cat. Diablo slowly let go of the cat and he felt a little uneasy. So he warned Chuck that if he told anyone, he was dead. The boy told him that he just wanted to ask where the store was. Diablo listened to him and let him go, telling him about the area. This is the old part of the campus. He gave directions to the hero, and then he will find guards who will lead him to the store. He also warned him not to interfere with them. After the spatial storm, people began to gain the opportunity to enter into contracts and subjugate beings with enormous power. And most people now do not consider it necessary to pay attention to simple earthly animals. Who would have thought that tigers also enjoy the scent of roses? This means that even a formidable person can show tenderness. Arriving home, Chuck started playing on the phone again and lost the game again. He was sure that the path from the bridge to the small Buddha temple was guarded by a mysterious force that would kill anyone who dared to pass. It's just very strange. The guy just spent several lives trying to get to the temple, but every time he is killed without any warning. Chuck even tried to fly and not touch the ground. But as soon as you get into this zone, you die immediately. The hero began to be tormented by the thought that this was a dead end. But this is a game. No matter how difficult it is, there must still be a way. The skeleton horseman and the flying ant are strong and can find a blind spot to attack, but they were still quickly killed. The main character thought about it and realized that this was not quite like a boss battle. After some time, he realized that he needed a key to enter. Therefore, the boy will have to find it for further passage. There was just one catch. There was nothing to explore in the city of Buddha except the pond. At that moment, Chuck remembered his learned skill of calming his heart. This is a Buddha city skill, but it does not increase defense, attack, or speed, only consumes spiritual power. Based on this, it means it has a different use. Thanks to this skill, he went further than usual. Chuck was very happy because now he will be able to explore the temple. But as soon as the guy walked further, the phone screen turned off. He also noticed how the energy consumption of spiritual power suddenly became too high. However, the main character did not stop and continued to play. In this case, he decided to run to the temple in one jerk. Unfortunately, the guy was still unable to move on. Chuck still didn't have enough speed, so he decided to use a flying ant. Maybe it would work. Yes, now it is much faster, but the consumption has also become higher. As practice shows, the 7th level is not enough to pass, so you need to pass it by clearing the lotus pond again. But only at that moment Brother Larry called the hero. His brother told him to quickly come to the pond, as the real show was starting there. Chuck asked him why he should come there, but Larry replied that he would see everything for himself when he came. At the pond, Kyle, a third-year student, and Ariana, who had reached the legendary level even before enrolling, met. It is not surprising that Kyle wants to kill this lotus of the heart of Buddha and give her a gift in honor of enrollment. Ariana told him not to waste time on such nonsense, since she did not need any welcome gift. The girl also added that supposedly Kyle would not be able to kill this lotus with a bloody pattern. After her words, Kyle became angry, and the rest of the people were surprised. The brother was surprised that everyone calls this creature the lotus of the heart of Buddha with a bloody pattern. It seems that Anfisa's family has long studied in detail everything about this monster. Then, out of nowhere, Ricky appeared and said that this guy Kyle wants to suck up to Ariana's family. He put on such a performance right after school started. Although Kyle's family has a certain influence, it is significantly inferior to Anfisa's family, and their business is highly dependent on the position of Ariana's family. So Ariana will definitely never like it. After that, Ricky started talking dirty about Ariana and Larry. But his brother gagged him so that he would stop, since this was, after all, his friend's younger sister. Larry can't offend him like that. When Chuck arrived, he was upset that his brother called him because of his sister. Larry told him that Ariana had a crush. Shouldn't her big brother do something? In response to this, the guy asked him why he was so worried. Kyle didn't expect Ariana to think so badly of him, so he promised to kill this monster, and she would have to accept his gift. However, the girl told him that this was a meaningless promise and advised him not to disgrace himself. The third-year student did not lose heart. He only told her one thing, so that she could just watch. Kyle used his 2 legendary silver hawks, and this greatly surprised Ricky. He stood still and only gave the command to his faithful birds to finish off the lotus as quickly as possible. The Bloodwater couldn't harm their plumage, as expected from the legendary level. Perhaps he could still defeat them. At this moment, Chuck said it was not so simple. In fact, the battle is not over yet. In a moment, the lotus of the heart opened. After this, Kyle truly felt fear for his birds. As a rule, spatial creatures, plants are very weak, but here is proof of the opposite. Kyle decided to use his secret technique to see if he could handle it. His secret technique was to turn silver hawks into burning birds. Unfortunately, Kyle is out of luck, as the monster also has the defensive skills of spiritual power. It was then that the third-year student realized that this monster was not so simple. But it seems that this blood shield only works in 4 directions. He just needs to distract him. One of his hawks will create a distraction, while the other strikes from above. At that second, Chuck shouted that it was a trap. Kyle heard the hero, and while he turned away, the monster swallowed one of the third-year hawks. The people were shocked by what they saw. If Kyle continues, he will lose even more. The senior student realized that he could not cope with the lotus of the Buddha's heart, and called off the second hawk. After that, he approached the main character. Chuck didn't think he could handle the monster from the start, so Kyle asked him how he knew that. For the boy, this minute was very inconvenient, since he could not say that he had passed it in a game on the phone. However, he was lucky because Ricky stood up for him, saying that it was obvious. He also bragged about how brother Chuck took second place in the fighting skills test and guide. When Kyle heard that Chuck took second place, he sarcastically praised him and smiled. Ricky didn't like his smile. It seems he doesn't care much that his silver chicken died. If he were in his place, he would have simply sunk into the ground. Then Kyle asked him what great plan the second one in guide had to kill the lotus. After that, Ricky said that if brother Chuck gets down to business, he can handle it easily. He won't disgrace himself like Kyle. The protagonist's face showed how uncomfortable he felt with his friend's words. Ariana also heard this conversation, and as soon as Ricky talked about Chuck, she immediately ran in their direction. Ariana walked up to her stepbrother and looked into his eyes with a surprised face. She asked the guy if he was sure that he could cope with this monster. This question made Chuck feel even worse than before. Although the main character tried many times, he was never able to defeat the lotus in the game, and the real blood-patterned lotus used a skill that was not in the game. Chuck didn't know what to answer his sister, and clenched his fist tightly. Kyle noticed this, and said that the hero was simply scared. Therefore, they could only chat. At that moment behind Chuck, you could hear someone wanting to try it with the boy. This man was Brother Larry. He saw how his friend immediately needed support. Kyle didn't expect the famous dude to want to help him. Even the Silver Hawk lost, so the third year thought that these weaklings were just delusional. However, he did not leave and stayed to watch the show. After that, Larry yelled at Ricky, since he never keeps his mouth shut. But the guys no longer have any point in blaming him. They have already accepted the challenge. Now they need to discuss strategy. Chuck couldn't defeat the lotus in the game, but now there are 3 of them. So our hero hoped it would be easier this way than 1. And Larry also has 2 legendary-level companion pets, so maybe things aren't so hopeless. Now the guys had the main question of how to enter the pond. You can't rely only on a bone ant because it won't survive 3. In fact, as soon as they learned about the Buddha's heart lotus with a bloody pattern, Larry began to look for an egg with a pet that could fly, but this is very rare, and he could only find a mollusk that could barely fly. The flying shell does not inspire confidence, when suddenly Ricky asked for it to be given to him. He used his pet, a turtle with a dragon scale shell. Until this moment, Larry thought that Chuck had gotten an interesting specimen, but Ricky also hit a mortal level one. So the guys plunged into the pond on a turtle and moved towards the lotus. Ricky told them to start the fight while he sent the turtle to help them. Larry and Chuck were ready to begin the attack. It was clear from their gaze that they seriously intended to kill. The main character first used his bone ant. Larry wasn't far behind and summoned his pet companion. The people were shocked that a companion of a legendary level appeared in the battle again, and that there really was that frivolous and dissolute third son from the family in which Larry was. When Kyle saw Brother Larry's pet, he began to be a little jealous of his wealth. If you look at Ariana, this time her face was not as angry as it always was. Chuck noticed his brother's clam swaying. He realized that it was difficult for him to control his pet, so the guy instructed Ricky to make sure that he did not fall into the water. The guys got ready and began to attack the heart lotus with a bloody pattern. At first, the lotus began to shoot something incomprehensible at the guys. Therefore, Chuck was the first to defend himself with his bone ant. The protagonist's ant was able to repel all the monster's attacks. Larry did not sit idle and wait for the right moment to strike the lotus of the heart. The brother managed to strike, but only now he got angry and began to use his defense skill. Chuck noticed this and thought he was using it to force the guys to attack from above. Larry was about to hit him in the forehead at that moment. Brother Larry gathered his strength and began his attack against the enemy. But after this blow, he lost consciousness and began to fall. However, he managed to break through the lotus, inside of which there was a toad. After breaking through the lotus, the toad immediately began to attack Larry. Fortunately, Chuck managed to use the Titan's fist, thereby saving his friend. The hero told Rick to quickly pick up Larry, and at that time he would get rid of the Toad. Ricky accepted his request and said he would act immediately. Chuck then went to fight the Toad. The Toad used the same technique that it used against brother Larry. That is why the main character again used the titanium clack, with which he killed her. Looking back, Chuck saw something he never expected to see. At this time, Ricky just stood there and did nothing, and Larry was still falling into the pond. He said not to blame him for this, but his eyes immediately became bright red, just like the devil's. Since Ariana was also there, she was already ready to help brother Larry and Chuck. However, something stopped her and surprised her very much. Our hero had wings, thanks to which he saved his brother. Larry felt uncomfortable because the boy saved him again. As soon as Chuck caught him, he headed towards Ricky's pet. He started yelling at him because he was hiding from him that he had a flying pet companion. Chuck responded to this by saying that first he was rude to the high school student, then he rushed to help them, and this is not at all like him. Larry was very angry with Ricky, so he punched him in the face and told him to learn to pretend better. Next, Larry asked him why he did this to him. Pathetic Ricky said that his second brother Murphy had long ago bribed those around him so he couldn't cope with him. The most unexpected thing in these minutes was that Ricky decided to die together. Chuck and Larry had already spent their strength and did not know what to do, because Ricky destroyed his own pet. But they were very lucky, because they fell into some kind of ball that kept them in the air. It was Ariana. She still helped her half-brother. The next day, the guys were called to Xi'an University, to the investigation room. There they told everything, after which they were released. Leaving the room, Larry began to think that he really was a bad person, since all his friends were betraying him one by one and trying to kill him. After his words, Chuck asked why there is such strong hatred between him and the second brother. He only thinks about how to remove his little brother. After the death of his older brother, Larry did not communicate with Murphy. The second brother constantly discussed important family issues with the old man. He simply enjoyed his position as a young master. He also added that he wants to kill him not at all because of the power of the family. Chuck stopped him and asked what was the reason for this dissatisfaction on Murphy's part. Suddenly the guys heard the clatter of expensive men's shoes. So Larry said to go further because he didn't feel comfortable talking there. Arriving home, my brother stocked up on soda cans and went into Chuck's room. To begin with, Larry asked the main character if he knew the difference between the levels. Between mortal, legendary, epic, and finally mythical. As the level increases, the gap becomes larger, eventually turning into an insurmountable chasm. Considering this, the brother asked his friend how the first creature of the mythical level was killed. Chuck didn't understand why he was asking him about this, because it was written about in books. The main character began to tell a story from the book. But Larry interrupted him, calling it just nonsense. To defeat a creature of the highest level, even 100 such heroes will not be enough. The real reason the 6 heroes were able to win was because they had mythical level companions. But after thinking about it, Chuck realized that this was not logical, since you cannot get a mythical level companion without first killing a mythical level creature. Larry told him that they had a divine blessing to help them do this. Someone gave the 6 heroes the key to kill such a creature. They were given embryos of mythical creatures. The main character didn't believe him, because there is no evidence for this, so it's just a legend, the boy thought. The Commonwealth has created a special top-level department to figure out what happened to those heroes. But most people don't know about it. This department also allows certain people to receive the same gift. After this story, Chuck slowly began to believe in the existence of divine blessing. But he didn't understand why brother Larry told all this. Later, it finally dawned on him why Larry had told all this. The old man chose his brother as the first heir to the blessing from their family. That's why Murphy can only get this place if he kills him. Later, Larry warned the hero to be careful. Since the guy had already violated the plans of the second brother several times, he might pay attention to him. Chuck then began to realize that he needed to get stronger as quickly as possible. Having entered the game, a board appeared in front of him, which said that the flying ant with silver wings was very hungry. The boy did not expect that he had already become so hungry, and eggs and companions are not very cheap. But if the hero wants him to grow, he will have to feed him. There's nothing to be done. Chuck will have to clear the dungeon several more times. At this time, the entire university was watching a video of the battle between Larry and Chuck. The students believed that if not for Ricky's betrayal, they would definitely destroy the lotus core of the Buddha's heart. Also, Wanda's friends asked to show them her younger brother. She looked at the recording and saw Chuck there, after which she behaved differently than usual. However, the videos were also seen by the Commonwealth investigation team. They saw that Chuck reacted quickly and dodged the poisonous moon toad's attack, and then killed it with one blow. Indeed, relying only on the capabilities of his body, it was probably extremely difficult to achieve this. But his movements did not feel like the use of a spiritual power skill, Megan believed. After this, she came to the conclusion that he was using some kind of unusual cultivation method. But just last week they received information from intelligence that Chuck practices meditation through suffering. But with such a weak technique, it is impossible to achieve an impressive result. The Commonwealth knew for sure that he had used it while he was in guide. The captain had only been able to catch a glimpse of him that evening, but there could be no mistake. A calm jade glow emanated from the hero's skin. This is a hallmark of meditation through suffering, but now he saw it completely disappear. Then he came to the conclusion that the person who taught him the highest level method was someone from Anfisa's family, or it was Drax. At this time, the influence of the Lost Immortality Sutra on Drax's body is getting weaker and weaker. Chuck met his stepmother just a few days ago. Even if Anfisa gave him an advanced cultivation method, he wouldn't have time to master it. Based on this, Anfisa's family disappears, which means only Drax remains. While discussing this topic, the captain ordered Megan to find any way to accuse Chuck of conspiring with Drax, and then request a warrant for his arrest. The captain wanted to get at least some information out of him. Megan accepted the captain's order. After all, she promised to personally take care of him as soon as she got to him. But only the assistant began to worry that the family would begin to protect Chuck, since he is now at the university. The captain told her not to worry about it, because when they got a cross-country warrant for his arrest, they wouldn't cover it up unless they wanted to break the laws of the Commonwealth. Moreover, Isaac and Ariana themselves created problems for him, which means that they do not agree with the changes in inheriting the divine blessing. After that, Ariana came to her mother's room. She didn't understand with whom, by the way, Chuck would fight for the divine blessing instead of her, even if he was talented. But it seemed to her that talent alone was not enough. Ariana also reminded her that after a small failure, he completely let loose and immersed himself in games. Anfisa told her that everything had already been decided, so there was no point in discussing it. Then her daughter promised herself that she would definitely prove that she was supposedly better than Chuck. After talking with her mother, Ariana went to her half-brother. When Chuck looked up, he didn't expect to see her standing there. She told him that shooting at the sun was a real method, so he could practice it in peace. The main character found this strange. Now he still won't be able to use it, even if he wants to. It seemed to Ariana that the guy didn't believe her, so she suggested that he show the disc to Frank. He would help check the authenticity. Chuck asked her why she still gave him shooting at the sun. The girl said that in this way she wants to prove to her mother that she is better. She then added that he was probably mad at her because he lost to her at school. The hero responded to her by saying that he was not angry, but rather admired. Ariana didn't understand why he didn't want to take revenge, because she defeated him in front of everyone. She later added that she saw the guy's abilities when he fought with the Lotus. Therefore, with the help of shooting at the sun, he could reach the legendary level without any problems in 3 months. She also said that she will wait for him. When the time comes, they will determine the winner. But Chuck immediately wanted to admit defeat if possible. However, Ariana got angry and told him that they must fight. The girl began to think again about what her mother saw in this guy. After this ceremony, she gave him the go-ahead to ask her for any spiritual power crystals if needed. But now she won't feel sorry for him like last time. Ariana, by the way, a genius known throughout the Commonwealth, reached the legendary level at the age of 13. Chuck didn't understand why she wanted to fight him so much, because he was still mortal. As soon as the girl left, the hero threw out the garbage that Larry had left, and then went to play on the phone. There he fought with the Buddha's heart lotus, as a result of which he won and received the egg with the heart lotus. It was a very good catch. At least Brother Larry said it was a very useful companion. But first the guy had to deal with his pet, who was hungry. So he fed it, and hoped this time it would get bigger. Unfortunately, the flying ant remained just as small. This little thing has already eaten 2 mortal-level eggs, but is still in the early stages. It seems that mortal tier materials do little to enhance legendary tier creatures. But legendary level materials are not so easy to obtain. With the help of the skeleton general, you can quickly clear dungeons, but Chuck doesn't know how much spiritual power is needed. There are so many problems with this Ariana. Although it would be nice to reach the legendary level in just 3 months. Chuck learned the basics of the Lost Immortality Sutra, so now he won't be able to move on to shooting at the sun, and he still doesn't know how to level up with this sutra. The main character was just lying on the bed with a pain in his head, when suddenly someone knocked on the door. It was senior student Glent, with whom Larry's sister had graders. Chuck didn't expect to see Wanda's enemy outside the door, so he asked him why he came. Glent specifically came to him to apologize for what happened then. The main character had a bad feeling, a feeling as if he was up to something wrong. They say that without a fight, you won't recognize each other. So he suggested that he forget all the insults. If that's all he came for, then Chuck went on to play, but Glent asked him to wait a little longer. In fact, he came to the hero for a reason. He brought Chuck to Hunter. Hunter thanked him and began to intimidate the guy. The main character took this as a challenge and told him that if he wants to fight, then let him say it right away. Hunter was delighted with the guy's composure and was glad that he had made the right choice with him. He apologized to him for his rudeness and offered to join their team to kill the Buddha's blood-patterned heart lotus. Only Chuck was in no hurry to answer and asked him why him. Hunter carefully studied the video of their fight with the lotus. Larry, of course, showed himself superbly. However, he was much more impressed by Chuck's ability to command and analyze. The university is full of people who are many times stronger than Larry, and the hero's observation and ability to see the full picture of what is happening is rare. Chuck determined in advance the place where his brother fell and chose the perfect moment to kill the poisonous moon toad. If it weren't for the problems with the third team member, Hunter was sure he would definitely have been able to destroy the lotus core. This time he doesn't need to take the risk like last time and enter the pond. His job is to tell them how to control the pet companions. Chuck refused him. He would rather take care of killing the boss in the game. Now he understands his abilities, so victory is just a matter of time. Glent tried to convince him by saying that Hunter is one of the best Legend-level students, like the other members of the Legend-level team, so nothing will definitely happen to him if he is with him. But the boss still refused, because he was not interested, which made Glent very angry. Suddenly Hunter also decided to stop him. He told him not to refuse so quickly because he could name his condition. An egg with a legendary-level pet companion? This is exactly the condition put forward by the hero. Glent felt uneasy at his proposal. Therefore, he asked him again. In response, he heard from the guy that he wanted an egg with a legendary-level companion for his help. Glent called his request greedy, since he just needs to manage the companion pets. No risk. It's just that Chuck just named his condition, but it's up to them to decide whether to fulfill it or not. Hunter reassured his friend by holding his shoulder tightly. To begin with, he asked the hero if there were any special requirements. Chuck said that there were none, since this was just food for his aunt. Unexpectedly, Hunter threw the boy this egg with a legendary-level pet. He fulfilled his condition. Now he is obliged to join the team. It was a shock for the main character that he just got it like that. As a sign of respect for each other, the guys shook hands, so to speak. Glent didn't expect Hunter to give him the poisonous bee so easily. He didn't fully trust him, but he sensed something when he fought the monster, as if he had long ago learned the monster's skills and trained himself to fight it. But it didn't matter to him. Even if this was not the case, he would consider it an additional safety net. Chuck returned and summoned his flying ant with silver wings. He took out a legendary-level egg and fed it to his companion. After this, the pet was surrounded by a ball of fire. This time the ant finally got bigger. However, after the merger, he also developed some characteristics of a poisonous bee. Perhaps it is because they are both insects that mutation occurred rather than evolution. Chuck decided to test his pet's strength. His speed and spiritual strength almost exceeded the limit for creatures of the legendary level, and he now had magical light power. This was a long-range skill. With this ability, he would definitely deal with the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus. Then the guy entered the game and decided to try out his companion there. Chuck fought with the Lotus for a long time, but eventually defeated it. When the ant killed him, there was a big explosion. The magic light needle can't be that powerful. Most likely this monster explodes before dying. Now everything valuable can simply end up in the water. But the ant did not return empty-handed. When he arrived, there was a crystal in his teeth, which he managed to catch. Maybe the spiritual power skill of Buddha's heart lotus with blood pattern is the key that is needed to enter the small temple. The main character began to absorb the crystal, which made him feel very hot. As a result, his original skill of calming the heart turned into Bloody Zen. Initially, the boy thought that he would get fried. When using Bloody Zen, spiritual power is spent much more slowly. He can definitely hold out for half an hour. Finally, our hero will be able to explore the small Buddha temple. As Chuck thought, entering the temple, Bloody Zen and calming the heart have the same effect and block the power of this area. So Chuck approached the arch of the small Buddha temple, not knowing whether there would be any strong spatial beings there. Entering the temple, there was no one there at all, which was very strange. While Chuck was examining the temple, he noticed a stone on which something was written about a short Prajnaparamita. Prajnaparamita is one of the central concepts of Mahayana Buddhism. Another way to call it is transcendental intuitive wisdom, but here it is used simply for the name. Chuck had heard about Prajnaparamita. During a spatial storm, the famous Buddhist master created one of the original methods for cultivating spiritual power. And now, this is one of the two most famous Buddhist cultivation methods of the epic level. But the main character did not understand what the short Prajnaparamita was then. Suddenly, an unexpected distortion of the stone began. The guy's head began to pound violently, causing him to let out loud screams. In an instant, that oppressive pressure disappeared. The circulation of the Lost Immortality Sutra has just slowed down, and there is no more pressure. Now Chuck feels nothing when looking at this tablet, and he is also tormented by the question of the secret of the Immortality Sutra. Then he noticed how he had not yet entered the temple, and half of his spiritual power had already been spent. He had no time to waste, and he headed further towards the temple itself. There he saw a 3-year-old Buddha, who, as far as he knew, should not exist in Buddhism. When suddenly some inexplicable death occurred again. It looks like you have to follow certain rules to get inside. However, Chuck now admires those people from the past who paved the way for themselves, risking their only lives. Even using Blood Zen, he could not enter the temple, and he did not see any spatial beings there. Therefore, only this stone tablet can help you enter. Obviously, this wall contains a method of cultivating spiritual power, but due to the Lost Immortality Sutra, he cannot use it. Chuck simply gave up on this, since he would still need to remember this text. The guy approached the stone and began to read the inscriptions on it. This description is quite long, but it is not as difficult to learn as the Lost Sutra. This action takes a lot of time, but you just need to have time to leave the temple before the spiritual power runs out due to the bloody Zen, after which he will be able to restore his strength and return to the text as many times as necessary. A whole night passed, and our hero finally learned it. Chuck thought that this circulation of spiritual power was definitely a brief prajnaparamita. The guy was sure that he had not practiced this method, but it was activated simply from memory. But he thought it could wait and went to get some sleep, since he had not slept the whole night. As soon as Chuck fell asleep, some hieroglyphs began to appear on his back. When he woke up, he went straight to the shower, when suddenly he started shedding. Chuck didn't realize that this was actually a short prajnaparamita. He tested his strength. The cultivation method remained the same, but the indicator for physical data exceeded the limit and reached 11 units. The guy is sure that there can be no mistake, since he definitely felt the circulation of short prajnaparamita in his body. Is it possible that Chuck can switch from the lesser prajnaparamita to the Lost Immortality Sutra? He seems to have mastered 2 methods of cultivating spiritual power. Most of them have huge differences in their very nature, so one person cannot master both methods. And the better and more complex the methods, the less compatible they are with each other. A couple of minutes later, the main character received a phone call. It was Hunter, who along with his team were already waiting for him at the pond. Chuck completely forgot about them and quickly got ready, after which he headed towards them. When he came to the Lotus, he really commanded Hunter's group. At first everything was fine, but suddenly Chuck told everyone to retreat at least 20 meters. But one of the team members considered his decision stupid, since it seemed to him that attacking him at that moment was the best moment for the decisive blow. He pushed the hero away and said that he would kill him. This senior student used his 2 birds and used the Bloody Blade Shower skill. However, when the birds killed the monster, it exploded and took the lives of the pets along with it. Chuck said this stupid death wasn't his fault, so he wasn't going to make any restitution. Glent admitted that he was too impatient, therefore he does not need to make up for anything. The teachers were standing in the distance. The man told another teacher, whose name was Vanessa, that Chuck had been assigned to her group. She got a promising student. It seemed to Vanessa that he knew in advance that the Buddha Heart Lotus would self-destruct. The Lotus from the Western Region Army headquarters would drag down 5 legendary-level beings with it. She knew about problems in Anfisa's family, that Chuck had some kind of conflict with Anfisa's children. Because of this, she doubted that they would share information with him. So, Vanessa asked me to do her a favor and find out more about this guy. The main character at this time was training in the dungeon, in an underground pond with lotuses. Chuck has figured out the attack mode of the Bloody Lotus and the abilities of the Flying Ant. Now killing the boss is very easy for him. After killing the monster, the guy got an egg with a pet companion of the Buddha's Heart Lotus, with a bloody pattern of the legendary level. Since it is legendary level, the stats are pretty good. But the Blood Lotus has many useful skills, but this one has only one, and a very weak one. If you try to bring it out, the hero will be near death, and the Lotus will almost certainly be at the initial stage. Because of this, the guy decided to use fusion. It's just that the merger's compliance rate was very low. However, the ant can be fed even when it is not hungry. In this case, Chuck decided to feed him. The main character fed the egg to the pet, but in the end there were no changes. After that, Chuck entered the game and headed to the small Buddha temple. With the help of a brief prajnaparamita, he was able to enter this hall. Up close, the Buddha statue was very strange, and it looked even scarier. But suddenly a circle appeared under the hero, with various inscriptions on it. At first Chuck thought it was instant death again. In fact, an egg with a pet appeared in front of him. This statue is the Emperor of Knowledge who conquered the 3 worlds, one of the 5 emperors of knowledge of Buddhism. He invited the guy to take his gift. Chuck was shocked that the Emperor just wanted to give him this egg, so first the hero decided to check its characteristics. Unfortunately, Chuck hadn't received it yet, so there was no way to view the properties. so there was only one way for him to find out. Suddenly, a sign appeared in front of him that the mythical creature, which was called Titan, had been successfully bred. Titan is a mythical animal that looks like a lion, but Chuck got scared and angry because he didn't even take anything, so he just threw away the phone. The spiritual power of this creature was truly amazing. But there was one problem. Chuck almost died because of a legendary level companion. What will happen to him then after breeding a mythical one? Our hero began to believe that he would become the first person in the world to die because of a video game. Luckily, Chuck survived and sighed with happiness to still be alive. He felt as if some of his blood and all his spiritual strength had simply been sucked out of him. Suddenly, some unprecedented pet flew at the guy. It seems that this was the same Titan, a mythical creature that brings destruction. Chuck decided to take a look at his abilities. When he saw them, he was very surprised because he had 4 spiritual power skills. All stats exceeded the maximum value, but he was mortal level. The guy didn't understand how this was even possible. He clearly remembered that the notification on his phone said that he was of mythical level. The pet was also at an initial stage. Perhaps it can be raised in the same way as a flying ant. Titan hears everything in the world. In one novel, he was able to recognize the deception of a 6-eared macaque who was pretending to be Steven, the king of the monkeys. Other deities did not even suspect anything. It's just that outwardly he didn't look the way Chuck imagined him. The main character saw him externally, then he decided to look at his transformation. When he transformed, the guy began to hear several times better. He even managed to hear people talking on the street. Suddenly Chuck heard a voice that sounded like Ariana. He began to feel like a pervert who was spying on girls. But only Ariana's voice became louder and the guy thought it was very strange. So he decided to go to her and find out what was wrong with her. You can't use this ability too often, otherwise the guy will simply go crazy. Ariana did not respond and Chuck began to act, breaking down the door. However, she did not have ordinary doors. These were special burglary-resistant doors. The girl did not hear the guy and did not understand how he could even hear her. She didn't want him to see her in such a pathetic state. After a while, the noise stopped and Ariana sighed, thinking that he had left. Chuck at this time decided to accelerate and fly into the door, and he succeeded. Ariana was both shocked and confused at the same time. Chuck asked her if she was okay, but the girl was worried about something else, why he appeared there. The hero said that she did not open it, so he thought that something had happened to her. Chuck then suggested calling a doctor, but the sister refused. She just needs to rest a little. This is just a slight exacerbation of an old illness. The guy didn't understand what it all meant and what kind of old disease this was. Chuck thought she was on her period, after which Ariana immediately threw a glass at him. After what happened, she simply kicked him out of the apartment. As soon as she kicked him out, she sat down and became embarrassed, calling him a fool. When Chuck returned home, he began preparing a drink to restore blood. While he was preparing, he received a call and was told that the first day of classes had begun, and the clubs were recruiting newcomers, and he was also told to be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also leave a comment. If you are still watching my video, I will give you a bonus to 5 stamina days. You are the best. Smile. My SSS rank viewer. He was invited to one of these by Larry, but he immediately refused, as he had no intention of joining any club. They tried to dissuade Chuck, but he still refused, because with the help of a video game, he can develop much faster. However, Larry asked not to act so cold towards him, as he had heard that most university assignments required teams of several people. If they had their own club, they would not need to ask others for help. The main character reminded him of what happened during the exam at school, and he doesn't want the same thing to happen again. Brother Larry understood him, but it was unlikely that he could form a club with just 2 people. So now they need to wander around the campus. Chuck came to Sion University in the central square, where he was not very pleased with so many people. Walking further, Larry noticed him and called him over. And the first thing the brother asked was why Chuck came with a bag. There was a special tea made from red dates and goji berries. The guy offered it to Larry, but he refused. Also present was his brother's sister, Wanda. She invited him to join their club, saying that they had many senior students and were glad to meet him. However, brother Larry told his sister that Chuck would be on the same team as him. Larry also thought that using beauties was mean, after which he started drooling. Chuck apologized to Wanda, since he had already promised his brother that they would have their own club. The girl understood the boy, but she hoped for mutual assistance and joint completion of tasks when there was such an opportunity. The brother really liked the idea of an older sister, and then he hugged Chuck, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. As the girls left, Larry squatted down and told his friend that he had missed his chance to be surrounded by beautiful girls. Chuck didn't like his brother's thoughts, after which he told him to stop with his jokes, and then asked him why they weren't doing anything if they were going to start a club. If they continue to hesitate, then all the newcomers will be sorted out, but nothing can be done. In order for freshmen to create a club, They need to study for at least a month and gather 5 or more participants, but now they cannot register. Therefore, Larry came not to collect people, but to look at beauties together with his friend. When Chuck found out, he was furious and grabbed his brother by the hoodie. Suddenly, an unexpected girl called Chuck. This girl was Jessica, and with her Trevor. The main character never expected to see his former classmates at Siang University. As soon as Larry saw Jessica, he asked the boy who this beauty was. But then Chuck told him that they all went to high school together. The brother didn't understand why he didn't know her, since they studied at the same school. After which Chuck reminded him that he only went to a couple of lessons. Larry told the girl that they wanted to start their own club, so he invited the young girl to join them, which she did not refuse. He also warned her that they would only be able to apply in a month. For Jessica and Trevor, this was not a problem, and they could wait this month. Afterwards, the girl passed her brother and went towards Chuck. She bowed to him and began to apologize for not accepting him into the team to test his combat skills. Larry at that moment thought that she came to them only for the sake of Chuck. The main character said that he was not angry with the girl, since they cannot be blamed for that situation. Trevor completely agreed with the guy, because they were forced to do this, and this time he guarantees that this will not happen again. Since everyone had known each other for a long time, Larry suggested not to waste time exchanging pleasantries. He went on to say that it was getting late, so they should go home and get a good rest before classes started the next day. At this time, the main character suggested that since everything starts with a test of combat skills, it will take place in the city of Buddha. Only here he was mistaken. Buddha City is a territory that was recently discovered. There are too many hidden threats. No one will risk freshmen. Jessica also said that, judging by previous years, the university will choose one of 4 relatively safe campus spatial zones. The essence of the test is to kill spatial creatures. The more you kill, the higher your rating. Chuck didn't understand how they knew all this. Jessica looked at the guy with a puzzled look and asked him if he read the university spatial forum. It was created by the Commonwealth to encourage residents of different spatial zones to exchange information. Registration does not require proof of identity, so both military and ordinary civilians can freely write in it. When the guy studied in Guide, he rarely encountered complex spatial zones, and therefore did not pay much attention to them. Chuck didn't expect that everyone in Siang communicates through this forum, so he still thinks of finding out how to use it. While he was dealing with the spatial forum, a voice was heard from somewhere. At first, the hero did not understand who was speaking, and turned around. Then the young girl told him to look down because she was short. When he saw her, he told her his name and that he lived on the 2nd floor. She was delighted to make a new acquaintance, and also said that her name was Viola, and she lived on the 1st floor. While Viola was telling him about herself, he managed to leave unnoticed. Viola did not expect him to disappear so suddenly, and considered him a strange neighbor. Arriving home, Chuck immediately sat down to look for information on the computer about the forum. After looking through sites on the internet, he realized that the forum is a platform that provides open access to data, and university students and a variety of people disseminate information there. It's surprising that such a huge platform doesn't require identity verification. Chuck believes that the community should be more concerned about security. It is unknown which shady individuals will want to use the forum for their own purposes. The forum also has a reward system. You can exchange points received here for various resources. The only way to get points is to publish materials. There are posts that any user can read, but the author receives little from them. Just a few points for 10,000 reads. But if you want more points, you can post paid content. The content of paid materials and their price depend only on fame. Since the forum is completely anonymous, Chuck decides to earn some fame on his account so that people will want to pay. In addition, the Commonwealth and universities also publish information, and the price is quite low. The main character was sitting in front of the computer and thinking about what he could post. After sitting there for several minutes, he finally came up with something. At this time, Vanessa was flipping through the forum and saw only stupid proposals from freshmen on it. Because of this, she was ready to beat them thoroughly. After scrolling for a couple more minutes, she came across something she didn't expect to see. This was the strategy for the small Buddha temple. But this simply could not happen, since no one knows about this place. The surrounding area of the temple has been declared a restricted area, and they have classified the data. Most of the teachers have not even heard the name. A completely new user and already demanding 20,000 points for a post. So Vanessa considered him a scammer. But then she realized that he knew the secret name. If this was true, military losses during reconnaissance would be significantly reduced. For this reason, the teacher decided to buy this post. The post was written about calming the heart, but Vanessa thought that no one needed this useless mortal-level skill, after which she was upset that she believed such nonsense. When Chuck posted this strategy post, he went to play on the phone, where he fought in a dungeon in an ancient imperial city with a skeleton general. After many battles, the guy finally knocked out the egg and companion from the rider. He waited a very long time to receive the egg in order to feed his ant, and as soon as it fell, he immediately fed it to his companion. The ant was chewing an egg, and the main character at that moment was thinking about how much longer he would eat. It was important for him that he grow up at least a little. The skeleton general and the flying ant are poorly compatible, so he does not develop. Then Chuck decides to move deeper into the map. It was strange. The hero walked further, but the other skeletons were nowhere to be seen. After flying a little further, he saw the ancient imperial city of Ebotai, an astronomical observatory near the ancient city of Shangqiu. It was named after the creator Edgar, the son of Emperor Charles. Chuck looked at the phone screen again and didn't understand how that tower got there. Edgar is the son of Charles, one of the legendary emperors. This hero became the incarnation of the god of fire. According to legend, he used the tower to observe celestial bodies, which is why it is also called the Tower of the Fire God. However, the textbooks say that Ebotai is located in the southwestern part of Guide, but Chuck wondered why in the game it was in the inner part of the ancient city. Suddenly, something flew out of this tower and knocked the main character off the ant. Landing on the ground, the guy waited for an attack from the enemy, and as soon as he began to approach, Chuck hit him. Only he missed. He had the feeling that he had simply hit the air, after which the enemy dealt a crushing blow to him. But this didn't stop Chuck. He drank some water and went to fight this mysterious miracle again. The Straw King is very agile, but due to the limitations of this ability, the guy can't fly high enough on it to hit Ebotai. Also, this flying thing is not far behind him, so he urgently needs to come up with something. When the flying ant dodged the attack, the firebird switched to the hero. It seems to only attack the one closest to the tower. From this, Chuck realized that he would be the bait, so he began to run as fast as he could towards the tower. During this time, his pet used a magic light needle, which proved useful against this bird. However, the hero did not receive a notification that he had killed her. The guy considered it not so important, and just wanted to get up quickly to inspect everything. Suddenly, this bird began to attack the main character again. For this reason, Chuck ordered the flying ant to distract him. The companion's pet managed to destroy the bird, and the hero praised him. Unfortunately, after this, there were even more birds. Only our hero did not give up and only wanted to get to the top. Chuck jumped into the crowd of birds because he just wanted to see what was there. There were a lot of birds, so the boy decided to use his ash palm skill. Suddenly, the tower began to be covered in fire, after which the main character died. However, Chuck managed to see the stone monument of the Emperor in the fire. This dungeon is supposed to be based on the real Guide Ancient City, but in the game it is called the Ancient Imperial City. After killing the birds, no notifications appear. Perhaps this is some kind of special summon using the spiritual power skill. Because of this, guy began to worry about what will happen to him when he meets the boss who summons them. The Tower of the Fire. God hides many more secrets, but Chuck can't explore it yet. At this time, the guy on the forum already had 2 people buy his post. He considered it easy money. Unexpectedly, one of the anonymous buyers wrote to the hero in a private chat, asking him to talk about the small Buddha temple. Chuck decided not to respond to this message and simply ignored it. This anonymous buyer turned out to be a teacher, Vanessa, and she was angry that she still had not received any response in the private chat. One of her assistants has already done research. Calming the heart did neutralize the power of the temple, but they still haven't found out the owner of this post and how he knows all this. The assistant also said that the issue with the temple has not yet been resolved. The stone wall near the entrance to the temple is causing many problems. As far as Vanessa understood correctly, stone walls with cultivation methods were appearing in other areas as well. There are rumors that by studying this method, you can gain incredible strength. Only the assistant told her that not everything is so simple. A short Prajnaparamita is written on this wall. He also added that, unfortunately, all the volunteers who decided to learn the notes on the monument died. The assistant warned Vanessa that they did not know what conditions needed to be met in order to study the short Prajnaparamita, so he asked her to find out something from the man. After quite a long time, Chuck finally answered Vanessa. In the chat, the teacher asked the hero if he knew anything about Prajnaparamita, after which Chuck said that he supposedly knew. Then it seemed to Vanessa that he knew the temple like the back of his hand. The girl decided to ask the guy what she needed to study it. She was ready to generously reward him for this information. At first, Chuck didn't understand whether there was anything special about the study method. Although the first time he tried it, he almost passed out from a headache. What helped him then was the Lost Sutra of Immortality. It was for this reason that the main character apologized to his interlocutor, since he could not tell this. He closed the forum page and went to play on the phone until late, and in the morning he went to the university. There the boy met his friend, Brother Larry. Chuck didn't look the best and people noticed it. His brother noticed this and told him that he should learn self-control. He was too self-indulgent. Last night, Chuck spent a lot of blood trying to explore the ant cave. The flying ant with silver wings has become much stronger, so it can easily kill the black ants. But the hero and the bone ant were still mortal level, so they were torn to pieces. Chuck didn't even have time to collect anything. Suddenly a woman came out to the students, about whom everyone was crazy. It was Vanessa. She is their curator. The second hieroglyph from the word ruler, and the second hieroglyph from the word concubine. The girl was very tired because she had been waiting all night for an answer from this mysterious person in a private chat. Larry couldn't help but poke fun at the curator, and invited her to become his personal concubine. Vanessa was not against it, but only on the condition that he first graduate from university. After that, she prepared to talk in more detail about the exam. The students have 10 days to form teams of 4, tasked with killing the demonic general at Hulao Pass. They will have 1.5 minutes. Those who do not pass the test will be excluded. Absolutely all the students were shocked by what they heard. Because of this, the disciples began to be indignant, since they are still only mortal level. To this, the curator replied to them that if they try hard, there will be enough time for preparation. Starting from this lecture, Hulao Pass is open for 10 days for exploration. The girl hoped that they would gather in the same composition after the exam. Chuck first heard about the demonic general at Hulao Pass, and asked his brother if it was difficult to defeat him. Larry said that Hulao Pass is an ancient battle site, so the dimensional beings here have become incredibly powerful, and the demonic general is considered to be the strongest of the average legendary creatures, and some generals have even reached the peak of the legendary level. Larry also added that almost all first years are still mortal. This is too difficult a task. Chuck said they could only live with the conditions, so he suggested they explore the area a bit. One of the teachers approached Vanessa with the fact that she used this test for talented students, but it was hardly suitable for ordinary students. The girl answered him. Supposedly everything is in order. She published details about the demonic general on the forum. If they prepare, it will not be difficult to kill him. Of course, she only intimidated them with expulsion so that they would not be too self-confident. After all, they may face much stronger opponents in the future. At this time, Chuck and Larry headed to Hulao Pass through the portal. There they saw only demonic soldiers. Brother Larry thought it was boring, and he invited his friend to go further to find the general. Chuck told him not to play with his life. The guy doesn't know this area at all, so he can't promise that he will save him if something happens. The main character seemed too cautious to his brother, and he felt uneasy. After this, Chuck warned his friend that he would walk around the neighborhood alone. Moving further, the guy thought that since there are dungeons that replicate the Buddha city and the ancient city, then Hulao Pass is also included in this list. After walking a little more, Chuck finally found what he had been looking for so long, the very sign that needed to be photographed on the phone. At this time, the brother was watching 2 mortal fighters who could easily cope with a soldier, but they looked rather weak. Larry was worried that Chuck was too careful. Even if something happened, they could just run away. Chuck returned to his brother and said that it was time for them to return. At that moment, Larry noticed how the boy was beaming with joy and did not understand why. He decided to ask him why he looked so happy, to which the main character replied that it just seemed to him. After exploring the Hulao Pass, the guys returned home and Chuck sat down at the computer. He looked at the forum and saw that it actually had detailed instructions, so the teacher was not asking the impossible from them. However, the main character was confused by the warning at the end, which said to avoid special creatures with a hieroglyph. The boy considered it unimportant. He read the tips. Now all he had to do was check everything in the game. Upon entering the game, he saw the demonic soldiers and went to fight against them. Although it was written that demonic soldiers were stronger than ordinary creatures, the hero was able to defeat them quite easily. Suddenly, a couple of soldiers decided to stab Chaka in the back, but the boy didn't even move from his place, as his pet instantly destroyed them. Chuck just moved on and started fighting with other soldiers. He didn't know if he would even meet these special generals. When the main character beat all the soldiers, some strange guy appeared in front of him, sitting on a stone. He has a hieroglyph engraved on his helmet. This is the special demonic general that teacher Vanessa wrote about. Chuck was interested in finding out about him, so without hesitation he sent his ant to fight him. A flying ant hovered over this general and even managed to sting him. The general got angry, so he prepared to strike him. The boy was surprised, because it is not so easy, since the ant can fly. Despite how far away he was, he still jumped towards the ant and succeeded in destroying it. Chuck didn't expect such power from the demonic general. It seemed to him that he used the spiritual power skill, killing the flying ant in an instant. As soon as the ant was destroyed, the general suddenly threw his spear at the hero and killed him. The main character became convinced that he was strong and had a very powerful aura, so he really wanted to get him. The flying ant's characteristics, especially its speed, are very high even for a legendary level. But the demonic general simply crushed it. Based on this, Chuck could only think that the special general had already reached the peak of the legendary level. He didn't stop at one defeat, so he headed out to fight him again. But only this general, whom he fought in the last round, disappeared. It seems that this special creature rarely appears, unfortunately. This time the hero came across only ordinary ones, without hieroglyphs on the helmet. Both an ordinary demonic general and a special one, legendary level. But the difference between them is simply huge. After defeating another soldier, one dropped a crystal of level 15 spiritual power. It's a pity that Chuck's performance has already reached the limit. Even if he uses this crystal, nothing will change. This time there was no general with a tattoo blocking the path, so you can move forward to explore. Having reached some area, it seemed to him that he had reached the Hulao Pass, when suddenly they shot at him. Chuck was very angry after what happened. The guy didn't even see where this arrow came from. Only by the sound he can determine that it was fired from somewhere behind the gate. Therefore, the hero decided to get through them at maximum speed. Having not flown any further than before, he was immediately shot down. Surprisingly, even the flash of silver wings was useless. Chuck didn't understand what kind of shooter he was, and thought it would be better if he looked more about this pass on the forum. There was a lot of information on it, but almost none that was really useful. Once upon a time, a team, all of whose members had reached the epic level, tried to break through the gate, but they were defeated. So the areas 2.5 kilometers from the pass were declared a restricted zone. There is nothing about special demonic generals with an engraved hieroglyph. It is only said that sometimes extremely powerful creatures of this type appear in this location. It seems that Chuck can only rely on himself. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a pet crawled out. After which the hero remembered that he had to feed him and the ant with silver wings. Before defending the new dungeon, you need to get food for your pets in the ancient imperial city. Chuck's new pet seemed to be very hungry, causing him to bite his owner's hand. The guy screamed in pain throughout the house. His recently settled neighbor heard this and was convinced of his strangeness. While Chuck played on his phone, the rest of the students explored Hulao Pass. Vanessa noticed how several days had already passed, and she only saw Chuck on the first day. The main character at that time was lying on the bed and playing on the phone. He didn't expect that the chance of completing crystals was so low. All this time only eggs with pet companions fell out. Although the characteristics were not very good. The guy clicked on the display and absorbed this crystal. The absorption did not cause too much discomfort, probably due to the fact that Chuck's physical characteristics had now reached 11 points. He received a notification on his phone that he had learned a new Buddha Lotus Flesh skill. He immediately decided to try it out. However, when using this skill, spiritual power is consumed too quickly. This skill burns a lot of energy, so you can't use it for a long time. Chuck didn't know how strong the skill's defense was, so he went to find out in the game. Buddha's Lotus Flesh repels all attacks from demonic soldiers. The demonic general's spiritual power skill can destroy this shield, but the impact force is still much less. Finally, Chuck thought about catching this arrow, but he was killed immediately anyway. Buddha Lotus Flesh is a legendary level skill, but to an arrow, this shield is like a piece of paper. From this, we can conclude that this shooter is already above even the legendary level. With the current strength of the main character, it is better for him not to approach this gate. Still, Chuck decided to try himself again and was reborn again. Only this time the special demon general is different from the previous one. At this time, Megan was already at Siang University, and an inter-regional arrest warrant had also already been obtained, so the Commonwealth was about to begin the operation. The captain told his assistant that Anfisa's family should not suspect anything, so he gave her orders to capture the guy as quickly as possible. After talking with the captain, Megan went to the rector of the university. The rector first asked the girl what the student could have done that caused people from the special inspection to personally come for him. Megan replied that there was no reason to worry. They just wanted to ask a few questions, and he was in no danger. The rector knows what kind of reputation their organization has. If he allows them to take Chuck, there is a chance that he will definitely not return intact. The assistant realized that this old man was not going to cooperate with them. Because of this, the girl's partner gave her a folder with documents. She naturally handed it over to the rector and asked him if he knew what it was. Before he could ask anything, Megan immediately asked him again if the university wanted to break the law. It was the same interregional arrest warrant, of course. It seemed strange to him to use a document of this level for an ordinary student. Chuck at this time was lying on his bed at home and fighting in a game with a special demonic general. The general's hand turned into a blade. He has a completely different ability. There is a hieroglyph of a knife, there is a hieroglyph of paper, and next time the main character is waiting for the appearance of a special general with a hieroglyph of a stone on his helmet. So far, the guy can't do anything with the paper general. but he can try to dodge the other's cutting attack with a flash of silver wings. After considering the course of the battle, Chuck came to the conclusion that it was better to split up with his pet when the general was fighting 1 against 2. There was a greater chance that he would open himself up to a blow. Also, the disadvantage of combining them is that the ant cannot use the magic light needle. Suddenly, Chuck's doorbell rang and he wondered who needed him at such a time. It was Megan's partner who asked him to accompany him to the rector's office. When they went outside, Ariana saw it, and it seemed strange to her how Chuck was being taken away. While following this man, the guy noticed that people were meeting less and less often. Chuck stopped and told the escort that they were not going to the rector's office. There was only an exit from the campus ahead. Suddenly a girl came out of nowhere and said that he was very observant. After these words, she immediately went on the attack, which the boy could not have foreseen. Chuck couldn't stand and fell to his knees. Megan went on to say that she would beat everything he knew about Drax out of him. The main character immediately recognized this woman, because he suspected that it was all because of that old man. Chuck stood up and asked her what would happen if he didn't know anything about him. As far as he knew, when they arrest a person, they need to provide at least some evidence. The woman was surprised that he was able to stand up, since someone of mortal level shouldn't be able to move at all after that blow. She said they would have evidence when they arrested him, and then ordered her partner to arrest him. At that moment, Chuck asked her what would happen if he resisted. Megan told him to just give up or she would cut off his hands. Megan's partner reached out for our hero, but fortunately, he disappeared without a trace. Chuck flew away using the spiritual power skill. The girl told the assistant that he needed to be found urgently, since he could not run too far. Megan saw the trees and realized that he was hiding somewhere in the forest. This woman is firmly convinced that the boy is Drax's accomplice. She refuses to listen to his explanations. Also, he actually received the Lost Immortality Sutra from him. Once they caught him, they would easily come up with charges. After running a little more, they finally caught up with Chuck. The main character realized that this cannot continue. They are both of the legendary level. His capture is only a matter of time. However, the guy had an idea to find the underground city of Buddha. If he found it, he had a chance to get rid of them. Entering the underground city, the partner told the girl that they could not waste another minute, since Anfisa's family might find out. Because of this, Megan got angry, and specifically decided to let off all the steam on Chuck. After her attacks, the main character used the same wings. The woman realized that this was definitely a legendary level ability, but she also realized that he would not last long in this state. Having found a good moment, the boy ran into the forbidden area and used Bloody Zen. Megan couldn't let him go, and she succeeded by hurting him. The partner saw the forbidden territory and did not want to go there. Megan told him that supposedly some schoolboy went there, so why should they be afraid? Approaching Chuck, the girl asked him why he stopped, and at that time, our hero began to laugh. He asked them if they were sure that they would not die if they went further. Megan gave an order to her partner not to be a coward and to go forward, but he could not help but listen to her and headed towards the hero. Chuck gestured as if he was shooting, after which the man died. The girl approached her partner and asked what Chuck did to him. He said that he warned him and asked if Megan also wanted to try to get him. But it seemed strange to him. She entered this territory, but nothing happened to her. Megan realized what was happening. This place was really strange. Suddenly a headless angel appeared behind the girl. Legend says that this nun lost her mind when she became a deity. This being is from another dimension. It came from the western sector, but became famous throughout the Federation because of its military merits. This creature's attacks are weak, but it has one special technique. It gives an invulnerable body, immunity to all types of curses, and also protects against evil spirits. At the moment, it is one of the most powerful guardian animals. Chuck was wondering how a headless angel could become her guardian beast, when suddenly Megan launched an attack. He can only go further to the Buddha Hall. Even if the three-faced Buddha fails, he will have to give up. But unfortunately, he was unable to escape, since Megan still continued to attack the boy. She sneered at him and asked if he was really so brave that he was willing to fight with the highest legendary rank. The girl swung her blade. This blow hit our hero hard, after which he almost lost consciousness. However, Chuck thought through everything carefully. He told the girl to say goodbye to her leg. Now she won't run away either. Megan began to move towards the guy, when suddenly a crash was heard. The eyes of the Buddha statue suddenly glowed blue. After this, the girl lost her strength and fainted. Chuck felt better after this, and called Buddha cool. The guy noticed that she was badly injured, so he did not decide to kill her while she was weak. The main character was using a flying ant when suddenly Megan used her technique and ran away. She returned to the city and told herself to wait for him, since now she can open a case against him for the murder of a federal officer. Then, even if Anfisa's family comes. At that moment, a gun was pointed at Megan's head. It was two guys. One of them asked her what would happen if they came. Behind the guy who was pointing a gun at Megan, she saw Isaac and did not understand what he was doing next to her. Isaac asked her how she got so much courage that she was chasing after a student from Sion Academy. The girl began to talk about the order of the Senate, but she was interrupted. Isaac's assistant addressed her with respect, saying that the warden had asked her a question, so she had to answer it and not say anything unnecessary. Megan was very scared and began to tell her that this time the case was connected with Drax. Osiris did not listen to her further and simply shot her in the leg. After that shot, he warned her that if she said any more crap, he would blow her brains out. Isaac told him not to waste his time and just kill her and let her superiors take her body. From what she heard, Megan began to panic and she asked them to wait. Then she said that it was the captain who ordered her to come there. Isaac only said the name of Osiris, and he immediately knew what to do next. Osiris called this captain, and this guy was definitely not ready for this call. The captain was told on the phone that he had 5 minutes to come and look at whoever didn't give a damn about the law at the academy. The warden looked at his watch, which showed that time was up, so he told his assistant to proceed. Osiris put a gun to Megan's head, when at that moment the captain began to fly up to them and shouted to them that they had stopped. When he landed, he sighed and didn't understand how that fool Megan got caught. He asked the warden to wait and apologized for the inconvenience this matter had brought him. Megan is the daughter of an influential senator. He values her very much. For this reason, the captain asked Isaac to do them a favor by letting her go. Only the warden was interested in who the customer was, and why he didn't know about their business. The captain told him that the Federation is now monitoring Drax, and Chuck is the only witness in this case, so they would like to ask him to help them with the investigation. He also added that Isaac also criticized Chuck, and now he has problems. The warden understood everything, but such non-entities as the captain do not need to know this, after which he apologized for the fact that they had gone too far. Isaac saw that the captain was repentant, so he allowed him to take this woman with him. But he could do this after they deprived her of cultivation. After this, Isaac asked him if he knew why he was called the Heavenly Lefty. The captain did not know why he was called that, to which the warden replied, "He is the left hand of God." At this time, Chuck waited for half an hour in the small Buddha hall because he was afraid that Megan would bring people to catch him. The hero understood that he would not hold out for so long, so he decided to go upstairs in order to reconnoiter the situation. Although the bone ant was seriously injured, they managed to restore it in time. Now the boy just has to figure out how to solve this problem, and he decides to talk to Larry. Going upstairs, opposite the main character stood a man who told him that he was waiting for him. The warden told the boy that Mrs. Anfisa had sent him for him. Chuck, of course, was a little shocked and a little embarrassed. Now the guy and Isaac are sitting in the car, after which his stepbrother told him that he most likely hates him. The boy told him that everything was fine, although he did not understand what he needed from him. Isaac didn't care what Chuck thought about him. He told him to remember only one thing, that supposedly the main character did not have the proper skills to replace Ariana. Chuck, in turn, did not understand what he was talking about. After that, Isaac simply remained silent, and Chuck became very angry and considered it necessary for his stepbrother to return to kindergarten, where he would be taught to talk to people. Arriving home, they were met by Anfisa and Frank. She told him that she had not seen him for quite some time. The father noticed many wounds on his son's body and asked him where he got them from. Isaac answered for the guy, saying that he had already taught those people a lesson. Anfisa then called Chuck and his father into her room. There, Frank patched up his son, after which he had the feeling that the boy had returned to childhood. But the hero interrupted him, saying that he had mixed everything up, since he was beaten because he was trying to flirt with a pretty neighbor. This made the father feel uneasy. Next, Chuck asked Frank if he knew anything about the skills that Isaac told him about. As it turned out, the protagonist's father knew about them, but he didn't have time to say anything when Anfisa entered the room. She said he lacked the skills to receive the blessing. Also at this time, the servant brought the main character his clothes. What Chuck heard made him feel awkward, and he asked why him. Anfisa noticed that he was not surprised to hear about it, so she realized that young Master Larry had already told him about it. Chuck finally realized why Ariana had become this way towards him, because she had been deprived of such a valuable opportunity. Ariana has been sick since childhood due to the cold. Anfisa understands that she has enough strength to participate in the test, but she does not want her to risk her life again. This is all maternal excitement. But it wouldn't be possible to choose Isaac. He is very strong, so he doesn't need it. Even her father said that Chuck is better suited than Ariana. The main character did not understand who her father was, but Frank told him that he knew him since they saw each other at the old school. The father gave the boy a photograph in which he saw the school principal. Frank left Chuck when he was in high school. At that time he trained hard even on the weekends, so he often ran into the director in the gym. The director often watched him. Sometimes they even had lunch together. There were rumors that the director retired early due to health problems, and the boy has not seen him since then. The main character would never have thought that Mrs. Anfisa would be his daughter. The lady told him not to worry. He can think about this proposal. If he doesn't want to take risks, then it's okay. Chuck was brought to the university and told that these people would not bother him anymore. Suddenly, Brother Larry called the hero. He told him that there was a little commotion at the academy, but Isaac's family had sorted everything out. Chuck was surprised that he had already found out about everything, to which Larry said, since he is the president of the organization, he must take care of its members. A lot happened to the brother during the day, so he told the hero to rest, and the next day he offered to finish solving the entrance test, to which Chuck agreed. At that same moment, someone could be heard from the phone cutting someone into pieces, so Chuck asked his friend where he was. Larry was in Hulaoguan at that time and invited the boy to come to him. Chuck didn't ask any unnecessary questions, but just said that he would be there soon. The main character went to his brother and decided to take out all his anger on the monsters. After getting rid of all the monsters, Larry admitted to him that he sometimes scares him. The guys had come so far, but there was not a single leader of the demons there, and there was no one on the way to this place either. Then Larry noticed that it was too quiet. Suddenly, the guys noticed a crowd of students running towards them and shouting to run faster. One of the students shouted to escape because the famous leader of the demons was coming towards them. The guys were shocked, and Larry suggested that Chuck go take a look. But unexpectedly, one student called Brother Larry, saying that Wanda had not returned yet, as she was helping the students. Larry was completely scared because it was his older sister. Without slowing down, he ran towards the leader of the demons, while Chuck remained in place at this time. He suddenly wondered what this demon commander was famous for. A couple of minutes later, the voice of a girl was heard behind the hero's back, who said that he would be only too glad not to help him. Chuck thought this voice was very familiar, as it was similar to Ariana's voice. The girl told him that she didn't understand what he was talking about, which is why the guy was sure it was her. At this time, Wanda tried to at least fight the demon and break away from him, but she was not doing well. Fortunately, Larry managed to run to his sister, which Wanda did not expect. While the brother was protecting his older sister, the demon almost destroyed his internal organs. Larry knew he couldn't defeat this monster, but he was ready to at least stop him. And after that, find an opportunity to get as far away from him as possible. The brother used 2 of his legendary creatures, which the demon killed with one blow. At that moment, the guy even shed a tear because he lost his white tiger. In the distance, Chuck noticed the demonic general's sword. If he and Ariana worked together, they could defeat him. To raise spirits, the main character told his sister that she could take the monster's drops. At this time, Larry was running with Wanda, but she noticed that he was already behind him. The brother did not hesitate and pushed his sister aside, telling her to run away as quickly as possible. The demon dealt a crushing blow to Larry. Wanda was very scared for her brother. However, Chuck managed to pull his brother out of such a dangerous moment. The brother was shocked, because he no longer knows how many times Chuck saved him, to which the hero told him not to take the drops for himself. It seemed to Larry that the boy had gone crazy, because his brother thought that they could kill this demonic general together. But Chuck told him that there were not 2, but 3. The third was Ariana. She used the advanced art of sunlight. The brother was surprised when he learned that Ariana was helping them. It would be an all-out attack. At this moment, Ariana said to herself that even if she was born with an ice body, she could still use her power of the solar strife art, after which she became completely tired. Chuck told his brother not to give the demon a chance to recover, and to attack him with all his might. Suddenly, the monster began to disappear, and the guys flew several meters away from each other because of its disappearance. At first, Larry thought it was trying to escape, but Chuck didn't think so. This monster moves at high speed, so the main character realized that his target was Ariana. As soon as he realized this, he immediately flew to save his stepsister. Ariana began to grumble about what had happened. Even if he had not come, she would have dodged it herself. After this, Chuck dealt a crushing blow to the demon, which he could not withstand. As a result, the essence energy skill crystal fell out of him. Chuck immediately offered to take it to Ariana, which she didn't expect. The hero told her that he would not help her for free, and the drops would be given to her. However, the girl refused him because he saved her, and she does not want to be obligated to him. Ariana was furious because she didn't think she could just become her big brother. Wanda captured this moment on camera and said that their generation was definitely full of monsters, to which Larry replied that he was already used to it. Returning home, Chuck absorbed an entity energy crystal, a mutated demonic general. By accumulating essence energy from Sword Key, one can easily kill the demonic general. He does not have a fixed use of essence energy. This is the hero's first time encountering this type of essence energy skill. It's no surprise that the engraved word of the demonic general can instantly kill the legendary Jade White Tiger. but Chuck feels that it needs to be used more wisely. The main character decided to use the QI sword on the demon, but after the blow, the sword did not even cut his skin. The boy did not notice how the energy of the essence ended, and the monster in the game killed him. The demonic general's sword word skill is useless against the fist word. It seems that the word specially engraved on his head is really like rock, paper, scissors. The 3 demonic generals have unique abilities. If it's like rock, paper, scissors, then the sword essence energy that Chuck countered must be paper. But the spawn rate of specific demonic generals is low, so the guy thought of going through other dungeons. On the streets, people were heatedly discussing Chuck and Ariana's battle together. These rumors were heard by the hero's neighbor on the first floor, Viola, who did not expect him to be so strong. At this time, Vanessa was watching a video of this fight, and standing next to her was another teacher, who noticed that she was not happy about how Chuck killed the carved word of the demonic general. The woman noted that he was really talented, but the guy had never attended a single self-study class in school, and these days he practically plays games without letting go of his phone. Vanessa also added that she will not allow her student to indulge, degrade, and waste his talents. She is training LeBron. She wanted to use the power of LeBron's mysterious wordless stele, which would help Chuck get rid of his gambling addiction and focus on learning and training. While Vanessa was coming up with something there, our hero was sleeping soundly at home. But suddenly something made him wake up. Opening his eyes and walking further, he saw the whole world destroyed. Monsters were raging in the streets, and the military asked for help, since they could not cope with them at all. Chuck was perplexed, in fear, and at that moment a guy unknown to him appeared behind him. He turned in his direction when he suddenly woke up in his bed. It was a dream, but it seemed too realistic. There the guy felt blood and the smell of burning. It was also unclear who the mysterious person in his dream was. Chuck thought it was the effect of the Immortality Sutra. The previous dream was just an illusion, but this time it seemed as real as in reality. The hero could only guess. Either the Sutra of Immortality was out of control, or the guy's dream was trying to tell him something. At this time, while Chuck was thinking, a pet appeared from behind him. Our hero thought and thought, as a result of which he came to the conclusion that even if this is a sign of disaster, all he can do is become stronger before it comes. But now he needs to find a method to become the owner of the legendary rank. By this time, a dimensional creature had been discovered on the spatial defense line in the Eastern Sea region, having passed through the defense line. The image was captured and confirmed to be a dimensional creature of the Eastern region, a sea king snake. A few days later, all the students gathered at Xi'an University. Vanessa congratulated everyone on passing the entrance exam, and then began teaching the official class. They won't be learning about combat in this class, but the teacher will take them all to Mount Lebron to do a cultivation meditation. There is a divine, mysterious power there, fearless Stella. Vanessa believed that everyone would get a lot of benefit from it. Chuck was very exhausted, and Larry asked him what he had been doing these few days. Before that, he told him to control himself, and began to laugh. These few days, the hero has been trying to learn the progressive method. Now he can't break through mortals. Even if he absorbs the attribute essence crystal, he can't increase it. Now the guy only has the minor perfection level wisdom sutra, which helped him break through the attribute to 11. And there is also a stele on the fire god tower. Perhaps this is some kind of mysterious essence energy art that helps increase the attributes. Relying on the flying ant alone is not enough for our hero. He needs to have some kind of essence energy art, such as a light body or flight. After standing in class a little longer, Chuck fell asleep and teacher Vanessa noticed this. She was uncomfortable with his behavior, but she was happy because she thought that his laziness would soon disappear. At this time, a fierce battle was taking place in the Chess Mountain. The heroes of this battle fought against the most dangerous monsters. A few hours later, they killed the last monster. Only one of them was brutally wounded. But this hero could not hold out until help and soon died. One of the members of the team of heroes said that they were the pride of humanity, and with sadness on his face, closed the eyes of his fallen comrade. He said that there was no time to be sad, since they could not waste their sacrifices in vain, and then ordered a team from the engineering department to be sent to restore the defense line. Now, the mutation of the Chess Mountain dimensions is becoming serious. They must find the source. The hero hoped that the situation in the eastern part of the sea would be resolved safely. Students during this time period went to Mount Lebron. Larry never thought they would get there so quickly, since last year only Special Forces students had such lessons. The brother became interested, and he threw in information that there really was no danger in this area. The teacher brought a whole group of first-year students to the lesson, but then he said not to worry. This place is known as a no-kill world from the Federation. Creatures here will not take the initiative to attack. People are also not allowed to harm anyone. In some ways, this is the safest area of the dimensions, but Larry warned not to break the rule of killing and added with ridicule, otherwise punishment will overtake you. Usually the Federation doesn't write this in the rules, so guys should be obedient. Larry's not sure if they have any leads on the Silent Stella, but I hear it's pretty evil. And then he whispered in Chuck's ear, although she won't beat him, she will make him unable to resist. She seems to have unlimited energy. Teacher Vanessa saw that Larry and the hero were distracted from their lesson and called them to come to the front row. The guys approached the woman, and she said to simply accept the baptism of this Stella. The task this time is to hold out for 30 minutes under the power of this Stele, not a second more or less. The teacher started the timer and Chuck fell into a state of rest. The main character felt warm, mysterious energy pouring into his body. With every second, the boy was getting hotter and hotter. After some time, not only the temperature, but also the body feels uncontrollable, becomes more restless. The feeling has disappeared. The Immortal Sutra is the same as in the small Buddha temple. Vanessa said to forget about the restless Stella. It really can help calm down, but with prolonged use, the guys will become too excited. She hoped they could change and become hard-working students, especially Chuck. Just by looking at him, you could see that he was sleeping and Vanessa was shocked by him. Time will soon run out. If he continues in this state, the power of the Stele may harm other students. When the end of the meditation came, the students were ready to die. From having endured it, they simply could not wait to rub their fists on someone. The teacher saw for the first time how the restless Stele had no effect on the student. She already thought that he was too lazy and already hopeless. But Chuck came up to her and said that he was full of energy and felt simply tireless. So he asked him to let him go for a walk or just run a marathon, for example. Vanessa didn't believe him, but she let him go, on the condition that he return within 3 hours for the general meeting. Just now, when the boy was meditating, his essence energy increased to 11. Just like in the case of the little Buddha, he broke through another limit. In addition, the hero's body fool is the third type of essence energy art. Chuck went further and thought that suddenly the restless Stele was the hidden source of the essence art. The main character was walking without looking around, when he suddenly crashed into something soft. He stepped back a couple of steps and saw a huge multidimensional being in front of him. However, the guy was lucky, since it was not going to attack him. This creature ate grass with a huge appetite. Chuck noticed this, and thought that this herb might be some kind of rarity. The hero looked around and saw another plant further away, similar to what a multidimensional creature had eaten. The guy tried to tear this plant off with all his might. It was really hard. Maybe it really is a special herb. Only while he was trying to pull out the plant, a creature with horns saw him and became very angry. It came up to him, took him by the collar and lifted him up along with the roots of the plant. After this, Chuck was thrown to the side. He borrowed the force that could pull him in and was able to take it. But the harmless monster suddenly became touchy and began to take the plant from the main character. Apparently this monster could pester the guy until he gave up. So he gave it away just like that. This creature began to leave in disgust, and in the meantime Chuck said to himself that if he could not defeat it, this did not mean that he did not have other ways to deal with it. The main character walked further, and it began to seem to him that he had already walked there before. A thick fog began to appear next to it. It looked like no one had gone there for a long time. After walking a little more, the guy looked up and saw a dungeon mark there. He scanned it, and was glad that there was now something new to play with. Suddenly, the hero was struck from behind by a powerful blow, from which he flew several tens of meters away. It was the same creature that Chuck had seen earlier. The guy said that this cunning bastard attacked him in a mean way, which almost broke his lower back. He knew he couldn't fight Chuck on LeBron Mountain, so he decided to push him into this place. Deal with this shit, just because of one blade of grass. Suddenly, his body began to become covered with plant stems. But Chuck remembered the special art of essence energy, like in the Buddha temple, to remove the effect of the mysterious energy. Moreover, the hero remembered that this place was all in the fog, and of course he didn't know which way to go. And after a couple of seconds, this creature that looked like a ram appeared behind him. Chuck looked at him and asked what it was this time. The lamb hit the ground with its hooves, after which the fog began to dissipate, and the guy began to see the road. At first, Chuck did not understand what was happening, but then the ram began to push him towards the town. The guy began to look around the town and noticed that it was very quiet, and even on the territory of dimensions. Walking even further, he noticed a building at the end of the town that gave off the same aura as the small Buddha temple. It was one of the 3 pure temples in Taishan. Chuck didn't do anything wrong, but the ram just kicked the main character, and he flew away. The avenue is formless. It gives birth to heaven and earth. The avenue is merciless. It moves the sun and the moon. Chuck does not know its name, but its name is Tao. And since you are a disciple of the Taoist sect, you can choose one of 3 talismans. First Buddhism, now Taoism. The hero no longer understands what is happening. Also, again the guy is faced with a choice. This time jade, wood, and gold. The wooden talisman is associated with nature, so most likely it represents the powers of Taishan, which is why the main character chose it. But suddenly forced hatching appeared again. Chuck opened his eyes, his body feeling exhausted. Standing up, a light ball appeared in front of him, which he saw for the first time in his life. From this ball a companion animal emerged. But he only has one skill, which was called Tai. Chuck figured it would be best to deal with this after he returned. If he was gone too long, the teacher might get suspicious. The teacher was looking for him all over the neighborhood. Because of this, she asked where he was, to which he replied that he was just taking a walk and accidentally came across somewhere too far away. The brother said that he had gone too far and made friends with the sheep, and Chuck at that time did not understand what he was talking about. Then he heard a sheep behind him making a sound and finally understood what Larry was talking about. Having examined it more closely, he saw an eye mark on its front arm. It was the same stupid sheep. The students' classes ended and Chuck returned home with the sheep following him. He washed that plant several times already and tried to feed it to the master ram so that he would return to LeBron. Baran said that he was free, but in his head he thought that this guy would not go with him all the way. The guy thought there must be a way in the game to get rid of this ram master. When he returned, he tried to log into LeBron on his phone. The main character thought that it would be as safe as in the real world, but he didn't expect that as soon as he entered, he would immediately be attacked by a monster that could kill him in a matter of seconds. The only difference between reality and the game is that this ram follows him into the dungeon. Despite the fact that his character is so-so, it is still not an ordinary high-level creature. Although Chuck has not yet figured out why he is following him. In any case, he will not be able to take him away, so he will have to look after him. Our hero went on the phone to fight in the Ebo Tower with the help of Tai. Tai's cold can work against the Firebird of the Fire Elemental Tower. It's just that Tai's current life force can only be used once. But this technique of Tai is incredibly powerful, and the range of distribution is very wide. You just need to learn how to use it well. Although there are many Firebirds at the top, if you figure out how to gather them all in a heap, you can kill them all at once. Chuck began to run and collect the birds in a pile. Everything was going well, and he called the flying ant to him. However, when the ant began to fly towards its owner, it was caught in a trap. Well, naturally it's not as easy as the main character thought. He and the flying ant will be surrounded before I can gather them together. To avoid being surrounded by them, he needs to become more agile and faster. It seems it's time to find a suitable vitality skill to speed up movement. To solve this problem, he first decided to try opening a forum. After looking at many advertisements, he realized that it was still better to go to the library himself to look for the necessary information. At this time, the ram showed the guy a magazine with vegetables. First he asked him if he wanted to eat, and then he remembered that he liked to enjoy life. After sitting in the library, the guy learned that Unix and Yingshan allow you to enter super acceleration in an instant, but it takes a lot of effort. After looking a little more, he realized that only the art of Dragon Gate flight was suitable for him. The art of flight goes back to the goddess Huang. Although using it you cannot remain motionless for a long time, but the movements are very graceful and fast, and besides, it can be maintained for a long time. Longmeng Caves is in Luoyang, so Chuck plans to go there the next day. But as soon as the guy took one step, a huge monster flew out of the ground in front of him. It was a spatial creature. Chuck at first did not believe what he saw, because he did not understand how it could appear in the city. The consequences of such a monster can be devastating, because it is probably a creature of epic level. Suddenly this creature began to use a life force technique. But at the same time, the military managed to fly to the monster and using helicopters, began shooting at it. A man also appeared in the distance. After such a long chase, he could see that he still wanted to escape somewhere. He used a thunderclap and pierced right through this monster. The spatial creature was destroyed, after which the man approached Chuck and asked if everything was okay with him. The man said that this is just a pet that went crazy and ran away from its owner due to too much passion for cultivation. To this he added that the military would sort it out, and it was time for them to go, so that there would be no panic. The man asked the boy to keep his mouth shut. However, Chuck noticed that he was not at all like the pet with whom the contract was concluded. Arriving home, he felt the smell of blood outside the door. Suddenly a shell fell out of the hero's pocket. Chuck didn't understand where he got it from, because he had never had such shells before. And at that moment, something came out of her and grabbed the guy by the neck. It was a girl. She was glad to be out of sight, but she felt sorry for her pet. Chuck was not happy at this time, as he felt that her suppression power was even stronger than that of the snake. Then the girl looked up with a sweet face, called Chuck brother, and thanked him for his help. But appearances can be deceiving. She told him that his reward would be that she would eat him. Suddenly, someone shot at this girl. It was the Master Ram. Chuck was very happy about his sudden appearance. However, it was not free. The Ram showed the hero magazines with vegetables, and Chuck, in turn, was ready to buy him everything. The girl called the guy an insignificant little man and said that she was Queen Lana, after which she began to be indignant at how some ram could crush her. Chuck, due to her rudeness, asked the ram master if he could finish her off, to which the ram showed him vegetable magazines. Lana asked them to stop and promised them to give them the secret of her father, the god Kalen, if he spared the girl. Kalen is a god from the race. He is considered the primary deity in human mythology. He was the first god born in cosmic chaos. He is the beginning of all order, time and space, and he is also the beginning of the entire world. The girl ran away from the west to get a divine secret that was kept by demons. If her brother spares her, she will give this secret to him. Divine secret is a secret vitality technique. She said that he needs to observe the space in the pearl, and he can experience the power of the god Kalen. Chuck looked at her and fell into Lana's trap. The main character, together with the master ram, ended up in an unknown place that looked like some kind of hole. Also, the divine sheep was bewitched. The ram was in shock and clearly did not like it. From this hole, an unknown person called Chuck a fellow countryman and called him to him. The guy began to be pulled down. At this time, his sutra of immortality was again circulating on its own. He thought that he had become a believer in another ancient god. Lana called the hero an idiot, because only those in whom the blood of chaos flows can comprehend it. So Chuck will be locked in this space forever. She began to close the hole into which Chuck was sucked, but suddenly something went wrong. Queen Lana was perplexed that the hero was not affected by chaos, and moreover, he had a divine technique. Don't forget about Master Ram, he was very angry. The lamb gathered all his anger into one powerful blow to the queen. This Naga sphere lost the divine chaos technique and turned into empty marble. Unexpectedly, the Ram Master was sucked in by this ball. Looks like there's still room inside. It's a pretty good bag, Chuck figured, and it looks like this bag can hold living things. A moment later, a ram came out of the ball and hit the main character on the head. Now the apartment was calm, and the boy went to buy the vegetables that he had promised his savior. Chuck had to leave on business, so he asked the lamb to be careful and stay home. The lamb was very pleased with the food, and simply threw the hero out the door. The main character went to the forum and found a lot of information about the Dragon Gate Grottos. The length of the Dragon Gate Grottos reaches 1 kilometer and contains more than 50 caves. There are more than 100,000 Buddha statues in them. After the dimensional Strom appeared in the cave, many dimensional creatures appeared in each hole, and there are also different types of monsters from each rift. Although the Dragon Gate Grottos are one of the deeply explored areas, there are still many mysterious places that await their seekers. There were a lot of caves there, and it was unknown whether Chuck would be able to find the dungeon mark there. Leaving the house, the hero met his neighbor Viola. She wondered where the guy was going so early in the morning. He told her that he was going to the grottos of the Dragon Gates. She was surprised and said that she had also recently cultivated there, so she offered to go with him. Chuck didn't feel comfortable saying no, so he agreed. Viola was delighted and said that she had recently won a new vehicle in the previous television lottery, but the boy thought she had won a bicycle. But when he raised his head, he was a little shocked. The main character asked the girl if she was a princess by chance, to which she replied, "Isn't it strange to win a helicopter?" The guys arrived, and Viola asked which cave he would go to. But Chuck was thinking about something completely different. The boy saw how huge the grottos of the Dragon Gate were, so he began to doubt that he would be able to find the dungeon mark. Chuck told his neighbor that he came to the grottos for the sky-soaring dragon technique. The soaring dragon technique is a dimensional essence crystal that fell out of the Drome Lotus Cave. It turned out that Viola had the same goal in the cave. The girl lacked an assistant, so she invited the hero to make a deal. She needs to kill the soaring sky beast, and if the soaring sky technique essence crystal drops, she will give it to Chuck. The main character was not against this idea, but the skill essence crystal is a rare thing. The guy didn't understand why she was so sure that it would fall out, because her luck couldn't be that good. Walking further, the guys reached the Lotus Petal Cave. They found a flying dragon, and Viola asked Chuck to take a photo of her beautiful fighting pose. After this, it dawned on the hero that she needed someone to film her. While Chuck was filming the girl's fight, he managed to find the dungeon mark. Viola killed the dragon in just 1 minute and 5 seconds, and she also received the Soaring Sky Technique Essence Crystal, which she gave to Chuck as promised. Her luck is crazy. She can get a rare skill crystal on the first try, but she said that she fought for too long. Suddenly Sam approached them. He asked the girl if she was trying to break his record again. Sam is a graduate of Sunset Academy. Viola said she didn't succeed, but Sam said his record had already been broken by the guy standing next to him. This guy was Fail, a special enrollment student, and it only took him 20 seconds. Viola seemed to know him and was surprised that he also came to the academy, so Chuck invited the girl to continue. However, she said that it was pointless for them to continue. He has a legendary creature, the Heavenly Swift Saber King. who specializes in fencing. No one dares to match his speed. The girl suddenly wanted to take a walk through other caves, and the main character decided to stay and take a walk here. Sam asked her to stay, and asked her about the investments they had talked about earlier. Only Fail stayed with Chuck. He recognized him because he saw him in a video in which the boy fights with the demonic general and thought it was amazing. But then he added that the teacher said that the guy was not concentrating on becoming stronger. At first it seemed to him that the teacher was lying, but he would never have thought that he had free time to work as a photographer. Sam was embarrassed by Fail's words, so he asked him not to pay attention. He is a good person. He just has a little character. After this, Chuck considered Fail to be a rude bastard. But it's good, they're all gone. Now the main character can go to the new dungeon. Chuck walked further, looking at the phone, when he suddenly noticed Sam, who was selling something. He approached him and asked what he was selling. Sam showed him the eggs of the legendary Chimera, and offered to take him with him. The Chimera has good stats, and also has the petrified skin technique, which makes it very strong in defense. Unfortunately, in attack it is not so strong and useful. However, some rare individuals hatch with magical abilities, such as the Overlord ability. Such an attack can convert its defense into an attack, making it one of the best in the legendary class. For one egg at a special price of 200,000 points. Sam asked if he wanted to try his luck and try, but the hero didn't have that kind of money. Sam thought that since Chuck was a friend of Brother Larry, he had a lot of money, but the boy felt awkward in this situation. The main character scanned almost the entire Chimera egg, and all of them only have the ability to petrify skin. Apparently the Overlord is indeed a rarity. Chuck was surprised that he managed to defeat the Chimera and take so many eggs. Viola was there and said that this is not so surprising. Although this guy does not look very strong, but Mr. Sam is really the best graduate of the academy. The boy doubted that this Sam was the best graduate. He also didn't understand why he even needed to set up a small kiosk to sell companion eggs. He answered him in order to play the game. Chuck was interested in this game, so Sam showed him the phone with the game. The hero looked at it and said that it was too tough for him, and it was also strange. After that he realized why he needed money, to improve the game. Sam said that this game is based on reality. Chuck thought about it, and realized that it was the same as his mysterious phone. If this game is developed, it will not be so dangerous for the hero to play on his phone in the future. Because of this, Chuck approved of Sam's game, and he began to cry at the first good review. From that moment on, the guys became partners. And as a sign of the beginning of cooperation, Sam gave the guy the eggs, and allowed him to take one for free, but warned him not to get carried away, and not to give them to just anyone. Unexpectedly, Viola offered to help Chuck choose an egg, to which he agreed, and suddenly she chose a stone with the Overlord ability, after which the boy considered her a goddess. Returning home, Chuck saw Master Ram with a bulging belly. He ate all the vegetables from 2 boxes in one go. It looks like this won't be the easiest thing. Sam will have to work hard to get the money. But being in the grottos with the Dragon Gate, the guy received the technique of the heavenly soaring dragon, as well as the Chimera. Suddenly the ram snatched the egg from the hero's hands, which Viola had pulled out for him. Chuck gave up on this and went to play on the phone. He entered an underground lotus pond, where he found a blood lotus. The boy was glad to see this creature, as it was a great opportunity to try what he had learned. All he had to do was apply a little pressure, and he could do all sorts of tricks. Now that Chuck had tested this skill, he was almost there. The main character killed the bloody heart of the Buddha lotus, and obtained an egg from it. Buddha heart lotus with 4 skills, but all of its attributes are slightly inferior except physical ones. A board appeared in front of Chuck, on which the guy chose to use this item as a fusion material. It's only a 1 in 3 chance, but it's worth it if the ant's evolution is successful. The ant began to absorb the material, and Chuck asked him to cope for his sake. The guy had an excellent set of attributes for a legend. He even inherited all the skills of the Buddha's heart lotus, with a bloody pattern. It's a shame Chuck can't call him right now to take a look. But if he's as big as a mutated dead ant, this room won't be enough. Then the hero remembered about the new open dungeon, so he decided to go there to test his new ant. Chuck found a monster there and sent his mutated lotus ant to attack. The power of the new ant was colossal. The main character did not have time to really look at anything, since his pet was very fast, which he was shocked by. Chuck dropped an egg from the monster, except for speed. Its characteristics are useless. Then he decided to try to merge his companions. If he comes across a flying lotus ant, he will have a real holiday. But their matching coefficient was less than 1, so the guy simply fed it to his pet. Suddenly Titan began to evolve. Mythical creatures are amazing. They are not like ordinary legendary creatures even at the legendary stage. What is the role of ears and eyes in Fate now? The skill description was the same as before. Chuck had to check it out. It's all about using ears instead of eyes. With closed eyes, one can see everything that is happening on the street. One can even see what is happening outside his house without looking at the walls. With this power of perception, the guy, combined with the flying technique, will be able to go into the dungeon of the volcano. Chuck, along with the flying ant, came to the fire tower and sent his pet to attack. While he deals with the flock of firebirds, the guy will take care of the rest. The hero's new skill worked great. He can easily cope with the speed of the firebirds. It seemed like at first everything went according to plan, and the birds flew after the ant, at which time Chuck climbed the tower. As soon as the guy got up, he called the ant and the birds to him, and then called the banana fairy. With her help, the birds were destroyed, so Chuck changed his companion's form and flew to the top. The flight was successful, and he stepped on the very top of the tower. It turns out that the firebirds were created from the flames of the cauldron. Then Chuck decided to end it with the help of a banana fairy, in the form of a companion. The main character said some words and struck the cauldron. Suddenly the guy's heart began to beat faster. His heart began to hurt very much. There may have been some kind of curse on the ancient scripture that was in front of the hero. Chuck was in so much pain that he felt like his heart was going to break into small pieces. The guy felt like he was about to lose consciousness. The power of the lost immortal scripture had not changed. After much torment, the pain in the hero's heart ended. Although the Misty Immortality Sutra did not help, it seems that the ancient Emperor's Sutra has been successfully studied. Looking up, Chuck saw a stone sword lying inside the cauldron. He was surprised that this sword was the reward, since he was expecting a pet as a reward. Chuck decided to take the sword, but something went wrong, and the sword turned out to be untouchable. The main character tried to pick it up dozens of times, but each time there was no change. Chuck spent so much effort to get to the top of the tower, he thought that at least they would give him a companion, but they gave him a sword that he couldn't even touch. Suddenly, outside the apartment door, they said that the guy had received a letter. It was a letter from Olsen, Chuck's old director. But it seemed to the guy that the director was now exploring new dimensions. Inside the letter was a business card for a crystal store with the name Edward and unknown numbers. Chuck decided to check these numbers by calling them, but the phone said that the dialed number was not in service. At that moment, Larry entered the hero's apartment. Chuck, not understanding why he was there, asked why he came. The brother came to his friend to tell him that he had broken into the legendary class. Chuck did not believe Larry and said that he had been deceived, which is why his brother asked him to pretend that he was at least a little happy for him. Although the legendary class is slightly higher than the mortal class, this is an important turning point. Breaking through to the legendary class can awaken a legendary destiny that will always be with you. Many practitioners base their training on their destiny. In the previous meeting with Fail, he broke Juan's Flying Monkey's record with the help of the King of Swords' fate. Chuck wondered what his fate would be when he transferred to a new class. After some thought, the hero asked his brother what his fate was. Larry was looking forward to this question most of all. His destiny was Neuer, which gives him a bonus to vitality and defense. Minor wounds will heal on their own, and the only way to kill him is with one killing blow. Larry began to rejoice that his life was almost equivalent to immortality. But suddenly Chuck told his friend to save himself. Master Ram heard their conversations and hit his brother on the ass. From this blow, he even flew away. The main character asked his brother if he was alive, to which Larry replied that he could still be saved. Then Larry asked him what that sheep was doing in his house, and Chuck told him that he wasn't immortal. Just because he wasn't dead didn't mean he wasn't hurt. The brother was taken away by an ambulance, and he told Chuck that with his strength it would not be so difficult to break into a new class. The main thing is not to sit at home. There is no concept in the world of becoming a legendary class after confinement within 4 walls. People playing games all day long will raise a lot of questions from others if they suddenly become stronger. Sometimes a guy thinks that he is training so as not to arouse suspicion. Chuck walked into the training room and activated the normal difficulty training mode. The hero just wanted to quickly finish the training and then calmly play the game. In this training, he decided to use his hearing skill, which he does not use very often. With the help of his hearing, he can mentally see the slightest rotations inside the T, as if through a lens. With this ability, he can simply imagine the trajectory of movement inside the machine and hit the balls. If you swing the bat correctly, it will be much easier to hit balls, which our hero did very well. At that time, Fail was walking there, and he did not understand who was training in the training room so early. Entering the training room, he was surprised to see Chuck there. Fail thought that the speed of the balls was the most ordinary, but he pretended to close his eyes and called him a show-off. Therefore, he wanted to make the boy understand the importance of training and show the difference in strength. However, Fail was shocked when Chuck beat him to it. Fail thought that perhaps Chuck was just standing nearby, so he hit the ball first. Suddenly, the ball flew out, and Fail considered this a convenient moment to put our hero in his place. Except Chuck was the first to hit the ball again. Fail tried to hit the ball several times, but he couldn't even touch it with his speed. The main character started to leave, and the guy told him to wait because there were still balls. Chuck didn't even turn around and hit the ball with ease. It's like he knows where the ball is going to go. He trains with his eyes closed, so as not to rely on his vision, but to feel the changes around him. Fail learned such a valuable lesson from just one short meeting. He felt ashamed that he underestimated a person because of his appearance. Our hero felt the car stop, after which he finally opened his eyes and was about to return to the game. Suddenly, Fail knelt down in front of him and called him teacher. Fail only wanted him to become his teacher, but the hero refused because he did not have time for this. But Guy didn't stop and told him that he was able to notice his shortcomings only thanks to their short meeting, and Chuck helped him a lot. So if Fail is under his leadership, he will definitely achieve more in life. Fail had already sent him money and said that he would pay him on time and only wanted to become his student. 50,000 yen was transferred to Chuck's account. He promised Sam that he would invest money in his game, so he decided that it would be nice for him to devote time to training Fail. As a result, the hero agreed to become his teacher, but he did not guarantee that this would help him much. Suddenly, Fail gave out something of his own, supposedly to improve his skills. Only what a person comprehends himself is valuable. Chuck came home, took a shower and sat down to rest on the phone. Unexpectedly and for unknown reasons, he became someone's teacher. Fortunately, Fail paid quite a lot, which made the hero agree. Upon entering the game, a general immediately appeared in front of him. Chuck had long wanted to get to know him better. According to the boy's calculations and planned tactics, the banana fairy representing the scissors should inflict quite a lot of damage on the tissue general. But if he uses the tie skill, he will use up all his energy. This demon had been watching his position for a very long time, so he ordered the lotus ant to help divert his attention. Suddenly, the demon's black ball was swallowed up by a poisonous mist. Chuck was able to hit the demon for the first time, but his life was almost on the threshold. It turns out that the general's ability is not just to comprehend things in space, but to absorb skills with the help of these balls, and then return them. Fortunately, the Lotus Buddha's body can at least protect against the poisonous fog of the same type of lotus. Having killed the demon, a companion egg began to rise up from it. Chuck immediately began hatching the tissue mutant general's egg. It was a very painful process for him, but he had to endure it, since his body and all indicators had reached the limit of the mortal class. With the help of the Lost Immortality Sutra, he will be able to hatch this legendary companion egg. The main character managed to hatch a tissue mutant general of legendary level. The boy immediately decided to go defeat his other strong opponents. This is a legendary class, and is essentially a monster. It can easily destroy previous difficult opponents. It is for this reason that our hero decided that he needed to improve it right now. But he almost forgot that teacher Vanessa had a lesson in the afternoon. Because of this, he was a little late for it. As soon as Chuck approached his brother, he immediately began to tease him, saying that even the beautiful class teacher could be late for class. Here the teacher asked for silence in the class, and said that the main purpose of the lesson was to inform students about the annual exams that will be held in the near future. The exam consists of several categories, including the burning oil defense level test, the paper bridge speed and agility test, and the absorbing mountain vitality test. And the last thing is to test your strength level, lifting the stone tripod. Students will be assigned according to the number of absences and time spent completing the two courses. However, if the guys place in the top 10 in the general exam, they will gain access to the Purple Palace. According to legend, the Purple Palace, fraught with enormous possibilities, is under the jurisdiction of the University of Sunset. As Chuck left class, he asked Larry why the family's third son couldn't make the top 10. He replied that it was too difficult, since the university now has many strong players. There are only 10 places, and senior students, for example, like Fail, his sister, and Viola. At first, Chuck didn't remember Viola, and then when he remembered, he didn't expect that such a little girl was also in the top 10. She is not a child, but rather like a phoenix. After the first promotion to the legendary class, she will again descend to a mortal due to her technique, the same with the epic. Every time she returns to her first form, her performance increases significantly, and she makes her progress much faster. Despite the fact that Viola is so small, she has already reached the legendary class for the second time. Chuck was surprised that she was so strong. Friends began to disperse, and the brother told the guy that if he needed anything, he could just call him. If it was just for ratings, it wouldn't be necessary. But this Purple Palace is really tempting. The hero didn't know if there was a duplicate seal in the palace, but if there was, it would allow him to choose another treasure. He walked further, and suddenly someone called him from the car. A man came out of the car, whom Chuck recognized. He was happy and introduced himself. His name was Elvis, Lieutenant Elvis. The boy asked him what the governor wanted from him, but Elvis told him that there was no need to worry. since the governor was not such a bad person, and he was not the one who invited him. Mrs. Anfisa called him. The woman thanked the hero for coming and called to talk inside. Raising his head, Chuck saw the inscription of a crystal store. Recently, the old director sent him a business card of this store. Ariana's birthday is coming up, and Anfisa wanted to give her a companion egg, but doesn't know which one she wants. The woman wanted to hear the boy's opinion. After all, Ariana has been caring a lot about him lately. Chuck noticed that the store was very huge, but there were no people in it at all. Anfisa said that this crystal store belongs to her father's best friend, Uncle Edward, who brought her here when she was little. Whenever Uncle Edward had a good collection, he would close the store and let her and her father look at it first. Although this store is not the most expensive in the city, it has the most valuable goods. The store is divided into upper and lower floors, with the most expensive rare crystals and skill stones on the upper floor. And the companion eggs they need are on the bottom floor. There was a lot of space downstairs and everything was filled with eggs. Anfisa thought that her daughter would like the graceful and elegant moon fox, but she thinks the flower fairy suits Ariana's character very well. She didn't know what was best, so she asked Chuck what he thought. Our hero said that the evil caterpillar's companion egg seemed quite suitable for him, but Anfisa did not expect how terrible it tasted. In terms of strength, the evil caterpillar is the best of the legendary class, and when transformed into this butterfly, it has no price. The guy's observation amazed the lady, but she wondered when she would hatch. Ariana would be happy with this birthday present, and Chuck thought it was a very nice one. Ever since Chuck was little, his idiot father always forgot about his birthday. It seemed to him that if he had a mother like Miss Anfisa, he would not worry about such trifles. The lady ordered Osiris to pack the gift, but they still had time, so she suggested they go look at what was below. There are very special pet companions there, and to get to this floor you need to be with Uncle Edward, but he left her the key. Suddenly she said that she didn't know if some guy, whom Chuck clearly didn't know, was alive. When they went down, they saw companions who were famous and powerful. Almost all the creatures here were former warriors who fought alongside the veterans during the underground storm. Their owners could not accept the idea that they would die with them, so they were sent here to wait for someone else. There was a guy sitting in the room, imprisoned in chains. Chuck got a little worried and asked if he was a companion. However, Anfisa didn't know, but her father came to see him every time he came here. After so many years, she didn't think that he would still be here. She constantly asked her father about him when she was a child. Unfortunately, it was already late, and she said that she would ask Osiris to take him back. Suddenly, Chuck began to feel his gaze behind him. He felt as if he was following the hero. After that, it dawned on him that perhaps it was he who sent him the business card of this place. Then he didn't understand why the numbers were needed on the business card. And at that same second, he remembered that there was a code table on the metal grate where the guy was locked, and the number on the card was the code to open it. But Chuck was at a loss. If the lady had not brought him here, he would not have met this companion. What did the director want to tell him? A day passed, and Chuck and his brother were sitting at the university. The lesson was over, and the boy noticed how Larry sighed heavily. The next day, he goes to apply to form a club, but they are still one person short of the minimum number required to form a club. New students are very harmful. As soon as they hear that the guys are just a new club, they immediately reject them. Although there are only 4 in the team now. In the future, they have many opportunities for developing the club. Larry was frustrated, and Chuck thought his method of attracting students had been used so many times that no new student would fall for it. In this case, the hero knew who to call. This student was Diablo, but Larry did not understand why he was the one. He was the enemy of his brother's sister, Larry and Chuck. He also caused them a lot of problems, and Larry still had not taken revenge, but the boy was completely confident in him. Back then, it was a voluntary bet in the arena. Diablo has good stats, and our hero thinks he's a great choice. Moreover, since their last meeting, he has become a very gentle and kind person. Larry was shocked when Chuck told him about Diablo's tenderness and kindness, because it wasn't like him. But the guy still had no other choice. The brother understood this, so he didn't mind, and they went to look for him. The guys went down the grottos of the Dragon Gates, into the Vanfo cave, where there were warriors of the Buddha's servants of the legendary class. Larry did not understand what Diablo was doing in such a place with the warriors and servants of Buddha. Chuck told him to relax, because the warriors of Buddha's servants are slow, and often do not attack first, so it should be safe there. His friends had been looking for him for more than an hour, but they could not find him. The brother was already tired of looking for him, and decided to rest, leaning on the statue. Suddenly, the Buddha's warriors began to attack Larry. He barely managed to move away, not understanding why they suddenly attacked him. Chuck told him that maybe touching that statue would make them angry. It seems they had no choice but to force their way out. The guys fought well with the warrior servants, but they had a problem. There were more and more of them every second. Larry seemed to really want to be beaten, and Chuck didn't think he was in a fighting spirit. So the main character took it and said, "Just hold on to it." Chuck flew up with his brother, and at that time Larry shouted at him not to dare step on that damn statue again. Nevertheless, the boy stood on the statue, after which the Buddha's warriors stopped, and his brother asked him to put him down. But as soon as Larry stood on the statue, the eyes of the Buddha's servants began to glow red again, and they flew up. He was very scared and jumped on Chuck again, then asked him why. When he touches the statue, nothing happens. But when he does, they immediately fly to kill him. The main character understood that this was a statue of a sacred Buddha, and he was partly her son. Suddenly Diablo appeared from below, calling them to follow him. Chuck went down with his friend to him, after which he told them to go behind the Buddha statue because they would not be able to get there. Having hidden, Larry was glad that now the stone thugs would not be able to reach them. Diablo led them into a small cave and told them that they would have to wait for an hour, and then they could leave. The brother told him that they actually came to him and told him that they were missing one participant, so they wanted to invite him. But Diablo confidently told the guys that he was not interested in this. Larry told him not to rush to refuse, since their club is quite good. Every month they will receive a good membership bonus. His brother had heard earlier that he likes to take money for work, which means he will not refuse such an offer. However, Diablo named the amount of 100,000 every month, after which he joined. But Larry was shocked, since this was a hell of a lot. Then Chuck came out and told him that the team was one person short of registering the club, so he asked to join it, and in turn they would not force him to attend any events. After this, the boy asked him how much this service would cost. Diablo said 10,000. Larry didn't want to agree, but he had no other choice, so they agreed on 10,000. An hour later, the warriors and servants of Buddha left, and Diablo told them to go, and he would stay to quickly clean up. Suddenly Chuck noticed him taking something out of his pocket. It was a pocket watch. The guy thought it was very familiar. He remembered that in the crystal store, one of the cameras had the same symbol as the one on the clock. Previously, there were rumors about great misfortunes due to women on ships, which is why women were prohibited from going to sea, and totems and other things associated with women in ships are almost never found. Chuck didn't understand whether this was an accident, or whether this pattern had its own secret meaning. Returning home, the boy again sat down to play on the phone. In the game, he again came across another type of general, but the skills of a martial arts general are hopeless against a cloth general. When you know the rules of fighting against different species, the game becomes much easier. For killing the martial arts general, Chuck received a companion egg, which he was very happy about. The only difference between him and the fabric general is that the star palm skill is replaced by a star strike. Since creatures of the same type have similar characteristics, then he can use this egg to merge with a tissue general, whose compatibility is 90%. By combining the eggs, he truly began to have the skills to do both at the same time. According to this logic, if you get all the generals, you can make a high-class companion. Therefore, he set out to improve himself further. The mutant generals Star Palm and Star Punch can't even keep up with this arrow. As it turns out, even the current mutant general cannot help him unlock this sword. All 3 arrows are not able to destroy these arrows. Then it turns out that it is impossible to pass this stage with one special skill. Chuck thought that it was all over. Even the Star Sword, which took all his energy, could not stop the arrow, and the ashen palm and fist of the Titan clearly could not cope with it. Then the main character remembered that the ashen palm cannot be obtained from skill crystals. It can be obtained from the fusion of the palm of a dried bone and an inch fist. Some skills are not acquired directly, but are transformed into higher skills through leveling up lower ones. These 3 generals have a very high level of compatibility despite the fact that they are mutually exclusive, which means there is a connection between their skills. This is the only thing left for the hero now. He uses this week before the exams to collect all kinds of skill crystals from the 3 generals. Generals will appear in random order, and they can only be reset by constantly updating the game with blood. He couldn't hesitate, so he played day and night. The day of the exams arrived and Larry called Chuck, asking where he was. Chuck tried to get skill crystals for a whole week, but in the end nothing came of it. However, the merger of the 3 types of generals was still successful. The main character came to the exam and apologized to his brother, saying that he had overslept a little. But Larry noticed that he was not worried about the exam at all. The student council president Walter was present at the exam. He recognized Chuck since he participated in the killing of the Blood Lotus and the battle against the general defeated at Hulayogun. He is said to still be on the mortal plane. And other than being connected to Larry's family, he was unable to find out what his true origins were. He felt sorry that the exams were based only on merit. No matter how good his mortal level skills were, he would be at the same level as hundreds of other students. He asked to put Chuck on the student council's waiting list. Suddenly Walter saw Chuck greeting Ariana, Viola, and Fail. But then he saw Sam. After that, He hid, and his assistant said that he was the one who didn't get along with the chairman. He yelled at her, saying that she described him as a mortal-level guy, and she replied that this was exactly what was written in the questionnaire. Walter later realized that Chuck was well-connected. If he got into the student council, then they could establish their connections with such noble families. The general secretary should look into Chuck's background in more detail, and the assistant was also in charge of arranging the exam venue, so Walter told her to do what he told her. The exam began, and the students began to lift the cauldron, but so far no one was able to do it. However, when it was Chuck's turn, he easily raised it to 100 points out of 100, although the difficulty level of this task was the highest. The main character did not put any effort into the cauldron and found it very easy. The exam results came, and the first places were not taken by Chuck and brother Larry. If they want to get on the list, then they need to muster all their will into a fist at the next test. But suddenly Larry saw Chuck's name in the table. The students heatedly discussed the main character, because he is only of the mortal class, but stands in front. When Fail saw Chuck's name on the stand, he said that his coach was the coolest. Teacher Vanessa was also at a loss as to how this was even possible. The mortal made the top 10 list on the exam, which made the teacher wonder if Chuck was a genius himself. Sitting together, Larry told his friend that it was unfair. Chuck's result was several times higher than his, although his brother believed that he was definitely stronger than him in many ways. It's not just that he's strong, other competitions, as it seemed to Chuck, have become somehow less difficult. Something is clearly wrong with his results. Suddenly Walter approached the guys, or rather Chuck. He introduced himself to him and would like to talk to him about something in private. Larry enviously asked his friend when he managed to meet the chairman of the student council, but the boy himself did not know him. Walter and Chuck went to talk over a mug of tea, where first the chairman congratulated the hero, because he entered the top 10 and got the opportunity to get into the Purple Palace. After all, in the mortal class, the chances of getting into the top 10 are almost zero. Then Chuck realized that he had reduced the difficulty for him, and asked why he would do something like that, because he didn't even know the chairman. Walter said that he saw a great hidden talent in the guy. The Purple Palace is a great opportunity for a new student, and he thinks it would be a shame to miss it. There is currently an opening for vice president in the student council, and Chuck has impressed Walter so much that he would like to offer him the title. However, the main character refuses because he has no desire to join the student council. The chairman was surprised when he heard the guy's refusal, because the student council is almost the most important part in the life of every student. Many sleep and see as if they are at least a tiny part of it. Chuck said his friend was waiting outside, and if that was it, he was leaving. Walter understood the guy, saying that the doors of the student council are always open for him, and if he changes his mind, he can come to the chairman at any time. The assistant was surprised. The president had done him such a great service, and he just refused it. The chairman said, "Everything has its time. This man is not easy. He did not see any special problems in this." Then the assistant remembered a document that the university asked to distribute among students, and Walter asked to show it to him. It said that an exchange student was coming to the university. At this time, Megan's younger brother came to see her, and he could not believe that a mere mortal student had gotten her into such trouble. She was not in the mood, and it seemed to her that he had come to mock her. However, this was not the case at all. He applied to Xiang University to become an exchange student, and went there to look at the person who made their family work so hard and humiliate themselves. Her brother's name was John, and he came to avenge his stupid sister. The moment came when the students headed towards the Purple Palace. The guys were given arrows that the school found in the Purple Palace, and this is the only way to open the treasures that are there. But the treasures of the Purple Palace are a mixture of immortals and mortals. It could be secret techniques or eggs of companions, or just ancient jewelry. Suddenly the bells rang, which meant that the time had come. The gate opened. The students had to choose one of the balls of light and break it with an arrow. What was inside would be their treasure. There were a lot of them, so it was difficult for Fail to make a choice. One of the students believed that in any case, you can only rely on luck, because you can't outwardly determine which one is more expensive. Someone came across a real treasure chest, and Viola's eyes simply sparkled. She wanted to see what was there, but the owner of this chest did not want to show anything to anyone. And Chuck completely walked away from the group of people. He only had one try. If there was a copy of the seal in the Purple Palace, then all kinds of treasures would be within reach. He had already looked all over there, but still couldn't find a drawing of the hands. Then it seemed to him that they were behind this large door. Ariana noticed how Chuck tried to go through the door and told him not to go there. Once upon a time, this door devoured everyone who came inside. The main character listened to his stepsister and decided not to risk it, so he just had to choose the treasure. And then, out of nowhere, Viola came out with an offer to help the boy, which he did not refuse. Chuck asked if she had already chosen something for herself, and she simply pulled out a huge chest, which made our hero surprised. The boy would still choose the first one that caught his eye, so he decided to trust the girl, and she promised him not to let him down. She didn't even look around, she just threw the arrow. Viola hit something and gave it to our hero. She had no idea what could be inside, but she is sure it is definitely something good. Chuck opened the box, and there was some kind of genie booth. He didn't know what to do with it other than rub it once and repeat. Suddenly the jug burst into flames and a girl climbed out of it. Something began to control the boy's body, and it was very strong. Chuck tried to resist with all his might, but the unknown force was very powerful. And at that moment, it was as if someone was controlling the hero. He began to dance, which made him very ashamed. After a few minutes he was released. These dances opened a new source of energy in the guy's body. This was the formula for life force. At the same moment, Chuck imagined something similar to a ritual. A girl was visible there, talking about some kind of immortal uprising. Only then did Chuck understand. He saw the day when the immortals would fall, and then fell asleep. The main character opened his eyes and his pets were in front of him. Chuck hasn't had this much sleep in a long time. The endless muttering that used to be a part of every dream he had had finally disappeared. The guy started to get up and put his hand on the floor. Suddenly, the floor underneath him simply fell away. He didn't understand why his strength suddenly increased so much, because he just put his hand on the bed. Raising her head, Ariana was in front of the hero. She had just gotten out of the shower, and then her stepbrother appeared in front of him. She was very embarrassed, and called him a pervert. The Masons who came to restore everything could not figure out how this happened. Chuck didn't understand either initially, but once he looked at his stats, he saw that he had become legendary. But in his description, he saw the fate of the King's Sigh. Some mysterious person wrote it down as endless destruction, and Chuck, of course, did not understand what this could mean. Oddly enough, reality is not as intuitive as in the game, but each person's personality abilities can be more or less felt. This sigh of the king, the hero can only feel its presence in his body, but cannot feel anything else. Although he doesn't know the effect of this fate now, his stats can continue to improve, and he no longer needs to risk his life to complete legendary creatures. Then he remembered that he could look at what was happening to all the other destinies. The octave provides a powerful boost to physical strength, significantly increasing attack power and recovery ability. The Tao of the body is an extremely rapid enhancement of the restoration of essence energy. The Ancient Emperor improves all stats and creates strange changes in strength. A slight improvement in all characteristics, as well as access to new abilities. The ability to step in the air, no matter where Chuck steps, he will remain in the air. Unlike the King's Air, which the hero's body cannot accept, except for the First Order of Chaos. All other techniques copied from the mystical scriptures formed their own names and destinies. Chuck thought it was time to explore again and went into a replica of a deep ant cave. He ordered all his pets to follow him. The hero used a multi-mutant general and enjoyed destroying monsters. As a result of these fights, many companion eggs dropped. Suddenly, an unprecedented creature suddenly emerged. Chuck saw a crack and believed that it must be the entrance to the anthill, so he ran to her without hesitation. As soon as he ran to the crack, that unprecedented creature climbed out of there. It was a golden ant and he struck the boy. Chuck thought this was a good move and that it was most likely a rare class creature. But nothing, because his main goal was not the ant anyway, and he summoned the banana fairy. Having summoned her, he noticed that her characteristics had increased significantly. The banana fairy struck the ant, but after a couple of seconds, it immediately freed itself. Of course, the fairy wind won't kill him in one blow, but it can delay him for a couple of seconds. He found what he was looking for and jumped in. Falling into the liquid, he began to eat the nectar of the golden ant, after which his characteristics began to improve. Chuck was convinced that this honey could really improve performance. Unfortunately, the ant killed him within seconds. Although the legendary class removed the restriction on the characteristics, it was very difficult to increase them with the help of crystals, because the effect was weak. But here, his health characteristics instantly improved. It was because of this that Chuck decided he needed to take a few more sips of this honey. And he was also faced with the question of what that white spot was above the nest. The next day, a new student, John, came to the university. The president met him and told him that he had heard that he was a talented man with a reputation as a saint in the Covenant College, and that his presence here was a great honor for them. As per his request, Walter and everyone else arranged for the top students to have a sparring session with him, except for one guy who was working on his game. John liked it, so he was looking forward to meeting the best students of this academy. The guys gathered in the battle room and began to take turns fighting John. John fought all the students, and they all ended up in a draw. One of the students believed that he doubted them, because during this time he had never used his family's special skills. The competition ended and the fighters thanked each other for the fight. John told Walter that he was right, There were indeed a lot of talented students at Sunset Academy. After that, he said that he heard that recently there was an exam at their academy, and he was sure that everyone who fought with them was the best in their class. But he heard that one of the students who made it to the top 10 was a mere mortal. This interested him very much, and he would like to meet this person, and also know its power. And Chuck played all night, but still couldn't find a way to get into that nest. After that flying ant took damage from the banana fairy, it is no longer caught. This creature is much smarter than those black ones that just attack like crazy. At that moment, Teacher Vanessa called the hero's phone. The woman invited him to her university, and Osiris was there. He never expected to see him there. Chuck asked him what he was doing there, to which Osiris replied that it would be better if Teacher Vanessa told him everything herself. She told him that they wanted to suspend him for a while. It could be considered something like a vacation, but the guy was wondering why they were doing this. Not long ago, an exchange student from Covenant College challenged their academy as soon as he found out about Chuck, and the exchange student who challenged was Megan's little brother. Chuck at first didn't understand who Megan was, but Osiris reminded him that this was the red-haired girl who had been pursuing him before. Vanessa revealed that John and Megan's family are one of the 6 heroic legacies, the Capet family. Unlike Megan, John not only inherited the family's heroic physique, but also received an incredibly strong destiny. In the West, he was even given the title Saint. The teacher didn't know how the boy could get into the top 10, but it was for this reason that John challenged Chuck to a duel. And it is very likely that he wants to take revenge on the hero for his sister and kill her. The academy doubted the guy's rating, but since he has connections with Anfisa's family, they did not pay much attention to it. But it would be a shame for them if it turned out that he was lower than his rating. Therefore, the university decided that staying in the house is now the best solution for the hero. At this time, John was walking around the university courtyard, followed by a crowd of girls who wanted to spend time with him. Suddenly, Ariana ran out of nowhere and started flying towards John. He did not expect this from the girl and asked her what it meant. She replied that he himself understood everything perfectly well. He understood and said that she misunderstood him. Since Chuck is one of the best students in this academy, he really wants to spar with him. That is, with her brother. Then she asked him if he would mind fighting with her. John revealed that in fact, Chuck cheated and used fraudulent tactics to get to the expensive treasure. Then Ariana began to doubt that her half-brother passed the exam honestly. After that, he said, if Chuck didn't deceive anyone, so why is he hiding behind his sister's back? He will look forward to meeting the boy in 3 days to check it out. Suddenly Chuck came out. He said that 3 days was too long, so he suggested now. Ariana asked Osiris why he was pressing against him, and he simply smiled back at her. Vanessa thought that since this was his personal decision, then let him allow her to observe everything from the side. The entire university watched these two fight. John said that since this is a duel to prove the reputation of their academy, everyone can watch everything live and Chuck will not mind, to which our hero agreed. Larry and Fail also watched the fight. Larry doubted his friend, and Fail was sure that the coach would win. John warned the boy that he is not as cruel as he thinks. If the hero can defeat one of his pets within 10 minutes, then he will give the victory to him. And Chuck responded by saying that he would only need 1 minute. The people believed that John could turn him into a cripple in 1 minute, but Chuck said seriously that he would defeat him in just 1 minute. John used a pet member of the royal court, the Knight of the Lance. The Knight of the Spear is a historical knight of the Round Table, Lan Malak, whose strength is so great that it makes him one of the strongest companions in the legendary class. However, Chuck was not simple. He used his demon general. When Larry saw the multi-mutant general, he was surprised, because he didn't know when Chuck was able to subjugate such a big guy. All the people watching the fight were shocked, as this was not an ordinary mutant. In the knight's first attack, the mutant parried his blow, and John was surprised by this. After several blows, the knight was still unable to inflict damage on him. Brother Larry saw his friend's success, so he shouted at him to keep up the good work and believed that he could do it. At that moment, John realized that his knight could not hurt him. But John did not give up, because he has a destiny, a knight's oath. The stronger the owner, the stronger the Knight of the Spear. So John ordered his pet to place him. However, in just an instant, the multi-mutant general grabbed the knight, and then he completely destroyed it. John was clearly not happy, because his pet and reputation were destroyed. Brother Larry was happy for his friend because he made him one left, so he decided that he needed to come up with a cool nickname for him. Ariana noticed that this multi-mutant general had already used 2 special skills. John recognized Chuck's strength, but he did not stop and invited the hero to have a real duel. But the boy told him that he had already lost, so he saw no need to continue this pointless fight. However, John puts the glory of his Capet family on the line, and the egg is the companion of a rebel knight who has inherited the power of Lan Malak. Chuck was forced to agree and told him to start. But Larry thought that his friend was really in trouble. John began to laugh and said that now it would be fun. He gave the boy the opportunity to experience his family's special skill, divine judgment. He dealt a crushing blow to our hero, after which Larry began to get very worried. John had already begun to rejoice, as he considered this the end. However, Chuck felt nothing, and, with the help of the banana fairy, froze him. The main character stood tall on the battlefield and told him that he had lost. After that, he approached the frozen John and hit him, after which he fell. The guy also took his well-deserved reward from him. Vanessa ordered the doctors to examine Mr. John. The teacher saw that this guy had been hiding his real strength all this time. Arriving home, Chuck immediately sat down to inspect his reward. And it turned out that this pet companion had all 19 attributes, and also 4 skills. He was almost like a multi-general mutant of our hero. But it seemed strange to Chuck. This knight was probably stronger than the companion that John used. Then why didn't he bring him out and use him as his main one? The boy decided to check the rebel knight Lancelot on the internet. Lancelot is a legendary figure of the Knights of the Round Table led by King Arthur. He was also the brother of Arthur's adoptive father, the knight Ector. Lancelot, as one of the greatest knights of King Arthur's Round Table, is brave, strong, and willing to help all people. They love him deeply. But he began an affair with King Arthur's wife, Queen Guinevere. And this ultimately led to the collapse of the Round Table. As a servant of King Arthur, Lancelot fell in love with his master's wife. It is not surprising that John did not bring out this companion. He knew that the destiny of the rebel knight would have some consequences for his master. Evening came, and Vanessa was talking to someone on the phone, where she said that Chuck is indeed a very capable student. He always brings her results that are shocking. The girl also said that if it really was a wonderful piece of jade, then only the one she was talking to on the phone could carve it. Unknown said this sounds like another headache for students. Vanessa warned that Chuck's victory over John had a lot to do with his strong companion. The unknown person was ready to take action and ended the call. After that, the main character woke up from Brother Larry calling him on the phone. He told him not to sleep because teacher Vanessa had just posted homework. The guy didn't see him because he was sleeping and decided to look at him. They needed to kill 10 bronze ravens, which are located in the Forbidden City. Larry was looking for information about this place, and it is not particularly dangerous there. The Forbidden City is one of the lowest dungeons in Luoyang, filled with all kinds of bronze creatures, and even legendary-level beasts can be found there. It seems that the Forbidden City has some mysterious power that isolates the Companion Compact, and no interdimensional being can be summoned in the Forbidden City. The guys came to the Forbidden City and began to fight with a bronze beast of legendary level. They've been beating him for several minutes now, but he doesn't care. Chuck dealt a powerful blow to the beast. Larry was sure it would work, and told his friend to finish it off. However, the main character has just spent all his strength in this blow, so he leaves. The brother did not expect that Chuck would start running away, so he also followed him. When they ran away, Larry wondered if the teacher said that the animals here were of an average level. Then why did they just move this colossus with difficulty? At least Chuck didn't have to look for long to find the dungeon imprint. Larry was in a panic at this time and did not understand how he could survive there without the use of pet companions. Not all of them cannot be used. But it is true that the boy did not feel a contractual connection with his companions when he entered the Forbidden City. Besides the two, he can still hear their screams. But it's better not to use them so as not to violate the rules of the Forbidden City. The bronze beast's defense is amazing, but it cannot be defeated as long as there is even one small chance to strike it. There is a chance to defeat it. However, the information provided by the teacher is not completely correct. If the two friends are of the legendary race, they have a great chance of defeating this beast. But what will happen to the rest of the students? Suddenly, Chuck said that it wouldn't be a big deal since he could come up with a method to help the students pass this test. Larry didn't think he was so kind. But the guy later added that as soon as he came up with this method, he would sell it for a lot of money and give the proceeds to promote Sam's game. After a dozen attempts, the main character finally figured it out. All this time he was looking for the weak point of the beast, and he succeeded. The bronze beast needs energy in its body to move, attack, and defend itself. When the bronze beast moves, energy is concentrated in one of the 4 parts of its body, while a lack of energy is created in the remaining parts. This is the weak point. However, the position of the weak points constantly changed and moved depending on the movement of the beast. If a mortal-level person wants to defeat such a beast, he needs to study the bronze beast completely and remember where and when it has weak points. It's time to become a researcher again. After a long time, Chuck developed a scheme and sent it by message to his friend Larry. The brother decided to try it out, and he was shocked when he managed to destroy the beast. He was wondering how the boy found so many details. Chuck told him not to worry about it. Although the mortal class spends more effort than them, the mortals would still be able to defeat the bronze beast calmly. Larry could confidently say that his friend would get rich from this article. Suddenly, some student overheard their conversation and said, "It's unlikely that a strategy is needed for this mission. Their quest states that they must kill 10 bronze beasts, but does not say which ones. Based on this, the bronze rabbit can be considered a bronze beast." The guy's mood clearly dropped after hearing this, as they spent a lot of effort on this. The guys checked the assignment on their phone. It turned out that their assignment was different from the assignment of other students. This meant that now, no one would buy the strategy that Chuck wrote. Suddenly, from behind the guys, someone said that this is not at all true. They say that a special class has a task related to a bronze beast, for which they wrote a strategy. This person behind the guys was an academy graduate, Sam. Sam didn't even notice that Chuck had written out every phase of the bronze beast. This strategy can be used in the game. However, this did not mean that a special class would buy this manual to complete the mission. The special class is very proud, and they believe that if they accept help from others, then they are not at all as cool as they thought. For them, status is above all. The guys started to leave, but suddenly Sam asked them to wait because he hadn't told them everything yet. Although they are unlikely to buy a strategy for the mission, but with this strategy many can beat his record in the Forbidden City. Some of them who like to show off will probably buy Chuck's article to get around him, the main character thought, and it dawned on him that racing definitely has the right to happen. In the Lotus Cave, both Fail and Viola tried to take part in the race. Suddenly, Fail grabbed Chuck and was glad that he had finally found him. Fail began to literally drag the boy, and at that time his pants began to come down. While Chuck was still not completely gone, Sam reminded him not to forget to deposit money into his account for information. During training, Fail told the hero that thanks to him, he finally understood something. Chuck felt very awkward, since he hadn't said anything at all yet. The student wanted to show him what he had learned. Not to mention, he began to attack the main character. The distance between the sword and the air is not interrupted, as if it were fixed. Chuck used his abilities and saw that his sword was indeed looking at him as if with eyes. Even without using your eyes, if you are able to perceive the slightest movements in the air, you will be able to use your sword more skillfully. However, Fail believed that he was still far from the power that the teacher possessed, so he wanted to know if the boy was happy with him. It seemed to Chuck that despite the similarities, it was clear that the mind's eye was not the same as hearing. This boy had truly achieved perfection with his own understanding. Based on this, the hero told his student that in fact he really has nothing to teach him, since his mind belongs only to him. With high talent and good understanding, Chuck decided to return the money to him. But Fail said that he is really progressing from his instructions, and he knows how quickly Chuck is progressing, and he must strictly monitor the training time, so it is selfish of him to delay the teacher's training, the student thought. Fail also added that he would do his best where he was needed. Chuck did not want to argue with him, so he simply told him to continue in the same spirit. And then, the student unexpectedly said that he wanted to know the teacher better, and if he didn't mind, then Fail would move in with him. The boy immediately refused him, because how would he be able to play the game after that if they lived together? Plus his life could be in danger. After that, Fail managed to cry with understanding for the teacher. Finally the hero returned home, and on the way he bought food for the Ram Master. And at that time the lamb was watching Chuck's children's album. And then the boy thought that someone called his father by name. The hero changed clothes and went to play in a copy of the Anthill's lair. In the battle with the golden ant, even the silver-winged flying ant could not reach him. Because of this, the hero decided to use the general to buy him time. As Chuck expected from the legendary creature, the difference in levels is too great, so he decided to use the banana fairy as well. However, the golden ant somehow dodges such attacks. But suddenly Chuck noticed that he was guarding that white cocoon. The hero had a little time to eat the nectar, and he took advantage of it, but the ant killed him. After this fight, the guy noticed that he preferred protecting that white cocoon rather than protecting the nectar, and it seems that he finally found a way to get the nectar. At this time, Larry called him with an offer to complete a task in the Forbidden City tomorrow. He didn't mind, but since they have a strategy, and the deadline for completing this task is long, the hero did not understand why they should rush. His brother reminded him that they promised his sister to get to know her club and complete missions together, and recently they agreed to organize the club's activities in the Forbidden City so that everyone could complete the missions. Immediately, Wanda unexpectedly came to her brother and called him Larry, and he once asked her not to call him that. She came to say that she had received another application from a group of people to participate in this event. This event will be busier than expected. Suddenly an argument broke out between the student and the chairman. Hunter told the chairman that Chuck was going to use their tricks to win the hearts of the other students, to which the chairman replied that they were all a bunch of troublemakers, and he was just there to supervise. Wanda suddenly appeared behind Chuck and told him that everyone was after him now since he made a name for himself with that fight. The hero was also met by Viola and Fail. He, naturally, did not expect to meet them there. Larry came out immediately and introduced them as new members of their club. Chuck asked him how he got them to join him. The brother said that everything was not so difficult. He told his student that his coach was also in the club, and he also joined to be closer to him. And Viola had a feeling that something good would happen, so she entered. The students began to fight with the bronze beasts. Chuck's instructions greatly reduced the time to kill the bronze beast, but the boy himself did not want to participate in this, and simply found a quiet corner to play the game. Suddenly, the hero's mysterious phone began to vibrate. After this, an earthquake immediately began, and the students began to panic. People thought that they had already said goodbye to life, but in fact, a gate opened on the other side. This place was not marked on the map of the Forbidden City. Chuck was curious about what was there, so he suggested everyone go there. Walking further, they saw some kind of bronze wall, and Viola suggested that there might be a cave there. The main character used the Chronicle of the Demon Gods, Step into the Sky, to check. After checking, he concluded that the entire building is completely devoid of entrance. There is not even a small hole. One of the students tried to strike this building. However, the chairman said that even brute force would not help. Chuck at this time thought that there was no door or small holes, but there was a force that protected this thing. Unexpectedly, one of the students said that this was a deception of the gods. It was Robert, and he believed that this might be so. During one dynasty, people believed in ghosts and gods, and also that the gods of the sky were the answer to life and death, and therefore the kings were careful about funeral rites. However, it is said that at the end of the Zhou dynasty, the prince himself was so afraid of death that he placed his own blood and bones in a closed city of death. He tried to deceive the heavens and fake his death to avoid his fate. It is a pity that fate cannot be changed, and in the end, death was inevitable. According to historical records, this is a city of the dead that is trying to deceive the gods. It is cast in bronze and does not have doors or anything else. Robert also knew how to get there if it really was a dead city of the Zhou dynasty. Perhaps he could try to dig under the southern wall of the city. But Robert was worried that it might be dangerous there. But Fail reassured him, saying that the teacher would not mind looking there. The students managed to enter the city of the dead, in which there was simply a dead tree. Even though it's just wood, this is the first time Chuck's phone has responded to something other than Dungeon Prince. The guys tried to explore this area, but did not find anything good except a dead tree. Suddenly, one of the students simply touched the tree and it began to glow. This student was checked by the girl for the presence of damage and curses, but there were none. In fact, he did not feel anything. He was simply frightened by the sharp light from the tree. Larry and Chuck had no idea why the tree suddenly lit up, but Viola became very curious, and since she did not see any danger, she also touched this tree, and this time the color turned red. The brother was afraid for her and asked if she felt anything. It seemed to the main character that there was some kind of trick in this tree, and for now, it was better not to touch the tree. Since Viola felt nothing but the change in the color of the tree, Larry also wanted to touch it. This time the tree turned golden, and some students also decided to try touching it to check their color. Chuck returned home. The road from the Forbidden City to home was very long, and the tree was still downloading on his phone. Nothing happened when the guy pressed the phone. It seemed like he could be waiting for the download to finish, which meant he could take a little nap. The qualifying tournament on the Holy Land was just around the corner. Anfisa didn't feel comfortable with Chuck alone, so she thought of asking Ariana to accompany him on the trip. Isaac was confident that little Ariana could do it. Anfisa's decision was final. She knew that he loved his sister very much, so she told him that unlike him, she was born with a cold body, the reason for which is still unknown to them. The cold that accompanies her body is unstable, meaning that she has to endure more pain than usual, which is why she does not support the practice of archery. Even if Ariana wins this qualification, if something happens during the competition, even if there is a small chance of that happening, she doesn't want to lose someone important again. The tree on Chuck's phone has finally finished loading. It's called the Dead Man's Tree. It is unclear why this tree was a separate mobile copy. Suddenly, Ariana burst into the hero's door. It looks like she just got out of the shower and came straight to the guy, asking him to immediately finish the duel they promised. Chuck said he didn't remember them ever promising the duel she was talking about, and then he gave her a towel and told her to come back upstairs as soon as she was dry. She asked him why he didn't want to when he now had a legend class and a powerful companion. The guy told her to shut up, because he knew that it was because of the qualifications of the holy place. He didn't want her. If she was so important to her, then the hero would even now go to persuade Anfisa to give her to Ariana. Ariana knew that the beating would not prove anything, but the girl could not come to terms with it, and began to cry because she had put her life on the line to prove that she deserved this qualification. And Chuck got her so easily and can easily refuse her. The girl thinks this is unfair. She wants to practice archery and not endure terrible pain from the cold. At that moment, Larry called the guy. He said that a strange thing happened. All the people who entered the dead city with them yesterday suddenly died this morning, and Viola seems to be still there inside. Chuck and Ariana quickly got ready and then went to meet Larry. The main character first asked if it was in the secondary realm. The brother replied that it was at school. They say that they almost suddenly, without warning, lost their breathing and heartbeat. He also read a list with the names of all 5 who died, and they were all the ones who touched the tree. Larry also touched this tree. If it is really because of the tree's power, then he is also in great danger now. Brother had already told the academy about the tree, but according to the investigative team, no traces of the tree were found in this forbidden city. The tree has disappeared. This matter has become so complicated that now the military is handling all this. Even their academies do not allow them to interfere. Fortunately, the guys were lucky. Ariana said that she could lead them to Viola. Only she said that she would help, on the condition that Chuck would owe her. The main character agreed, and asked her what she wanted. But Ariana said that she hadn't thought of it yet, and would tell her as soon as she thought of it. Chuck and the girl started to leave. The guy asked Larry to contact them if he had any abnormalities, because he also touched the tree. While Ariana was talking to someone on the phone, the guy decided to enter the game. There, he approached the dead man's tree, but it had somehow changed. 5 flower buds. This number corresponds to those who have died at the moment. Chuck believed that there was clearly something evil hidden in this tree. Indeed, copies are created based on reality, but they do not exist in such a way as to influence each other. Then the hero did not understand why the effect of the missing tree, this time in real life, would be visible on a mobile device. That is, a tree is not a copy of something. It is like a collection of companion eggs, something from reality downloaded into a mobile phone. Suddenly, Ariana took the guy's phone because she received permission. At this time, an argument occurred between the doctor and the military man. The military man was surprised that he was going to do an autopsy on these children right now. To this, the doctor replied that they did not know anything about the situation, so he wanted to find out in this way what the problem was. Either way, their physiological functions have stopped and they are, in a sense, dead. However, the military man said that they did not know anything about what was happening, and if they opened it, it would be irreversible. This time, the daughter of the royal family, Viola, is involved in the case, and they will not let it go unnoticed. Then the doctor suggested that he give him the other 4, after which the military man got angry and said that he could not give even 1. The doctor added that now they are in the abyss between life and death, and he wants to find the source of this fascinating power. So he believes that only he can give them a chance. These words made the man very angry. He grabbed him by the neck, and he said that he was just telling the truth. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the man said to leave, since before that he had told no one to come in. It was Ariana, and he brought someone who might help him. Chuck told him about the tree. He had already heard about it from Larry, but the tree he mentioned was not found in the Forbidden City. The hero added that this tree must have existed before, and all those of them who entered the dead city at that time witnessed it, so it was by no means an illusion. Also, the guy didn't think that the 5 students were dead. The doctor was surprised by the boy's words. Chuck explained this by saying that the dead city was originally used to fake death to fool the sky. Perhaps the disappearing tree is the core used to fool the sky. Therefore, the guy believed that Viola and the others could be infected by the aroma of the tree and enter a state of pseudo-death. And when the aroma of the tree dissipates, they would be able to escape. But the doctor said that these were just guesses. However, Chuck said that doesn't mean it's impossible. It seems the doctor didn't like it, but the doctor will wait one night. The military man did not promise that he would allow him to go on a rampage after one night. The doctor said that an unknown force took the lives of the students for a day. If they die completely and their last breath disappears like quicksand, he will not be able to do anything. So the general needed to think carefully about everything, and the doctor added so that he would not regret later that he did not follow his plan. Chuck didn't understand what the doctor's words meant, that the force had taken the lives of the students. Ariana told about him. He is a forensic expert, Yang, a member of the military department of epic level. All of his essence arts are related to life or soul. In his field, he can truly perceive and discern the state of people. After that, the main character said that he needed to go to the restroom. Chuck had to do something before the general allowed this Dr. Young to carry out his evil plan. Otherwise, they all might actually die. Walking towards the tree in the game, the guy noticed how the flower buds began to open. Considering what Yang recently said, the blossoming of 5 flowers symbolizes the 5 lives of his friends. The hero can only try to destroy these buds. Hitting one bud, Viola's eyes suddenly opened. Ariana noticed this, and she asked the general and the doctor to take a look at her. Dr. Young considered this impossible since in her condition she should be dead. The general said that there really was something strange here. The assumption made by the young man about pseudo-death turned out to be correct. But Young added, even so, their situation has not improved, so there is no need to be too happy. Even the Starblade Chi with all the hero's strength cannot destroy this bud. So Chuck took action and ordered all of his pets to attack together. Deaton suddenly appeared without permission. He bit off one of the buds, resulting in him being able to rip it off. Thanks to Deaton, the young girl found herself. Opening her eyes, she did not understand where she was. The general ordered an examination of Viola, and there seemed to be no problem with her. Since she was fine, he was sure that the other students would also wake up soon. It looks like Chuck's theory was correct, and the doctor's plan failed. The main character told me that it was just his luck, after which he left to ask Litvin to pick all the buds as soon as possible. Dr. Young clearly didn't like Chuck's visit. Arriving home, Ariana called the hero and said that Uncle Edward asked him to tell him that the rest of the students also woke up. Having collected all the buds, Chuck had no idea how to use them or where to put them. The system classified these flowers as items, but he also did not understand what they could be useful for and how to use them at all. Suddenly, Life wanted to eat one of them. Chuck didn't mind, since there was no benefit from them anyway. And at that moment, a bud appeared on the tree branch again. A golden aura appeared from him, and the hero remembered that Larry had one. He immediately called his friend, but unfortunately, the caller could not receive the call. As Chuck expected, something clearly happened to him. Because of this, the guy sent Deaton to immediately pick this flower bud. As soon as he tore it off, the brother woke up. Larry called Chuck back and said that he accidentally lost consciousness and then fell on the floor. The main character realized that if anyone touches this tree, it will suck the life out of them. This is really scary. This is not yet a mature dead man's flower. I wonder what will happen when it ripens. But when this happens, the person will most likely die. Suddenly another bud appeared on the tree. A couple of days later, the guys came to the Forbidden City and photographed the last bronze beast. Now they have definitely completed their mission. The brother noticed that Chuck's face looked terrible. He had bruises under his eyes. These couple of days, he and Deaton simply did not take their eyes off the dead tree to avoid the appearance of new flowers. Fortunately, they stopped growing. The main character hoped that he would no longer have to do this. Vanessa was sitting in her office and saw that Chuck had completed his homework. The time had come. She called him over and said that he would study with a new instructor. Since the guy is a very talented student, and compared to the teacher, she was sure that the new instructor would be able to teach him much better. This instructor's name was Mark, although their instructors have always been in the middle positions in terms of strength. But there is no one in their academy who is more skilled in science and theory than he is in combat. Chuck is very gifted, so his training will greatly benefit him. As he left, the hero told Vanessa that he understood her and thanked her for teaching him all this time. The master told the eldest that they would have a new guy, and he and Robert wanted to see what kind of daredevil the master took for himself. But when he saw the boy, he felt much calmer. Chuck was surprised when he saw the elder and Robert. The teacher said that now he could call them classmates. The students came back and said that this was the area their teacher was studying, but he had just gone to the Dragon Cave for a research trip. Suddenly, one student said that if he hadn't been on duty today, he would also have gone to pick up the new guy. The elder said that this is a lazy ass, whose name is Arthur. He also studies with them. Arthur didn't like what the eldest called him, but the new guy finally arrived and he was very happy. He told the boy that his work was a chain. It's like an entry-level assignment from their mentor. All they have to do is pull that chain. There is a dragon well underneath it, so of course it is used to catch the dragon. A strange light and dragon roar periodically erupt from this cave, and for this the mentor made a special chain. Chuck was surprised that there was a dragon there and wondered if this dragon was from a legend. Arthur said that this was just a guess based on the mutation of dimensions. In his opinion, even if there is something, it is just another being from another dimension. As soon as the guy began to lift the chain, he suddenly felt pain and let go of it. Arthur began to laugh at this and warned him, "The dragon well is very cold, so the chain will also freeze when it hangs below." And the mentor also had a rule not to use life force skills to tighten this chain. Chuck understood his classmate and continued to lift the chain. Robert didn't understand how many dozens of times this would happen. He still uses such an original method. The damage from freezing is limited for the legend class, but it will be nice. Suddenly a mentor came out of the well. Getting up, he asked the guys if they got along with their youngest. The guys made a huge fire to keep warm. And the mentor suggested that the boy eat hot soup, because it is very effective against frostbite and colds. Over the fire, Mark heard from Hunter that the hero had pulled the cold chain dozens of times. Chuck didn't count, but thought it was most likely so. After which the mentor asked him, since he had procrastinated so many times, why didn't he come up with another way? As for Hunter, he used all his strength and amplitude to pull the chain by inertia, while reducing the time his hands were in contact with the chain, so he had time to tighten the chain before his hands froze. And Robert watched for a while when the cold became weak, and then pulled on the end of the chain that was least affected by the cold, and managed to pull it up. As for Arthur, he simply used the life force skill, saying that the rules are fixed, but people are flexible. Chuck still wants to try to pull it up this way. Since it's a challenge, it's also a way to train. He should be able to pull the chain once he gets used to it after a few repetitions. Among Mark's subordinates, there are only 2 who tried to pull themselves up on a chain, without thinking that they would not succeed, and Chuck is one of them. But he is the first who continues to try after dozens of failures. The first was a graduate who graduated from school. But the rule is the rule. You can rest only after you pull yourself up, and Chuck heads to the chain. After several repetitions, the guy finally pulled it out, when suddenly, he pulled it out with an anchor. The shape of this anchor is very similar to the one in the basement drawing, but it appears to be polished. The main character did not understand what kind of anchor it was, and he asked his mentor about it. This is a fishhook made to catch the dragon with this sack of companion eggs. In general, dragons are greedy creatures, especially in terms of appetite. Mark entrusted this chain to the hero, and gave him permission to go and rest when he released the hook back into the well. Chuck was interested in this dragon, so he decided to look at it in the game. In the game, the well turned out to be quite deep. It was definitely cold there. The guy used the Buddha's lotus body and thought that this should be enough. The hero is still moving down. The deeper he dives, the colder he becomes. Even after strengthening his physique and using the lotus Buddha body, the guy would still freeze to death if he continued to walk. Chuck thought he could try putting on a down jacket or starting a fire in reality. Then the fire reminded him of something. He remembered that he had a mysterious vitality technique from the fire god temple. As expected, the flame statue's vitality technique is highly resistant to cold. The hero flew further, which meant that the ancient imperial sutra could only act there. But the guy decided that he shouldn't be far from the very bottom, so he summoned a flying ant to shoot a demonic light needle. Having let it go, Chuck saw in the distance something similar to a dragon. He was completely surprised by what he saw. Suddenly, the dragon let out a roar that could kill a person beyond 100 meters. There is also a cocoon in the well, and does it have anything to do with the white cocoon that the golden ant protects? Chuck decided to think about it later, but for now he would go back and rest after pulling the chain for the day. Unexpectedly, everything went dark in front of the hero. He did not understand what was happening. At that moment, someone said that he used his life soul to interfere with the feelings of nearby life forms, so that no one would be able to notice the existence of this demon. It was Yang. He had finally found the right time to meet Chuck. But the main character was not ready to meet the doctor. If he remembers correctly, the students are safe and sound, and the general did not give any orders to continue the investigation. Young had a few questions that he would like to ask the boy, and then told him not to be nervous. And Chuck in response asked him what he wanted to say. If he was nervous, then it was useless. After this, the doctor admitted to him that he was right, and the main character noticed that he could not move. The doctor doesn't like playing cat and mouse, so he simply temporarily blocked the connection between him and the body. Young got straight to the point and said he came for the tree. He needed that same disappeared tree, or rather its power. And then the doctor asked the guy if he knew anything about Theseus's ship. This is an insoluble paradox. It describes a ship that can sail for many years thanks to the people who maintain and replace its parts. If part of the board rots, it will be replaced. In the end, the whole ship is replaced. It is not the ship that decides whether it remains the same as before, but its ruler. Its ruler does. If the ship of Theseus was only an instrument for the conquest of the seas for its ruler, then it will remain the ship of Theseus regardless of whether it was 100 years ago or now. The same is the relationship between the body and consciousness, which is the soul. Consciousness is the ruler, and our body is just the ship of Theseus, which fetters us, Young believed. The dimensional side gave people the opportunity to evolve, but at the same time it gave people the lowest point of reference. Most people cannot survive among monsters whose life classes are higher than humans. If the doctor's research could successfully extract the human consciousness or soul, humans would be able to gain eternal life, and their consciousness would not be limited to the weak class of mortals. Chuck didn't even know what to say, whether he was a genius or crazy. Young dedicated his life to research. His life vision and life soul are all to observe the abstract concept of the soul, so that people can have more opportunities. But when he tries to tear the consciousness of the soul from the body, no matter what methods he uses, no matter how careful he is, as soon as the soul is separated from the body and vital forces always disappear. However, Those students whose souls disappeared and mysteriously reappeared violated this rule. And that very tree, it has the power that the doctor needs. Therefore, Young thinks that Chuck has something to do with the tree in the City of Death. If we say that the tree's existence was in static equilibrium, then the variable that caused the tree to disappear would be the people entering the City of Death. Likewise, if there was a variable that caused the dead students to come back to life, it would be Chuck and Ariana, and they exist in those two variables. But the hero considered it just a suggestion. The main character tried to use his skills, but using the epic class he couldn't do it. The doctor said that he would find what he needed after he extracted all the guy's memories from his brain. He began to capture the hero's consciousness. Chuck's mind will collapse the moment the doctor cuts off his memories from his brain, and then he will turn into a doll, losing all his emotions and consciousness. Young said that supposedly, sacrifices are necessary for healing, and he is ready to take on this sin. And he also promised to write the guy's sacrifice into the history of human evolution. But suddenly something happened that the doctor did not expect. Chuck used his destiny, the king's sigh. The doctor assumed that he had secrets and was convinced of this right now. Yang's soul began to control the guy's eyes. However, an unprecedented power suddenly awakened in Chuck. Yang didn't understand how this was possible, since he was only in the legend class. How he could have such power was unclear. The main character pointed his finger at the doctor and said to destroy the invader. After these words, Yang was literally torn to pieces, and the boy himself fell and wondered if he would really become the first person to die from the power of his own providence in life. After that, he completely lost consciousness. Opening his eyes, the guy was naked, and his wounds had been treated by someone. Mark told him not to move. He used his life soul to repair the hero's fatal wounds, but he still needs to recover. His ribs are broken, and his organs are damaged. Chuck realized that they had found him. The mentor was shocked when Arthur brought it. All of the guy's meridians were crushed by some force, and all the bones and organs around him were severely damaged. Luckily for Chuck, he didn't lose his things. The mentor asked the boy if he remembered those who attacked him. Instead of answering that it was Young, Chuck thought it better to say that he had been attacked by his own life providence, but that was so stupid. So he simply answered that he could not remember. Life's providence is that which is born from itself and cannot go beyond the body, otherwise it would not exist. But this does not apply to the royal sigh. And also, when the king's sigh was heard, another consciousness seemed to invade the boy's mind. Memory problems are bad news, Mark said. Arthur also told him that he found no trace of the other person when he found him lying in the blood. But the hero did not believe in it, because Young exploded on the spot. So, the mentor contacted the college's investigation team and let them look into it. When the teacher treated the boy with his soul, he discovered something interesting about his injuries. Chuck was wounded all over his body except his heart. It seems that it was protected by another force. Without it, the hero would have died instantly. Afterwards, Chuck wondered what other force was protecting him. Mark called the guy something, since he dies on the first day he became his ward. The hero began to say that he is not dying. The mentor hit the boy with a notepad and started laughing because he was just teasing him. Chuck didn't understand what kind of notebook it was, and the teacher said it was for him. 7 scattered palms. Mark said that after all, he could not always protect him. Only when he himself became stronger would it be able to truly protect him. The name is shortened from the 7 free movements of the palms, which the teacher took from the 7 types of palm techniques, which is why it is called the 7 spread palms. Each movement of the 7 scattered palms contains the essence of their respected techniques with practicality in mind. Mark thinks that this will be very compatible with Chuck's physique and training, and will be beneficial for development. The main character will not be able to walk with such injuries for some time, so the teacher gave this notebook to pass the time profitably. After that, the kid called Larry, and he said that Chuck had an antelope at home that needed feeding, and his brother had phantom chest pains just thinking about it. Chuck told his friend that the truth is he can't move now. If you don't feed him for a few days, he will definitely destroy the dorm, and he can only ask his closest friend for help. Larry reluctantly agreed to help, but he also asked his friend to get well soon. The hero decided to check what he could do in general, and he was glad that he could apply at least some force to his hands. At least he could play the game by trying to cultivate the 7 scattering palms. But the guy is tormented by the fact that Dr. Young did all this for the sake of the tree. So he decided to check it out, when suddenly a number appeared under the tree of the dead icon. Arriving at this tree, another cone grew on it. But Chuck thought the tree had disappeared, and no one should come into contact with it. However, then the hero remembered that Arthur had not found any traces of the other person, and Young had disappeared. The guy couldn't believe it, but it looked like it was a doctor. In the dead city, Chuck trained 7 scattered palms. 7 spread palms is a vitality technique, more like a skill, such as 1-inch punch. All 7 movements of this technique are unique in style. Each technique is described briefly, but if Chuck wants to master them, he will have to practice more. Chuck also didn't understand what would happen to the dead man's flower after it matured. The hero decided to go underground, deep into the ant cave. He knew that it would be difficult for the great wind of his fairy to get into this thing. The guy used the Dragon Gate Apsara technique, but the golden ant killed him. The ant is so desperate to protect the cocoon. And there is a cocoon in both the dragon's well and the ant's nest. Surely there is some secret in them. But the Apsara technique is still not flying, and the silver wing is slower in speed than the epic class and is limited to low altitudes, so it would be great if the hero had a better life force flight skill. At this time, Robert fed the boy something. He said not to complain, since the hero was recovering well thanks to their mentor's medicine. He needed to recover a little more. Then Chuck remembered his mentor and asked Robert where he was, because he wanted to ask him about something, and his classmate told him that the teacher had gone to study the dragon well with Arthur. They should return soon. Robert was curious about what he wanted to ask Mark, so he offered himself, since he was confident enough in his knowledge. Chuck remembered that he even knew about the City of Death, so he must also be an erudite person. The fact is that the hero used to study the Dragon Gate Apsara technique, but it seems to him that it is not flight, but just agility. He would like to know if there are other faster flight skills in the Legend class. Robert considered the Apsara technique to be quite an outstanding legwork skill in the Legend class, and the skill is faster than the Apsara technique, chasing the sun from chasing sunbirds around the Sunset City, a classmate thought. This is the only thing left. Chuck asked him if Sunset Town had anything to do with Sunset College. He answered that yes. When the college was founded, it did not have such a broad terminology as it does now. Its very first meaning was, a place from where the sunset of the city is visible. Arthur suddenly appeared. He told him to humble himself, since it was impossible to kill the pursuing sunbirds. Arthur asked the hero if he knew where Sunset City was, to which he replied that the elder Robert said that it was a place that could be seen from the college. A classmate told him that he was over their heads. This is a phantom city that appears only in the rays of the sun. The chasing birds have no legs, so they can never land and spend their entire lives chasing the Sunset City. They cannot land on the ground and are very fast, so Arthur thought it would be much wiser to kill the fairy. Then Robert said that Junior didn't talk about the Legend class piloting skills. That's why he didn't mention it. Dragon Gate Grottos actually have a stronger flying vitality skill. It surpasses the Apsara technique that Chuck has now. The Dragon Gate fairy is an epic class creature. The Apsara beast has the skill of an Apsara technician, due to the fact that he is a follower of a fairy. The fairy herself is faster than the Apsara beast. She flies in the literal sense of the word. But the hero cannot master the epic class now, but only kill the Apsara monkey. However, Arthur told the guy that as soon as he recovered, Robert, Hunter, and he would help him. So, the decision was made. The elder Chaka will now start looking for a fairy for him. The creature was of an epic class, so the boy was worried that something would happen to the elder. Robert told him not to pay attention. The fairy would not be able to kill him. At most, she would cause trouble. And now, Chuck's current task is to get well soon. After Robert's treatment, Chuck finally recovered. A smile appeared on the teacher's face because he was happy about his student's recovery. However, the guys came to the teacher, asking them all to take a day off today. Arthur came out and said that Chuck had just been with them for a while, so they wanted to hang out to get a little closer and something like that. The mentor looked at the guys with a fierce look, and then gave permission. The elders were very happy with the approval of their teacher. Arthur had been watching the fairy for several days. His hands were itching, and now the opportunity to act finally came. Mark read the book and realized that the guys were up to something. At this time, Chuck asked the elder if they had a chance against the heavenly fairies. Initially, the hero wanted to try to fight one of them in the dungeon of the Dragon Gates, but he could not find a hint of them. To Chuck's question, Arthur replied that he allegedly didn't know. Hunter said, "It's much more interesting when he's not sure of the outcome of the case. If he knew that he could cope, they all wouldn't be here." The boy thought that, of course, the teacher is very wise. But here are the students. They are all unique individuals. So the guys came to the Lotus Cave. There they saw a sky fairy monster. The mark on the monster's forehead meant that it was the mark of the first follower of the heavenly fairies. They don't often close dimensional rifts, but if the first follower is here, it means they've done it. In this case, it is not surprising that Chuck did not encounter this in the game. Hunter warned that this also meant that if they killed him, they could lure out the owner. Chuck started to warm up after such a long rest. The main character approached the monster and it began to attack. Luckily, the guy already knew about all the mechanics of this beast. He used 7 scattered palms, the first technique being a clear conscience. Hunter liked the way Chuck fought, and Robert was surprised at how quickly he mastered his teacher's technique. But Arthur didn't like something. He noticed that the mark on his forehead was still different from those he had seen before. Suddenly, an unprecedented creature appeared in front of the guys. Chuck didn't understand whether this was a heavenly fairy or not, a black robe and white ribbons. This fairy was different from that goddess dressed in all colors. Then Hunter shouted that it was a mutant, and Arthur began to shoot at her with a pistol. However, the guy's bullets were not effective against the epic level. In this territory, the conditions were not in their favor. Arthur started screaming that they needed to leave, but suddenly he crashed into some kind of barrier. After that, the mutant hovered in the air above the guys, and they just stood and looked at her. Hunter found himself and said to everyone to pull themselves together and start acting at full strength, otherwise they will all die. In this battle, Chuck decided to use the pet, which he honestly won from John. But the mutant fairy used her lotus sleeve technique. The guys were serious, since there will be no losers in this battle, there will only be survivors. The fairy began to fly towards the main character, so he used his moon wind. However, she repelled the boy's blow by dancing in the gusts of wind. Afterwards, this fairy answered the hero that he was not even ready for such a blow. But Arthur rushed to his aid and repelled her blow. Having defended his friend, Arthur told him not to die on their first outing. Chuck was serious, so he said that he would never die. It's just that his level is too low. If they were approximately equal, even despite the ability to control the wind, she would already be frozen. At this moment, the fairy began to attack. The main character noticed that she was very fast, but nevertheless the cold air somewhat slowed down the speed of her attacks. Then out of nowhere, Hunter came out. He asked the guys to cover him while he ran towards the monster for his close strike. At first, Chuck covered the older one with his body. Immediately after him, Arthur deflected the fairy's blow, which was aimed at Hunter. The fairy noticed Hunter approaching her and began to aim at him. However, Robert appeared and used his flying snake skill. Thanks to each other, Hunter was able to land their first blow on the monster. Unfortunately, this blow did not cause much damage to the fairy, after which she fired her blow at the elder. She hit him so hard that he even flew away, but Chuck managed to catch his comrade. At this moment, the fairy was thinking about something. Arthur saw this as an opportune moment and walked over it with his moon slash. Chuck was glad that they had finally done some real damage to the fairy. And now this war is only one of attrition. The guys in a crowd began to extinguish the monster, but he, using the frost encroachment debuff, gravity suppression, and attribute deviation, was able to win back. Only the guys did not give up. Arthur gathered all his strength and dealt a crushing blow to the fairy. After this blow, he thought that they had succeeded in defeating her, but Chuck used his hearing to determine how she was going to deliver her attack, so he miraculously dodged her blow. In fact, the monster pretended to be dead and was able to trap Arthur. Suddenly the fairy flew up and began to glow bright yellow. The guys shouted that it was collecting all its energy and would soon explode. Unfortunately, Arthur could not free himself. But Chuck responded to help his comrade, which seemed very unexpected to Arthur. The ash palm is a kind of hidden power, so if he focuses all his energy on the silk, it might help. The main character used a switch, an ancient imperial sutra. As soon as Arthur was freed, the guys immediately began to run away from the monster. Luckily, they managed to escape in the nick of time, because as soon as they escaped, the fairy exploded. When the dust settled, the guys rejoiced because they had killed the mutant fairy. Suddenly something fell out of her. The guys were lucky that she dropped at least a skill crystal. Chuck immediately said that he would pay, but Arthur interrupted him, saying that they did not need money. But now he would not be able to leave if Arthur wanted to challenge some vile creatures again. The guy was glad that everyone was alive and agreed with his friend's proposal. At this moment, Chuck wondered if a legend class could absorb the skill crystal of an epic class creature. The guys returned to the base, where Mark treated them with the spirit of life. From the spirit of life, the pain seemed to leave the hero's body, and the wounds healed faster. Once the teacher healed him, he was not happy, and asked how his older comrades could put Chuck in such danger when he had barely recovered. And then he started talking about the possibility of absorbing an epic-level crystal, which Chuck asked about when he returned. In short, although this is somewhat contrary to the law of gradual development, it is theoretically possible to absorb a crystal that is higher than the level of the main character. But everything is not so simple. Even though the crystallization of a skill directs vital force into a certain substrate, but this process has nothing to do with its level. That is, some abilities require not only vitality, but also a certain set of characteristics that are necessary to maintain it. And some of them can only be met at high levels, and therefore, this is fraught with risks. Since the guys did a good job this time, the teacher suggested a hearty dinner. Everyone started walking, but Arthur noticed Chuck staying behind and told him to keep up. At this time, the boy was checking the crystal. He saw that its speed should be higher than 21. The hero first saw a crystal with such a requirement. The main character returned home and saw the Master Ram sleeping soundly. Surprisingly, Larry took the care of the pet and trusted to him quite seriously. After taking a shower, Chuck realized that if he himself was not able to deal with even an ordinary fairy, he wondered how much longer he had left. Chuck's characteristics during the game reached 18. The higher the characteristics, the less effective low-level crystals are. If he wants to improve, he will have to consider the option of epic-level crystals. The unique property of the Life Spirit ability is really useful. Each creature has its own magical abilities, and when activated, it practically does not consume life force. Anyway, this time they were convinced that even an epic-level creature could be dealt with a good team. However, Chuck wondered if certain restrictions would be placed on a high-grade speed crystal, like when it reached the legendary level. In any case, the boy needs to think about how to get more high-level crystals. In the morning, the main character was woken up by an unexpected call. It was Osiris. He called him to get ready. Osiris apologized for disturbing him at such an early hour, calling the boy master. But Chuck didn't like it. The lady's assistant didn't mind, so he suggested calling each other by their first names. At that moment, Chuck remembered that he had completely forgotten about his half-sister, about the rights to the Holy Land. Upon entering the building, the hero renounced this right. Anfisa was surprised by his decision, since they would no longer have the opportunity to change the list of persons. If he refused now, then nothing could be changed in the future. Not to mention the possible rewards. A huge number of people don't even dare to think about such a possibility. But Chuck stood his ground. Having the right as a fact already causes problems. He thought it was better to refuse. Besides, the mysterious power, fate, and dream compared to the Taoist canon of the immortal. This holy land does not seem so important. Chuck immediately remembered his stupid father and asked where he was. After his words, Osiris wanted to ask Anfisa something, but she interrupted him, saying that she respected the protagonist's decision. The boy began to leave, but Osiris ran after him and asked him to wait. He said he supposedly understood that Chuck had made this decision, and if he agreed, he would like him to give him a couple of minutes. Osiris took the hero into an empty room and closed himself. As soon as the guy closed, he immediately began to undress. Chuck, seeing this, began to get lost, and did not understand where he ended up. When Osiris undressed, the deep scars of his body caught his eye. He asked the hero for forgiveness, but he wanted the guy to see it. Almost all the scars are from deep wounds. None of them will ever completely heal. He received all these scars from years of fighting with other dimensions. And in the future, both Chuck and Osiris face much more serious difficulties. Osiris said that after the world changed, the border between dimensions and the human world is constantly guarded. In fact, the vast majority of those who have been in these safe zones for more than half a century do not know that in the conditions of this fragile peace, various creatures from the dimension have recently appeared on the territory of the Federation. Chuck believed that the sea serpent and siren who attacked him that time violated the ban when they broke through from the territory of the dimensions. Everything is much more serious than one can imagine. People do not know what caused such changes, but creatures constantly appear that violate the ban. If all this continues, the ban will be abolished in principle, and then the strongest creatures from the dimension will carry out a real massacre here. The mutated territory closest to them is Mount Kizi, and more than one such phenomenon was observed there. Of course, the invasion was crushed, but the epic-level general and his entire team died during the operation. If there is no force in this world that you can rely on, no one will be able to protect their loved ones and relatives. This is a divine gift, a unique opportunity to become stronger. After his story, Osiris hoped that the boy would think about it some more. Chuck thanked him for sharing with him, but still the guy stood by his decision. Her abilities should be enough to use this opportunity to the maximum. Even if after the hero's refusal the offer is not relevant, he still did not intend to take away someone else's bread. Chuck simply does not want to be in Ariana's debt. Chuck believed that even if he did not take advantage of this opportunity, in the future, he would definitely find another one that would allow him to become stronger in order to protect the people dear to him. Osiris said that the lady was right. Even though the boy and Isaac were not brothers, it was as if they had the same character. Then the main character asked the assistant why he addresses them as Madam and Young Master, because his last name is exactly the same. Osiris's status in the family has never been something secret. He is called the Hawk of the family or the Possessed Instructor. The lady and the Young Master consider the guy part of their family, but everyone knows that they are not relatives. Osiris told how he once was a boy without a name who did not remember anything about his past, and Anfisa's father gave him a name. The hero began to think about more serious dimensional destruction, but Osiris said that in the future, everything would become even worse. Speaking of dimensional creature invasions, there's one in Chuck's dorm. No wonder it seems that Doomsday Dream was a harbinger of disaster. Chuck decided to go into his phone and saw there an icon of a dead man's tree, which he had completely forgotten about. While the guy was not in the game, a ripe fruit of the dead man's tree managed to appear on the tree. The main character thought this fruit was quite familiar, because it was the egg of the Dark Doctor's companion. Chuck's life force was converted into a companion. This is the true power of this tree. This is an epic level companion, although it's a bit risky, but it might help iron out some of the game's shortcomings. The incubation was successful, although the vital forces in the game and in reality were virtually zero. Previously, incubation caused severe pain, but now everything went quite smoothly. Chuck was already beginning to feel that a new recruiting contract had been concluded. The boy got a Dark Doctor of epic level, but he was small. All three of his abilities are medical skills, and Chuck had no idea about such skills. In any case, on the battlefield, if he was seriously injured, these skills would be quite effective. The Dark Doctor is still too small. If he can reach the epic level and conduct souls, then the terrifying pressure then, if not for the appearance of a mysterious consciousness, Chuck would not be able to move. Companions from low-level eggs grow too slowly. Chuck didn't understand where he could get an epic-level egg when he couldn't defeat any of them. It was some kind of vicious circle. Then it dawned on him that if he teamed up with capable comrades, then there was still a chance to defeat not the most powerful creature of the epic level, but he was already indebted to the guys for that incident. The main character tried to invite Larry to the team. He, of course, was in business. Thanks to the great master who granted him the fate of the god of war, his brother's combat experience is constantly growing, but Chuck warned that he was just thinking about it, and as soon as he decided, he would definitely let Larry know. He also called Sam. He was walking towards the Holy Land Federation, as he had some business to attend to. It's a pity that Sam was busy, but nothing can be done. The guy decided to choose a target. Chuck couldn't say that he had met many epic-level monsters, but so far he doesn't know how to deal with the arrows in the Tiger Crossing, and the divine crane in the Heavenly Gate has a mysterious power, and the floating golden ants are too strong. And in reality, there is no territory yet that would resonate with their abode. Chuck decided to head to the Binyan Cave, which of course was his first time there. In the Dragon Gate Grotto, all the caves are autonomous. That is, there is no need to run from one to another in order to go deeper into research. Suddenly a tiger crawled out from behind a stone. It seemed harmless to the hero. But it was not to be. This little animal unexpectedly attacked Chuck. This little tiger cub was an epic-level monster. Our hero could only fight this monster. The boy used the star-cleaving blade to freeze the tiger. However, it didn't work. Creatures of epic level can really cause an awkward situation. At that moment, Chuck realized that there was a certain threat of being left without vitality. In principle, judging by this baby, he had plenty of energy. While the hero was trying to somehow escape from the tiger, he was able to sneak up on him and finish him off by jumping from above. As expected, Chuck didn't think he could defeat an epic-level creature on his own. But since it turned out this way, it's a great goal for teamwork. Epic creatures are such difficult opponents, not only because of their attributes, but also because of the presence of special spiritual abilities, especially the spirit of life, which draws a kind of boundary between creatures of the legendary and epic levels. Chuck spent a lot of time there, but this tiger cub only angrily chased him. He did not demonstrate a single ability. It seemed that he was simply relying on the strength and dexterity of his body. If he doesn't have any special abilities, then 4 trained people should be enough to deal with his attacks. But does such an epic monster really exist, compared to the others? How difficult would it be to deal with, Chuck thought. The main character decided to go play the game and practice on the tiger cub. After so many attempts, he learned his moves and maneuvers. Even when dealing damage, nothing special appears. Having gathered the team, Chuck told about the tiger cub, and Larry was not happy with such an opponent. The hero explained this by saying that you shouldn't choose a difficult goal for the first time. The team was thinking about how they could find this tiger cub, when suddenly the conversation turned to protecting creatures from another dimension. There is some information about him on the forum. His origin and characteristics are unknown, but he is called the Tiger Cub of Happiness. It seems that there are no specific attributes, but some scientists agree that if you tame it, you will likely get the desired artifacts, or a companion egg with certain attributes will increase significantly. According to ancient legend, a tiger once sacrificed itself to feed the little Buddha, and therefore being devoured by a tiger is considered great luck. Even though the tiger is recognized as the weakest creature among the epic level, its rarity and special position are undeniable. Once upon a time there were fierce battles, which he provoked. Eventually this alarmed the Federation, and the cave was heavily guarded for a long time. However, regarding the entrance and exit of the cave, as well as the time spent there are certain rules. The chance is 1 in 10,000. The chance of getting an entrance at 1 to 5 hours is 99%, and at 72 hours it is 1%. The gate guard warned them not to try to cheat, any attempts would be severely suppressed. At this moment, Viola's hour came. She asked to try to knock out this entrance. The girl won 4 special prizes, after which the guys were completely shocked. The guard didn't understand how she won 4 special prizes in a row, and he didn't even feel any interference from the force. He asked someone to tell the maintenance department that this car had broken down. The guys were surprised by their friend's luck. In response to this, Viola said that she simply pressed the button several times. Fail said that Viola's family lives in another region, so it's normal if they haven't heard about it before. He tells about her, in particular, the following. She took a lottery ticket with a 10 million win, which fell on the same day shortly after birth. How she bought a hairpin with a super rare crystal for $3 from a street vendor in elementary school. After this, there was some kind of pause, and Larry could not wait for the moment when Fail would bring the story to the end. He didn't want to continue, so he simply suggested that the girl choose heads or tails. Viola chose a different option. The coin would stand on its edge, she decided. Larry did not understand what it meant. Fail tossed this coin with his eyes closed, and his brother watched carefully at this time. The coin landed on the ground and began to spin, causing the coin to stop on its edge. Larry was very surprised, because the chances of such a course of events were very, very small, and Chuck became convinced that she was really very lucky. After that, Larry ran after the girl and said that they didn't need this tiger when they had her. So he suggested taking her to the gambling city. Chuck saw this and reprimanded his brother because they had unfinished business. To this, the brother replied that the little tiger does not appear in a certain place, and many people who had a short period of time to enter return with nothing, and they have 3 days of free time. Suddenly Viola shouted that he was already near them. Chuck said to be careful because no matter how weak an epic class is, it is still a threat. So he told the team to do everything as he says. At this time, the security guard was approached and asked if they had Chuck. He said that Chuck was actually one of the people who entered the competition recently, and they won 72 hours of free entry, so he's not sure when the kid will show up. Ariana was looking for him. She said it would be too late. She needed to see him immediately. The guard asked not to make it difficult for a gatekeeper like him. It's just that Binyang Cave is under the authority of the Federation. Despite being located in Luoyang, everything needs to be reported in detail, unless it has the highest permission from the Federation Parliament. At this time the guys fought with the tiger. It seemed to Brother Larry that this epic-class creature was easier to defeat than it seemed. To this, Fail added that the trainer's instructions practically broke through all the attacks of this tiger. Suddenly the tiger stopped fighting and looked at Viola. She only told him that she obeyed him, and the guys were shocked. After this, the tiger voluntarily turned into an egg. Larry said it was the first time he had seen a creature voluntarily turn into an egg. Immediately, Viola asked the guys to give this companion egg to her, and in exchange she would do them a favor. The team didn't mind, so the girl said she wasn't going to monopolize it. She could repay with money or something else. Larry said that she was a member of their club, and he came there to compete with old Chuck, and he had no shortage of money. Phil didn't need money either. Chuck didn't understand what was happening. Exchanging an epic-class egg is not an easy task. The team began to leave, and Fail told the coach that he could call him at any time, and Larry at that moment invited Viola to become the mascot of their club. Suddenly, walking along the corridor, the main character saw a girl. Of course, it was his stepsister who was waiting for his arrival. The guy tried to walk unnoticed, but Ariana noticed him and told him not to pretend that he didn't see her, because she was there only for him. The girl asked the hero why he refused the right to a divine gift. He replied that this right did not belong to him, and he had no idea why he had it. It seemed to Ariana that he wanted to insult her by refusing this right. Chuck said he supposedly didn't mean it that way, but the girl said if that's the case, then let the guy show her his true nature. She wanted to see the power of the one who forced her mother to change her privileges in relation to her. Suddenly, she reminded the hero that he was still indebted to her. Therefore, Ariana demanded that he fulfill it now. The girl asked him to take the territory of the divine gift for her, which the guy could not refuse. The guys came home and Ariana looked at the hero with a confused look, after which Chuck asked her what happened. The sister said that looking at the guy, she bet Chuck doesn't know the details of the divine gift yet, so she's here to teach him. The so-called territory of the divine gift is actually a special, huge area. Powerful creatures called demigods live there. They not only have terrible power, but also recognize people who have gone through their trials, and they even endow them with family lines, making them carriers of a special kind. The 6 heroes we are now familiar with are the first people to receive the 6 types of bloodlines from them, and their descendants will inherit the bloodline. The Saint Emperor physique that John used during the battle is one of them, but the descendants' bloodline will not be as strong as the first. Then Chuck asked, since this is a power that can change bloodlines, why is the right to a divine gift given only to the younger generation? Do high-ranking experts really have nothing to say about this? Ariana said, "It's not that they don't want to, it's just that they can't. They say that in the demigod domain there is a restriction that only specialists of the legend class and below are allowed into the territory of the divine gift." Now the hero understands why Anfisa said that Isaac is too strong for a divine gift. But his sister added that this is one of the reasons. Her brother participated in the previous divine gift, but did not receive it. Although it would be more correct to say that no one received a divine gift that time. At the same time, Ariana called her mother. The lady said that Chuck agreed to go to the territory of the divine gift on her behalf. So Anfisa was counting on Osiris to go there with him. Osiris came to the hero and told him to just clean up a little. He would prepare the rest himself. Before this, Chuck had visited his teacher. It turns out that he also knew about Grace. Mark said that as a dimensional scientist, of course he knew a little more than ordinary people, and then unclasped his bracelet. He originally wanted to make one for each of the guys, but since the guy has a long journey ahead of him, he will get it first. He gave Chuck this bracelet so that he could simply use it as a talisman. Larry also came to see his friend. He didn't like that he saw the hero's name in the approved list of divine grace, but he didn't tell him anything. Now they can go there together and kill them all. At that moment, Osiris came out, saying that he also wouldn't mind taking the young master with him. Chuck told about him. Allegedly, Anfisa asked him to accompany the boy to the lands of divine grace. Brother Larry was shocked, as he knew him as a ruthless and cold-blooded, cruel, possessed instructor. Osiris said that the young master need not worry, since he was not going to show such a side to them. Larry did not understand how not to worry, and whether such an answer confirmed his assumption. Afterwards, the guys went and started whispering, and Osiris followed them and said that he actually heard everything. Before they had time to leave, Isaac called Osiris. He gave him an order that needed to be confirmed as soon as possible, and it also did not correspond to the instructions of the lady. On the way to the Holy Land, the guys will pass through the vicinity of Chinling. In order to save time, Isaac said to take someone with them. Osiris understood the master's instructions and hung up. He approached his guys with a proposal to stop by and look around Chinling. They agreed and headed there. Then Larry said that this is a land that is not controlled by anyone, after which he asked why Brother Osiris decided that they needed to go there. In response, Osiris said that sooner or later he would understand everything himself. This time, they need to make a stop to find out if there are any dimension mutations in Chinling territory. The brother thought this was interesting, so when he arrived home he would like to ask his old man about it. Chinling is considered a region of early dimension coverage. It is a sparsely populated area. All the troops that tried to enter this territory in order to establish control over it disappeared without a trace. This area was fairly stable. No expansions were observed, but mutations occurred from time to time. One person keeps mutation statistics, and therefore it is necessary to find out whether changes in this region are associated with dimensional mutations. The guys were almost there, but it was impossible to move further by car. They didn't plan to stay here for long. They just needed to collect information about the fluctuations, and that's all. It's cold in this place at night, so Osiris suggested that the guys take warm clothes in the car, but the guys said that they supposedly didn't need it, and Larry added that it was not in vain that he trained his inner energy. Chuck activated the Ancient Emperor Sutra because it is resistant to cold. However, suddenly a chick landed on the hero's head. Larry laughed at the boy, saying that animals liked him. It seemed to Osiris that this little one was masking her aura. He could not determine the level, but it should be in a safe range. The brother could not believe that it was so terrible that their guidebook could not determine anything. And then he said that this baby is so soft, so he doesn't look hostile. Then Larry suggested that the hero keep him as a pet. Chuck felt that his house was no longer a home, but a menagerie. That is why he removed the chick from his head, but the baby came back and crawled under his t-shirt. The boy felt the chick trembling. Most likely he was cold. Osiris assumed that this was the lost cub of some creature from a certain dimension. But the guys used to think that they were born big and powerful right away. However, this was not the case. Judging by early research by the War Department, spatial individuals were seen carrying young. The guys remembered that they had once met such people in a safe world. But Chuck didn't understand why this baby was glued to him. Only then did he realize that he was capable of absorbing the Ancient Emperor's Sutra. Suddenly, Larry remembered the Master Ram and asked the hero where he was. Chuck said that he asked Viola to take care of him, and she promised that they would handle it. After hearing this, the brother said that Viola would regret this. Osiris said that it was not safe to go at night, so they needed to get some rest and would set off at dawn. Dawn came, and the team and the chick set off on a journey. The main character kept wondering why this chick was following them. Larry said that he was bored and asked if there was a dimension there because they were walking for so long. But in the end, they didn't meet anyone. Osiris revealed his aura, and therefore ordinary pawns do not dare to approach him, he said, since he is bored. Next time he will take them to the spatial field to practice. The brother became embarrassed and said that he just thought that since they were going with Brother Osiris, they would be able to see the dragon veins. Here, Chuck added that the Chinling Mountains are indeed a branch of the legendary ridge. Larry, of course, was surprised that he was aware. But Larry said that this is not always the case. Although generally dimensional beasts appear in regions that most closely match their characteristics. The guys were talking about mythical animals, when suddenly one of them appeared in front of them. Larry asked Osiris, shouting if this was the legendary phoenix, to which he replied to ensure silence. The aura of this creature is so strong that Osiris cannot even detect it. Chuck noticed how the chick, who had been following him all the time, began to look at this phoenix. And on this creature he saw several more chicks identical to the same one. Chuck's chick also began to fly towards the phoenix. Larry asked in a whisper if they had mistaken them for egg thieves. But after a couple of minutes this phoenix simply flew away. He must have realized that they had no hostile intentions. If he had really wanted to attack them, it was unlikely that they would have survived. Suddenly Chuck began to tug at the chick again. Brother Osiris said that this is an out-of-territorial area. The phoenix could only appear in such a place for some specific purpose. Perhaps he wanted to find someone. Therefore, the hero thought that the chick wanted them to follow him. The guys of course followed him and came to some huge tree. According to legend, the phoenix cannot settle anywhere except the Chinese umbrella tree, which seems to be the territory of its mother. Most likely this little guy sneaked out of here and got lost. Chuck was interested, so he offered to take a look. However, Larry was against it for the first time, since this is the land of the legendary mythical beast, which can be extremely dangerous. The main character thought everything would be fine. They were already on her territory. But she did not attack them or make an attempt to drive them away. If they did not show hostility, everything should be fine. Osiris said that this is true, since the owner himself allows them to enter. They will have to dig a little deeper, and then perhaps they will be able to collect all the necessary spatial information. The guy needed to do this before dark. The team came closer and were surprised. All this time there was abandoned equipment left over from the army that tried to penetrate this territory. Suddenly Chuck stumbled upon something. It was a long-lost bamboo blade that had been lying there all this time. Ordinary metal is ineffective in the fight against creatures from other dimensions, and therefore the bullets used by the army were alloyed with a mineral called dune. The origins of this metal appeared during a dimensional storm. Once upon a time there lived a master who used pure dune to make 4 legendary blades. And as fate would have it, the guys were lucky enough to meet one of them. Chuck began to open the blade. As soon as Osiris saw this, he immediately began screaming for him to stop. However, the hero did not listen to him and opened the blade completely. It was already too late to say, but the autopsy is considered a ritual of recognition of the master. Larry suggested looking around to see if he could find another one. But Osiris thought it would be too lucky. But the owners of these 4 blades came to a bad end, including the owner of the 4th plum blade, once such a dazzling gentleman who died too early, the past head of Anfisa's family. Osiris took the blade from Chuck without saying anything. After that he just went and cut himself. Having cut himself, the guy told Chuck that a real gentleman will fight until the first blood, otherwise you will not end up with problems. The blade recognized the hero, but Osiris said it was better not to use it if possible. The guys approached the tree where the phoenix lives, where a cocoon was unexpectedly spotted. Larry was surprised by what he saw, and did not understand where something like that could come from. Chuck was also surprised, since this was not the first time a cocoon appeared in front of him. At that moment, a phoenix appeared above the guys. The guys did not linger and went to hell. Phoenix looked at them and saw a mysterious creature in Chuck. This journey took some time, and therefore they will be on the road all night towards the holy city. Larry thought it would be good if they could tame that cub, but they just returned him like that. Chuck held a bamboo blade in his hands, and said that they were not empty-handed. Suddenly this chick flew to the guys again. They were even a little terrified. The kid flew up to the hero's hand and put down the shells. John, who lost to Chuck, returned home after this defeat, where his father said that this loss was a real shame for their family. The guy told his father that Chuck didn't take their family seriously at all, so he felt it necessary to keep an eye on such an arrogant man. Then Dad said to shut up, after which he said that he should have dealt with Anfisa's family long ago, putting an end to this. But a major event is coming, and therefore there are too many witnesses now. He simply cannot deal with them. But John said that his father would not have to interfere, because he had some idea, but his help might be needed. The father heard more than once from his son that he had a strange artifact. The icy winds instantly destroyed his body as a sacred emperor. After that, Dad gave John something. He recognized her. It was the guardian of the wind goddess. The father said that even if they do not know about the origin of this fan, it does not change the essence. With the protection of the goddess of the winds, no atmospheric circulation will have an effect. As soon as John received the item, his father said to move on, and also not to disappoint him. At this time, our guys were driving and Chuck carefully examined this shell. However, Osiris told the hero that he should not become so immersed in this. They say that divine beasts express their feelings this way. Having traveled such a long way, they finally arrived at their destination. When the guys got out of the car, people noticed this and began to vigorously discuss that Chuck was the candidate selected by Anfisa's family. Osiris said that this is a temporary shelter for the selected players, and he has also prepared everything, so in the morning they will go to the testing site. Suddenly, Chuck felt like everyone was a little hostile towards Anfisa's family. Then Larry asked him that he didn't seem to know about what happened last time. That time, no one was able to receive divine blessings precisely because of Isaac. Then an argument arose between the participants and Isaac himself. He just wanted to make some changes to this boring inheritance ritual based on alien beings. Therefore, in the end, he destroyed everyone who took part in the competition, and did nothing more until its end. For this reason, the rules for divine blessing have been changed, and the teleportation mechanism has also been changed, so that all players are randomly teleported to different destinations. All this is so that the same situation does not happen as with Isaac. And then Osiris remembered about that time. After the incident, Isaac's mother defended him, saying that the rules of the game were to take part in the challenge at your own risk, so it was an accident. But John's father then reminded him of the death of Anfisa's husband. Small nasty insects strive to stick their nose into the affairs of their family. The old man constantly insisted that Isaac was guilty of this, but Isaac simply remained silent. However, that day, one girl admired Isaac's strength, and she promised that in the future, she would definitely be just as strong, and when she grew up, she would definitely defeat him. Several years passed. This girl had already grown up. She was waiting for Isaac at the test, but he did not come. At that moment, John disturbed her, but the girl said that she was not going to act according to his stupid plan. He told her not to forget herself, since she was also a member of their clan, and it was their duty to protect his reputation. Then the girl struck him, saying that she would not repeat it again, and John completely fell to his knees. This girl said that he was not strong enough to tell her. Before the test, Osiris gave Chuck an egg. Before leaving, the lady asked him to give it to him. She said that even if he did not need other companions, he was obliged to accept this one. The lady managed to get it from the spatial dimension, so the hero cannot refuse. Otherwise, upon his return, he will have dinner every evening in her company, and even with Miss Ariana. Handing the companion over to the guy, he left and said that he would wait for the results of the assessment, wishing Chuck success. The companion had an excellent physique and a defense buff. It looks like Anfisa was prepared. Larry immediately returned from the shower and asked the boy if he had decided which temple he would go to upon arrival in the Holy Land. Brother said that if he is not mistaken, then the Anfisa family's blazing light technique should be in the Sun God Temple. Mastering the blazing light technique through tempering is the final stage in the process of obtaining the body of a sun deity. Larry, of course, is not particularly knowledgeable about this, but it seemed to him that Chuck's vital spirit was not similar to the aura emanating from the blazing light technique. The main character didn't practice it, so it didn't matter to him where he went. And his brother didn't really look like someone who would practice something like that. Brother is going to go to Shuantian Temple, so since they are teleported randomly, he suggested that the guy meet there and then go wherever Chuck wants. Larry also remembered the conflict between John and their family with Anfisa's family, but Chuck was not interested in these clashes. In the worst case, he would have to meet with them. The main character told his friend that the lady had prepared for him a battle pet with a defense buff, a golden armored beast, which made Larry amazed. After that, my brother decided to brag too. He acquired a thunder deity, a legendary pet companion with incredible attack power unmatched. Chuck was surprised and asked him where he got such a pet. However, the guy thought a little and seemed to understand where he was coming from. Larry simply asked Viola to help him, because she is incredibly lucky. The next day, the guys already went to the test. The identities of the participants had been identified, so the spatial channel was soon to open. The two friends bumped elbows and agreed to meet at the temple. The guys teleported to different points. Chuck looked around and saw a large space in front of him. The hero believed that in any case they would use the map that Osiris had prepared, and then he would meet with brother Larry. Suddenly John appeared, who considered it an insult to also appear for this test after that battle. Chuck looked at him and saw that he was clearly prepared. It was not difficult for John to ask the head of the Cape family, who is the elder of the Holy Land, to change a couple of teleportation points. John went on to say that Chuck won't get away this time. The hero responded to this by saying that he did not have time for these scripted conversations, so he suggested starting right away. John ordered his men to attack the boy. Suddenly, a chick came out of the hero's pocket and simply chirped. However, after this, John's fighters fell. Any creature will bow to the phoenix. One of the fighters was surprised how Chuck's companion activated the skill on his own. John was very angry about this. The villain then ordered his death in cold blood. The chick wanted to get out, but the guy said he could handle it himself. The hero used the solar vortex that John had been waiting for. He was ready for this, since he has a guardian of the goddess of the wind, who neutralizes atmospheric circulation. At this moment, the fighters began to attack Chuck, but the hero destroyed the enemies in just a couple of seconds. John was not prepared for such an outcome of events, since he believed that after using a skill that consumes a huge amount of vitality, the boy simply used his being of fate. John was very angry and directed his entire army at Chuck. In response, he used the essence of the evil deity and almost killed everyone. His assistant set up a square sphere that was like an indestructible wall. Just don't forget that Chuck didn't have an ordinary sword. His bamboo sword simply cut it, and now he was very close to John. John used Sacred Judgment. It was a powerful explosion. He considered that it was all over and went to look for a place where he could recuperate. But that was not the case. Chuck suddenly came out asking what was over, because he used the essence of insight. John was afraid, because this could not happen, because no one can resist the sacred court. Chuck did not listen to his enemy, and using the essence of the ancient emperor, finished him off. Having finished him off, the guy found the very thing that blocked his reception. Now it belongs to him. To prevent him from causing problems for the hero in the future, Chuck simply destroyed his spiritual meridians of spiritual energy. Chuck also noticed a girl who was hiding and did not take any action in the battle, so it seemed to the boy that she was not hostile, but he needed to meet a friend, and he said that he had to leave her. The girl thought that she hid her presence well. Although she was teleported to a place where she did not want to be, she enjoyed the spectacle to the fullest. This was the same girl that Osiris was talking about, and it turns out that she knew the name of the main character. Chuck, thanks for watching. My SSS rank viewer, you are the best. Smile.